So they should be on. I usually don't advertise them because I want people to show up for the right reason, kind of thing. But yeah, so with that said, we're going to be checking out Anno 11.17 or 11.7, Pax Romana. Now, for those who don't know, this is an Anno that is coming out, I believe, in 2 days. Now, that said, one of the things, if the game tells you, I have no idea, I think. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to check out the options. One thing I like to do whenever I play a game for the first time is just do a quick thing to be like what accessibility settings they have. As a reminder, the absence of accessibility settings isn't necessarily a bad thing. You can design a game without the need for them, but it is good to have. So we already have one thing, which is colorblind mode, and they do explain what the colorblind mode does. And it does look like it will change the general highlighting of the buildings. They give you an example here. That way you know, for example, if we have Doropinia, I've mispronounced that horrifically, but red-green color blindness, obviously it's only a problem if you're comparing red and green, i.e. bar is green is good, bar is red is bad. Don't do that. It's okay to use red and green, but use more information or, texture or something else to communicate. That way, if it all looks gray to you, they got that. And then they got the other two here, like I believe it's orange-blue color blindness. I always forget the other one. Yeah, so that's good. Colorblind mode. Underneath the graphics, looks like pretty standard stuff. Just your graphic stuff. You got your basic audio settings. I don't need to listen to the voice. Keyboard shortcut controls. We'll see. It appears that it did not detect that I'm not using a QWERTY keyboard, but that's okay. It also looks like they have both like modern keyboard layouts and legacy. That's not really, I mean, I guess that's an accessibility thing, but not typically what we're referring to. But you can change your keyboard shortcuts. That's a really good accessibility feature. Auto panning, turning on and off, that's a really good one. That could be a problem for people who get motion sickness. Or I'm sorry, I misunderstood auto panning. I was thinking edge scrolling, but still, they have that. Edge scrolling is a motion sickness thing I appreciate. They've got where you can tune it if you don't want to turn it off entirely. Crossplay and all that isn't really here nor there. I did turn up the UI scaling a lot as I am streaming. There's a lot of people who are going to be watching this on televisions and laptops and tablets and phones. So scaling up the UI does make it far more accessible for people. So that is one I took advantage of. But you get the idea. We got a lot of good accessibility things. Multiple language support with a really decent number of languages listed. So that's always a plus. That way people can, read in their native one. I did turn up the size of the subtitles. I believe it started at medium and I kicked it up one notch. We'll see where it's at from there. You can adjust the opacity of subtitle color. Oh, interesting. So you can have it where it will change the color based on who is reading and all that. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, so they do have a lot of accessibility settings. That's pretty awesome. Let's see, stream page says 13th of November for Western Europe. Yeah, I know technically if you're on like the very, very, very late time zones, there's a couple places where it technically drops on the 12th, but we're talking like 11 p.m. in the Pacific Ocean kind of thing. It was something like that. All right, so let's go ahead and get a new game. Now, as a reminder, I am brand new to the series, so please don't backseat. So we do have our two modes. We've got our campaign mode, which will actually have a story we end up following. So, don your toga or your stola in a tale of intrigue and ambition. So this is multiplayer, so you can cooperatively play. And then there is also sandbox mode, which is the endless mode, play without limits. I'm going to choose to do the story because that sounds like the one that's going to have all the things. And usually in these types of games, if they have any type of like tutorialization or whatever, it's the beginning of the story. Okay, so it looks like I get to choose between two people. So we've got, we can play as Marcia Thersha, which is an eligible daughter of Demicus of the Delta, the third Marcia, born in the wealthy household at Naucratia, is a quiet and observant young woman. Like most girls her age, Marcia is expected to marry, though being of Astrian birth, she has little to say in the matter. Soon she must leave her home and join her future husband, a Roman governor. Little does she know what part her, like, what part she will have to play. Okay, and then we got... Okay, are they siblings? Okay, so the protagonists are brother and sister. Okay, so we got Marcus... Man, these names. Nocratius. Ninth son of the Demicus of the Delta. After a childhood spent clambering all over... This word is... I'm really struggling with. Let's see. Nocratia. Marcus, the tyrant's youngest... had to be hooked from the streets to attend his lessons. Tired of his son's antics, Demicus put him to work in the imperial granaries, counting beans. Nothing, however, could have prepared Marcus for the unexpected summons that would change his life. It's probably, are you a boy or girl? No, it seems like it's more than this. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of overlap in the gameplay mechanics. Is the game audio muted? Oh, thank you for letting me know. Yes, it's not muted. I forgot to adjust my audio settings. So this is on me. So you can now hear it. So they do talk.
Bye-bye, little brother. Promise me you're right.
Farewell, my favorite sister. Just don't tell Secunda I said that.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, so I think this is a step over, you know, play as the male or female protagonist. I think it's a step more than that. I think we are going to get two completely different stories depending on who you choose. Now, obviously, underneath the hood, we're going to be building a city. We're going to be building, you know, a lumber yard and a granary and stuff like... There's going to be a lot of overlap in the game mechanics because it is the base game that's the same. But my assumption is the narrative as to what we're doing and why will overlap. Maybe the stories merge as it goes along, maybe not. It's been a hot minute since we've had these kind of games that we do have a branch at the beginning. But it used to be in a lot of your games, especially if they had RTS elements, you'd have entirely separate campaigns. And to me, this kind of reads like that. Now, obviously, they haven't told us what we've got going on here. Either way, we're clearly going to become the governor. Can we hear both voices really quick?
Good luck, little brother. Be careful in that snake pit.
Goodbye, Marcia. I'm sorry I'll miss the wedding.
Yeah, so obviously the one who's darkened out is the one who's speaking to the person, because the idea is you've chosen that person.
Bye-bye, little brother. Promise me you're right.
So, to me, without going farther in, this sounds like, you know, they've implied that this kid is just kind of a... When I say troublemaker, I don't mean, like, they're a criminal kind of thing. I mean troublemaker like they're just a handful. Whereas Marcy here,
favorite sister.
You know,
just don't tell Secunda
she gets the whole, like, she's being, you know, effectively an arranged marriage, because that's just what happened at the time. And so I'm leaning more towards Marcia's story, because it's just like, oh yeah, you know, you cause trouble, you become the governor. Cool, I've heard this one before. No, like, bad-mouthing it or anything. This story, just to me, it's like, okay, like, we're going to be, like, showing up what's going to be a force, you know, effectively for an arranged wedding. And obviously from, like, the ... left as the end, that's going to have something happen. Maybe the betrothed doesn't make it and we become the governor, and it's a great upset because this is the Roman Empire. Granted, before anyone goes, it's like, well, actually, in the Roman Empire, it is a fictional version of the Roman Empire. So, keep in mind, when you go, hang on a second, they didn't have that in, 117, that wasn't invented until 182. It's a video game, calm down. Alright, so I think I'm gonna go with Marcia, just because you're playing, bro. Okay, so we can choose to play co-op, which we're not doing right now, but is interesting to do what's effectively a city builder of sorts. And I understand it's kind of 4X as well. but to do that co-op. I'm also curious, if we were to do co-op, does the other person choose the other person, or do they just get generic person number 2 that kind of sits up here? Are they also Marcia? I'm curious how that functions. I would assume they get kind of like a generic separate person or whatever. Yeah, they still say to play the same. So I'd assume you have that and it'd be like your advisor or Viscount or whatever the title is, I don't know. So you played a bunch of co-op in 1800 with friends. It's super fun because you assign each character an island to task to look after. Gotcha, I see. Alright, well, we're going to set sail. I'm assuming we're going to get story here. Tips for governors. Dorian Hart beats for a healthier, friendlier society. He is eager to prove that his left-handedness is no curse by lifting up others and anything, really. So I've learned that Dorian is left-handed. And, you know, generally a positive person. Yeah, no, I got you set out. That, you know, the idea is with co-op, you would be doing your thing, and you'd be like, hey, can you go work on that? And for what you're saying, they'd be on other islands. Which I did see something in, like, the basic documentation that they're like, oh yeah, you handle your island, which I'm assuming is how they separate the groups. Like, that you'd have your island, and maybe you get others. Don't answer if I get more islands or not. But you get the idea that there is some basis of island as our containment. And I assume we're loading by this graphic going down here. Ah, there we go. Wasn't super clear without, like, the actual bar. I'll get your thank you as soon as the cinematic's over.
After the rise comes the fall. Exile. Not my first choice. But neither was my husband. Maybe it's time I left her behind. The girl who never got to choose. My name is Marcia Titania, and I am an imposter.
Okay.
In the 40th year of Pax, I was summoned to Latium, province of long shadows, to marry Titanius, a man thrice my age. Arguing with father proved rather pointless. After all, marriage is what daughters are for.
From the land of pyramids, Marcia Tasha, bride of our glorious governor! We stand at the edge of history, witnessing the...
Are we?
Here comes the bride. Titanius is a lucky man.
But not a healthy man, Lucius. Please, it's madness to proceed without him.
Without whom?
Oh, dear girl. Your groom has been taken ill. But really, the omens. You must wed today. Your emperor insists. Hear the oath of my absent friend, Titanius. Ubi tu Gaia ego Gaius. May this union bless the crown which we bear.
There's a lot to unpack here when we get to the cinematic.
These are your husband's estates. This is where I leave you.
But... Imperator... why?
Felicita, Marcia! The slave will explain!
Welcome to Juliana, mistress. The governor asked me to take care of things until he is well enough to return.
Oh, You must be the slave. Can you tell me what's going on? I mean, I really don't understand. Where is the governor?
He is ill. A fever has consumed his strength. I fear it may take some time for him to recover.
But I really wouldn't have minded waiting. To marry someone who isn't even there, I'm not sure I am married.
Your father's and your husband's signature is on the marriage contract, and the Pontifex Maximus presided over the ritual. Your marriage is perfectly legal, and you are not without means. Titanius was granted a large sum to build the city of Juliana.
That's all very nice, but I don't understand the rush. Why did it have to be today? Why not wait?
Emperor Lucius is keen on prophecy. I believe he deemed today essential for the future of the city of Juliana, and for the health of your husband.
He never mentioned any of that to me. I wish he'd explained more.
Emperors rarely explain themselves. I understand you are distressed, but Juliana awaits. Perhaps you could help me make a few minor arrangements?
I suppose so.
Okay. I'm just waiting to make sure we're done with dialogue for 2 seconds, so that we can play catch up.
Timber is vital to the continued growth of our city.
Alright. So, there was a lot to unpack in that cinematic. And I'm also seeing that I'm getting a warning that my encoder is overloaded again and again. So, that might mean me changing some stuff in the game. We'll deal with that in a second. So, there was 2 lines that she said when the boat was first coming up, where she mentions being an imposter, and that she didn't get to choose, like, the household she's brought into, which almost makes me imply, like, it almost implies to me that she actually isn't the son of who, or daughter of who she claims to be. Like, you know, maybe she was orphaned and adopted, or illegitimate, or something, like something going on there. You know, and then obviously she makes the line, it's like the second time I didn't get to choose, being forced in the marriage. And all that sort of stuff. And we've been forced in this marriage where the husband didn't even show up because he is ill with fever. Like, and it has sapped his strength, and that he is supposed to be 3 times our age. Which means, even if we were to assume that we're only, like, 18 or so, because we're not depicted as particularly young. Like, we're definitely at the youngest possible, like, very late teens. More likely in that early 20s range. Which means we're talking at least kind of into the 60s, maybe more. That's pretty old for the Roman times. Not that people didn't get that old, but there's a lot to unpack there. I am watching the encoder just getting mad, so let's go to our graphics real fast and give it a bump down to just high. And see if that smooths things out. You'd be interested in what hotkeys are hidden from you? No need to go through them. Quick glance would be just fine. Yeah, we can just do a quick once over. Options, controls. So we got like all the movement keys, camera construction. We got our navigation stuff, move tool, copy tool, demolish stuff. The pause and all that worked. That's a bit of an interesting one to have like control ones for that. I guess that's for like layout stuff. We got a bunch of our build stuff that looks like we can skip directly to building certain buildings, which is kind of nice. They're different menus, rotating, mass upgrade. So that's nice to be able to upgrade everything at once. Postcard views, cinematic, tons of camera stuff, group stuff, your classic RTS style group stuff too. Open and close the game. I like that they bother to say close the game. That one, that's a Windows control, not a game control. It's amusing that they bother to include that in there. It's fine. It does do that. But it is like, yeah, if you do these controls, they will do that. Alright. And it did not like Dvorak, so I switched over to QWERTY layout. Okay, so first thing it wants me to do is a curse dispelled. We need to build a woodcutter. If I'm going to go on a guess of what's going to happen next, we are going to, yes, that's construction. Timber. That's telling me I will need timber. That's telling me we have construction. We have dirt road, residence, warehouse, tools. I'm a little confused by this UI. I just want to... Ah, there we go. I see. I see. So they're showing the product they're going to make for the UI, not the building. I can get behind that. That's not a bad thing. And it looks like as you move it around... So it warns me that if I don't have... Like, they got a little warning sign. And it looks like it kind of stays there until I get basically up to 100%. So it seems like you do really want to get, like, fully into 100%, not... The game is very heavily leaning towards you getting the full 100%. Which almost requires you to, like, shove it directly inside the woods. So put one there. So unpause the game again. Now, sawmill is going to be your second building of the production
The
chain.
sawmill should be situated between trading post and woodcutter.
Fair enough. Are you my trading post? Yes.
I need woodcutters and sawmills.
I know. Be quiet. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, yes, I did. My apologies. Yeah, so thank you, Senshi Cookie, for the 595 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot that you continue to tune in all the time. I can't see. You're covering my screen. You tune in all the time and all that good stuff. But, you know, thank you for that. Okay, so we do pay money for road.
We can attract local freedmen by building housing, Ere.
Okay. What are your symbols saying? You are missing goods.
Can't make something out of nothing, Gov.
Alright, so we're removing the wood. That's time. Alright. So, I'm going to go on the assumption with the trade post, we're going to want all that there. I'm going to build my houses a little ways away. I don't know if that's the right idea or not, but that is the idea I'm going to run with. It wants me to build 10 of these right off the bat. Okay. Now, I don't know if they need road access. I'm just going to go on the assumption that they do. And judging by that, that was a correct assumption.
They'll soon be trickling into this backwater, Ere, should you provide them nourishment.
Okay. So, we
Can't
need...
have people going hungry.
Would you... Like, literally, I've had 10 seconds to do something. Give me a moment. It's like, you should get them food. You should definitely get them food. Have you considered food? It's like, dude, give me 2 seconds. Okay, return something or lost. Reach 100% the food needs for the Liberty residents. Ah, okay, this is a interesting UI. I can get behind that. I still don't know what the little icon there is. Scrolling. While you're pointing your cursor at construction, you can use your mouse button to scroll through categories. You can pin and drag buildings. Okay. So what it's saying is that if I wanted to put roads here, I can you know, pin roads to different menus, that kind of thing. And also, that's an interesting guide as well. Okay, so I could literally go to the building and copy it, demolish. Okay, I can get behind that. I'm not a huge fan of context wheels, but at least that's a good one. Okay. So I'm assuming we click on the lock. New foods unlocked. Sardines. A family picking at the Bony Sardine can still be fed and kept in health. Porridge. Porridge is staple, easy to produce for the masses. No one loves the taste, though. Okay, sure. So, apparently if we give them sardines, we get money. We also get a slight increase in population. If we do porridge, we just get increase in population. So, you had me at money. Time 1. Oh, need attributes. Maybe it takes some money? No, that's got to be income because it says monthly maintenance cost is -6, but the income is +1. And it needs to be at a harbor area. Okay, and for the porridge, I need an oats farm, which has a maintenance cost of 4. And whatever, I'm assuming the pitchfork thing probably just means, like, labor. Most of the time there's a ton of flags up here. But to figure out what those are about. Oh, you're just straight up a building. Okay. Wait. And thank you, Pretzel Bunny, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole lot that you'd use your Prime Gaming sub here. You only get one of those a month, so thanks so much for that. So, and again, don't answer this because we are learning. When I clicked on the oat farm, the first thing I expected was that I was going to have to put, like, some type of grid up, like, actually, like, put a field up. But it looks like I have a building. But the more interesting thing apart is that building doesn't seem to contain a field. So, I'm a little curious of how this is going to work. And again, don't answer. This is me talking out loud. That it could be that I put the building down and then I make a field around it, or that it just automatically makes a field, or it could also be that it just doesn't have a field. I'm going to put it down there. That's exactly what happened, is we have oat field here. You could support 80. That'll do, that 75. And I see there's an exclamation mark here, but it doesn't tell me why. Okay, it's like, dude, build the whole thing. Like, don't settle for less. Build it all. If you're gonna go all in. Now go ahead and I'll put the porridge stand. So the porridge stand doesn't seem to be giving us any type of positive or negative that I can see. I'm gonna build it by the houses because I assume it should be there. I was kind of expecting a positive or negative. It could be that just hunger is that. Oh, I guess I just got an achievement. I don't usually use Ubisoft Connect, but that's where they gave me the key through. So I'm getting distracted by some things here. So we're unpaused, and it's just going to take a minute for the workers to do their work and all that kind of stuff. You'll have to figure all that going out, because I see that we're getting our wood. I also see that our current income is negative 130. What's the currency we're dealing with? They do tell us the currency type. Units. Cool. How does it feel so far? So far, it seems like your pretty standard survival city builder. Just, you know, based around this trade post very heavily. I do see that we are on an island, and it's got the Roman theming. So it's like, that's neither here nor there. Aesthetically, graphically, it's really good. I also see we've got these giant ruins over here, which I'm very curious about. That's right. That straight up looks like a volcano over there. And the reason I'm saying that looks like a volcano is you look at the other mounds that are just kind of poking up. But this one looks like it's almost got a little bit of a caldera there. Like that maybe once upon a time was a volcano and then this part collapsed down into the water at some point. Maybe, maybe not foreshadowing. Still seeing the encoder kind of spiking, and I do have a frame. What are you complaining about? No warehouse in range.
Where's the warehouse?
Oh. What? I just pick you up? Oh, and you're not connected to the road. We starved to death just because I have all the things I need, but they're not connected by a road. Classic survival site builders. Okay, so there's a range on this, and I'm assuming my trade post counts as a warehouse? It's got the symbol. Okay, sure. So we got a range. I didn't see how I could tell, because it's not this circle, because it goes out there and we built the building there. And you don't have a circle. I see. What it could be is I notice this road is kind of green, and then it kind of loses its color entirely. I'm betting that's the limit. Residents or other parties are seeking an audience. Let's see. A Libertus hails you. A Libertus passes you, straining under the heavy load of timber. He carries the hopeful air of one who has recently celebrated his manumission, freedom from slavery. Despite his burden, he stops and hails you as governor. We can seize his goods. So we can apparently be a generous or a cruel governor. Let's see. The Libertus affects Libertus hails you, which we don't know. Minus 50 happiness for 1 hour or whatever. And it's applied to Juliana. We can buy his supplies, which costs 400 and just gives us 200 lumber. Or we can wish him well, which has no consequences either way. I'm going to buy his lumber.
Fair enough.
Libertus blinks as if he can hardly believe his luck. He accepts the coins with a quivering smile. Passers-by eye you with a mix of curiosity and approval.
Your freedmen won't forget.
Yes, I want the slave and freed slave labor to be on my side. I know how those stories end. A whole lot of violence, and I want to be like when the guillotine comes many centuries later and in a different country. I want to be the one who no, not that one.
Something for your consideration, Eri.
Your residents have needs that are grouped into categories such as food, fashion, or public services. It is up to you to decide which needs you provide for early residents. One need covers the entire category. Once each category has been provided for, you can upgrade the residents to the next tier. Okay. So basically, it's saying, they need food, fashion, whatever. And if I give them any of those things, then they're good. Upgrade, no problem. And I'm going to need to adjust the graphics because I see the encoder's getting overloaded again. Alright, bear me a moment. This is the first game I've actually had to do that. So we'll just go to graphics here, and we will drop you from high to medium. Maybe. Any moment. I'm imagining the going from high to medium was a more significant than very high down. Okay, we'll give that a moment to try and figure itself out. Obviously, if it gets stuck, we will reboot. Could be a new game optimization issue. Yeah, no, it very well could. You know, this game doesn't come out for a couple of days. Plus, I am streaming, so keep that in mind. I do have an extra burden on the same computer. And the game, for the record, the game is running fine. I'm getting to that point where I'm seeing my streaming is getting, the encoder's getting overwhelmed. So like the game is running fine for me. It's just the combination game and streaming, it is making the stream software chug a little bit. So we'll see how that goes and see if we get surprisingly no dropped frames, but it was basically warning me that the encoder was getting overloaded, which will lead to drop frames. You know what there. What do you mean? Libertas work. Oh, that's how many workers I have.
Slaves are fed on less, Ere. I dare say these people should now be content. If you feed the people well, they will be devoted to you. You are wise, mistress.
I don't feel particularly wise. I mean, I married someone I've never met. Still haven't met.
Ah, but you might chance upon him today. You are invited to dine at the Imperial Villa.
Really? So that's where he's staying.
He is confined to the sick wing, I believe. The pleasure barge will come for you shortly.
I see. I best get ready then.
How do you feel about the price? I don't know about the price of the game because the devs did give me a key. Generally, with the price, my usual sort of cop-out answer is money means different things to everyone. If you are struggling to pay for your next meal, it's very hard to justify a spend. At the same time, if you're debating your luxury yacht, the money means nothing. So it isn't a thing, like it's a very subjective thing. And obviously I can't speak for, is the game worth it, like, if it was my own money, because we just started and I haven't really looked at the price and all that yet. So I can't really answer that with an honest answer. You're going to have like a different take on where it lands and the price or not. I can say, for what little I have played, it does give me a generally good impression, but obviously we're very, very early in the game. It says €60 to you, which sounds standardish, but usually buy games later than they're released and they can be bound for sale. Yeah, not 60 for a AAA new release is the standard. They do go higher nowadays, but standards. What will you bring for the table? I will bring sardines. Because I can. The household prepares a platter of sardines. The smell is invigorating. The Imperial Pleasure Boat is on its way to pick you up. Yeah, no, it's pretty hard for me to justify spending over 60 for a game, like... You know, it's one thing if, like, you're getting the game and all of the DLC or whatever later on, that's been, like, proven kind of thing. But yeah, most of the time for me personally, when I see a game going for, like, 70 or 80, a lot of times I'm hesitant to move forward with it. Again, sometimes there are situations where there's an extra thing that makes it worth it, but, like, the pre-sale, you got, like, the one extra thing is usually not a convincing argument. Okay. So we do unlock the next thing, which is a market, a central gathering place
to... Any city has need of public spaces, the patronage of which could add greatly to your popularity.
The central gathering place for trade and barter that every...
Buildings. That'll be markets and taverns. My brother's favorite hangouts.
I really don't think they need the thing where our advisor tells us something and it is immediately followed by us saying the same thing. It's fine, but it's weird that they repeated all the thing. Maybe just a certain part of the GPU is overloaded because the game heavily uses it. Like, one type of stream processors. Yeah. So it's definitely something like the encoder specifically is having a thing. And like I said, I haven't dropped any frames yet. I'm just getting the warning that I'm, like, on the fence. I haven't seen that since we dropped down to medium, but that can also be, like, again, I have my encoder set up a bit higher as far as stuff, because I do play sometimes games that do require a higher bit rate. Okay, so we do have 2 new buildings. We have the marketplace. Okay, so it has an up arrow. Ah, okay. So I was looking to see if there's a radius, but the moment I put up to a road, everything gets an up arrow. Is there like an obvious range to this? Okay, so I noticed whatever that building was down there. So there is a range to it. Now, the thing that I'm debating is, do I build it up here by where my residents are, or do I scooch it down here? Well, I can't quite fit both. I'm going to go with the residents. I'm imagining the residents, the public bath will be more important. And then we also have the tavern. And you're likely the exact same thing. I'm going to go there. We're going to extend the road so it counts.
Public services should be erected close to residences in order to meet people's needs.
Let's see, in the 1800s, same advisors and characters are around in the sandbox modes and in the campaign, so there might be some overlap. Yeah, no, it's just like I said, it's the weird thing where it's like, you hear the one message and then immediately the same message from the other person.
This may be of interest.
Let's see, each need that you fulfill per resident increases the different attributes. The most important ones are income and population. Attributes can benefit your city. Increasing your population will increase your workforce. Income will increase your wealth over time. As the city grows, the demand for goods grow with it. Check regularly if your residents' needs are fulfilled to mitigate economic impact.
This sardine and I, we're both very small fish.
Don't talk to me. So you have no fashion. Which I'm assuming is the next thing we unlock when we get more people.
I should provide clothes to the Liberty Mistress, so as not to see anything that offends the eye.
My sister Secunda would totally sneer at their simple clothes. But guess what? Not everyone wears silk.
Okay, so we got clothes. Tunics. Even the Librati will, let's see, even the Librati will open purses for simple, well-made woolen tunics. Velius, a humble, comforting hat with a Hellenic style for the smiling sun and, let's see, bucolic bliss. Man, words are hard. Okay, so that requires me to have a new farm, so I gotta start growing hemp. I will put you here. Okay, so we have a hemp farm. We have a pileus, which requires sheep. Actually, one second before we do that. We have the tunic production. Ah, and that's another one that we have a range to it, so we'll put that in support of the town. Yes, that's in range of that, so we should be fine. And then you need sheep. Okay, now we just have 3 pastors. Alright, and that leaves us Pylius Felter, or whatever it is. Are you gonna complain about the lack of warehouse?
This may be worth your attention.
Many production buildings affect attributes of nearby buildings while they are actively producing. Review the attribute effect on the public buildings at the top of its panel. Choose carefully when placing buildings close to each other to max out the benefit and mitigate risk.
Some of the boys from the Collegium found some choice and fried.
Not sure where that menu was. So area effects, when not paused. Yes, they're no warehouse in range. We're going to go ahead and we are able to move those by clicking and dragging. Okay, so that should fix those for now. Can you ask or suggest something with housing? Not mechanics. More interested in how the game will behave visually. By all means, you can ask, like, with the housing behaving thing. Because, like, they aren't...
for everything, if you're desperate enough.
Yes, we're waiting for the goods from our fields. Because I could see something like if we space them out, maybe there's effect. It could be as we build, they'll become combined in some way. There's definitely games that do those kind of things. I have no idea if this is one of them. But yeah, I am happy to see that you could just like pick up and drag and drop the buildings. Because it'll be one of those things in these kind of games that have like a really expensive building. And you go to place it and you'll like misplace it. And it goes fine, you go take it down, you lose half your goods. Oh, select the barge and leave. Board the barge. Okay. I'm guessing the guy is dying. And so they like sped along the marriage to like make everything official and then you just take over kind of thing.
Marcia, dear. What happened to you? There's bits of fish on your stola.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That'll be the sardines.
Sardines? Did one of those fishmongers run into you? People are really awfully inconsiderate these days. I hope life in the bay agrees with you.
I think it does. Juliana's all right. Can't say I missed the summer floods.
All right, she says. You'll see. One day all will bow to the glory of Juliana and its empress.
If you say so, Imperator.
Oh, don't worry about it now, dear. You will have help.
Julia will succeed me as Rome's first empress regnant. It is decided.
I fear the Senate may still press you to adopt, my love. Anyone of their number, any man, even Calidus.
Lowborn Calidus? Never! To Pluto with them! Shadows of men. Be glad your father did not marry you to a fool.
Okay. Your plate is full. The Emperor and the Empress are watching you with polite interest. You could just eat, or is now the time to talk? What will you discuss? Ask after your hosts, ask after your father, ask about the ruins on Juliana, ask after your husband. Eat quietly. So, we can ask about our hosts, the Emperor and Empress. The father feels like a thing to not really worry about. You know, our father's doing our thing, like they're relevant, they're fine, but there's no immediate thing going on with our father. So the ones that stand out to me is, one, we could schmooze up with our hosts. Two, the ruins of Juliana can give us valuable information about perhaps they had a settlement there before and something happened, i.e. it was under the mountain that looked like it might have been a volcano. That's my leading theory right now. Or we can ask after our husband who, you know, is apparently here but also sequestered to the sick area. I'm gonna ask about the ruins.
The ruins are the remains of old Ambrosia. Never a place more alive. Temples, spas, ocelli swaying in the breeze.
Ah, what I would give to sit in the shadow of the lime trees again, admiring the frescoes at your father's house.
What happened?
Old Augustus erupted and swallowed it up in ash. Then some old crow starts talking about a curse and everyone believes it. But they'll be back. Juliana's consecrated ground now.
Okay. So it was a volcano. Alright. Let's see about most Anno, but never played. Sit in my backlog. Yeah. So we're gonna ask about her husband, because I'd say that's the next most relevant thing, is that we're supposedly married to someone we never got met who's really sick and old. Speaking of old... No, I'm teasing. Hey, Kildrix, how's it going? It's good to have you. You were playing, Dwarf Fortress, if I recall correctly. For those who know... Oh, look, the encoder's getting mad. For those who don't know, Kildrix, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Been playing some Dwarf Fortress lately, but does play a lot of similar games to what we play here. So, you know, RimWorld and all that kind of stuff, as well as did a bunch of Vintage Story and a whole bunch of stuff. Wrapped up 12 hours, gonna grab a bite to eat. No problem, absolutely go, you know, get that food, do your self-care, do all that stuff, and all that. But it's good to have you, and thank you so much again for that raid. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. We do play a variety of games on Twitch here. Today we're checking out Anno. This is my first Anno title, so, you know, no backseating. We are having a little bit of issues where I'm tweaking the settings, that it is overwhelming my encoder just a little bit, which is a new experience for me. So we'll tweak that and get that figured out. But again, as I said, I play a similar group of games that Kildrix has played, so, you know, again, just the same as if you're in my audience and you haven't checked out Kildrix, you'll probably like it. You know, the reverse is also true. But right now, we are playing as Marcia. That basically, when we started the game, and this is like a city builder kind of game, but we got the choice of choosing between, I don't even remember, was it Marcus or Marcia? And we were like, okay, Marcus is the classic. Oh yeah, it's a kid who gets himself in trouble all the time, and, you know, his father's like, go off and make a city or whatever. Versus Marcia, who were stuck in an arranged marriage, and I'm like, okay, between the stories, the kid who gets in trouble who, like, is then put in charge, I've heard that one before. Let's check out Marcia's. And so far where we're at, and this is like right by the beginning, so this isn't like big spoiler. Husband's not feeling well. We've yet to meet them. We're married to them now. We still haven't met them. And kind of moving forward. But we started some of the city builder, and we're getting a little bit of, like, story, lore, whatever you want dump here. We're talking to the Emperor right now. And then we're going to go back and probably do more city building. And I'm willing to bet it kind of goes in that breadcrumb thing where we'll do some city building progress. And then some story. That's my guess. But this is my very first Anno game, so I don't know if this is typical of the series or not. I have heard they have some story. But nevertheless, we have asked about the ruins of Juliana, which we noticed were just on the map we're on. And there was a mountain that was like, that mountain looks like a volcano. And then after we noticed, it was like, oh, it probably was a volcano that blew. Because it had kind of like an obvious looking like caldera thing on the top. And when we asked about the ruins, we're like, oh yeah, the mountain blew up and killed everybody. It's like, okay, yeah, that checks out. So we're going to ask about her husband, who is supposedly in the same location we're at right now, but is, like, being held in, like, quarantine kind of thing.
Poor Titanius. He is in no state to join us for dinner. But he will rejoice to hear you asked after him.
Oh, I see. Perhaps I could stop by the sick wing and say hello.
Not now. The pox, you see. The marks on his face. He doesn't want you to see him like this. I'm sure you understand.
No. No, I don't really understand. I mean, I get I get what they're saying. It's like, oh, he doesn't want to, like, your first time seeing your husband to be that way, considering our husband is supposedly 3 times our age, and at a minimum we're 18. Realistically, we're like early 20s, which means the dude is solidly in his mid 60s most likely. Which for Roman times is putting on some years. Not that you couldn't get to like 70, 80 or whatever in Roman times, but to be pretty sick at that age, your odds aren't your odds aren't particularly great. With the lack of modern men. He sounds cute. How rich is he? He's a governor, so if we're talking Roman times governor, he's got some bank. There's no doubt about that. We definitely have wealth. We're gonna ask about our dad just because.
Good old Decimus. Ha! Had a bite to him like the Crocs. The Delta was the place to be back then.
You knew each other before?
Oh, yes. Yes. See? It's not as if just anybody's daughter gets to marry a governor.
Okay. And then we're gonna ask after our hosts.
Why, thank you, Marcia. Latium is a lovely place, far away from all the gossip. If only the Legatus Calidus would desist in sending us his demands. This place would feel like the holiday paradise it once was.
Tcha! That arrogant little camp follower. He will never be emperor. Never.
Oh, also we got a big stain on our dress because we went to bring sardines, and while it didn't say what happened, the implication is that didn't go over well, so we've got like a bunch of sardine gunk on us. It was the thought that counted. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and eat quietly for the rest because we already asked all the questions.
Ah, time flies, doesn't it? There's one more thing we've got to show you.
Oh, good. You remembered.
I've decided it is past time you had your very own ship. You are, after all, the governor's wife.
You have been building for 2 hours, Harry. May I suggest some refreshments?
When I see the ruins on your island, I recall the streets I wandered in my youth.
Day by day, Juliana prospers. I know in time she will outshine old Ambrosia, the city that was.
Ah, yes, that was the place to be back then. But now I have another appointment to keep. Farewell for now, Marcia.
Yeah, I was gonna say...
When can I expect news, do you think? About Titanius?
So kind, so caring. What a lucky man Titanius is. Very lucky. Alas, I cannot say when he will recover. Until then, seize the day.
Yes, my Emperor.
Yeah, it's probably telling, because I was about to be like, we haven't been playing for 2 hours. My guess is because I booted the game up before stream and it kind of sat while I prepped everything. It's probably been 2 hours since that, so they must have been timing from when you booted up the game, not for when you're playing, because the actual play, like the save file, we've probably been in for maybe 1 hour. So we've been giving ourselves a flagship. I'm gonna be real. Well, that's a lovely flagship you've given me. Can I have the other one? Well, to be fair, they gave me the key on Ubisoft Connect, so I have no idea what the return policy is on Ubisoft Connect. And actually, for the matter, Steam actually will let you get a refund after 2 hours under a number of circumstances. But I was given the king. Yeah, their boat is very, very lovely. My boat's fine, I guess. It was free.
What could you possibly require?
Oh, so this is the Emperor's Island. I'm assuming this is my island? Yes.
We advance.
Select the sick wing with a chance to...
This is the sick wing, mistress. Only medici and slaves may enter.
Well, that was tease. Yeah, no, I've heard the production lines get pretty involved.
I've got my own ship. I never thought I'd own a ship. Still, I can't help but feel that it's meant to distract me. I wish I knew what was going on.
Let's see, cargo transfer with ships. Ships that want to load or unload cargo have to come to the trading post. Research, discovery, peer-to-peer trading. That's fine. Peer-to-peer trading, playing in a modern joke around how this works. Peer-to-peer connections. From research menu to get additional cargo transfer points, and thus avoid slow harbor traffic. So we can have warehouse. Defends itself. This building has default defensive units that shoot incoming attackers. Okay, so combat is mechanic. Which, there was lots of stuff that led me to believe that combat was a mechanic, but that's the first mention in there where it's like, yo, you got some guns here on this there dock. Some guns with string and wooden poles.
So you are this Marcia girl? I thought you'd be prettier.
What? Do I know you?
No. I just thought I'd take a look at you. But you're nothing special, are you? Just here for your share of the glory.
What glory? Who are you, anyway?
Diana Augusta, Julia's daughter. The Emperor is my father. Not that you'd care.
I don't know what I've done to offend you.
Of course you don't, Missy. Here's the timber Ben Balian asked me for. I've no more business with you.
Do not take it personally, Ere. Diana Augusta is an unruly and troubled child. I apologize for her behavior.
Neptune's finest! Ready!
Wish I knew what was up with Diana. She seems to be free to do as she pleases, but all she does is float around and insult people.
Okay.
Removing those ruins will open up space for the new city, Juliana, to grow.
Most of Old Ambrosia is below ground now. It's weird. An entire city just disappeared.
While I have nothing against liberty, the plebeian classes may now be ready for a life in Juliana.
Just be honest. You're judging. He's like, no, I have nothing wrong with the poors. But, you know, the working class would be lovely. Says the guy who was a slave.
Ambrosia was huge. Here one moment, gone the next.
Actually, Ere, the eruption lasted several days, and in the weeks that followed, the air was fraught with dust as far west as the Pillars of Hercules. It is often said that hubris, the dissolute and vulgar practices of Ambrosia and its inhabitants, incurred the wrath of the gods. But I think Vulcan, whose spirit resides inside both Occasus and other portals to the underworld, has little control over what and why he issues forth.
Okay. There about 5 minutes from finding out there's a burn book, and on Wednesdays we wear pink. Huh? I'm missing a reference there.
This may be of interest.
Okay, most buildings require a workforce to function. Different workforce types may be needed depending on the book. Oh, Mean Girls? Yeah, I don't know Mean Girls, sorry. The workforce is derived from the population. The residence tiers define which workforce type you have available. So if you need plebeian workforce, grow your plebeian population. To increase the population tier, build and upgrade the residence this tier and needs to increase the population attribute. The curiosity then would be, some of these games, as you upgrade your residents and you get your higher tier people, they can't work the lower jobs. Other ones they can. So we will figure that out as we go.
The cap that made me a free chap.
Alright. So we have now made them a plebeian house. Many goods require multiple...
Plebs, Father used to call them. He never bothered to be nice to those he ruled.
Let's go to click on that.
Soon it will be Empress Julia's birthday, meaning weeks of celebration, one can assume, in the grotesque.
Oh, at home we only celebrate the gods' birthdays. But I suppose emperors are a bit like gods, aren't they?
We may be asked to make a contribution. Nothing too excessive, I should say.
Are you playing the ugly one? I don't know what we're talking about. Okay.
All our hopes rest on this shining pillar of civilization.
Are we done talking for 2 seconds? Can I participate in the game now? Okay. So the Governor Villa requires tiles. I can't build the official building till we get that. Here we go. New foods unlocked. Bread's immense popularity and convenience also have highly lucrative for those in trade. We have garum, a fishy condiment sure to put a smile on people's face. Garum pairs with bread, porridge, pretty much anything. Okay, but where was the tiles? So we have the regular residence, we've got the warehouse. We have a bunch of military buildings. Oh, here we go. The production changed down here. Okay, so I have to get a clay pit. And then I have to get a charcoal burner. Okay, so this is where we had those river slot things. So it looks like I have to give up a river slot segment to build a clay pit. So we have a finite number of those that we have to take consideration to what we're doing with them. So I've got you set up there. That's going to need its own warehouse. I'm sure that's going to come up. Processes fuel used by some production buildings. It has a reduced fire safety for buildings in its area. Okay, and it's a pretty big area too. All right. So we've got the stuff for making the tiles.
There's a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
Okay, so I need more plebeians.
If I had a tavern for my tombstone, I'd be the laughter in the walls.
It gives me peace of mind that my husband wears a warm hat.
Okay. Alright, so you need household things like pottery.
Fancy me in a tunic. I mean, who'd fancy me without?
Alright, that's the whole thing. Okay, so we technically have enough plebeians now. Okay, and as I kind of figured, you're not going to be able to reach the warehouse. So I need to build a warehouse. Put the warehouse here. So it does leave me with the need to actually build the tiler. And the tiler does cause some fire safety issues. We're just going to go ahead and lean in and put our fire with the other fire.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
Oh, hush. Yeah, so just put her fire with the rest of the fire. But yeah, so we're not the Emperor's daughter. We're a person. We were a daughter who was married into. We've married the governor.
If you could look after this, Ere.
And then the other one, which I wouldn't like. Neither of them seemed like ugly to me or whatever. But then there's the Emperor's daughter, who is more just, you know, slings insults, is just whatever. Let's see, production buildings will require a road connection in order to distribute goods. Newly produced goods are delivered to the next warehouse or trading post, or production building that they can process them. All warehouses and trading posts share the same storage. Goods in one warehouse are available in there. Oh, that's good to know. So that basically means that if I put the stuff from here in that warehouse, it can be grabbed from down here. They don't have to have like one person grab the item and walk it the entire length of the town. Yeah, the Emperor's daughter did insult us. But that's because she has the solid case of the grump. Sadly, there's no cure. So research, religion, and prestige are stuff that are all here. We have quests and we have notifications. Okay, so we still don't have any spare plebeians.
I wonder what kind of games they used to have here at the old amphitheater.
Oh, mistress. It was the most violent and repulsive form of entertainment. Nothing that might interest you.
It was slam poetry. Ahead of its time, they said. I'm kind of balancing out between the plebeian and the other workforce. I am curious that, like, literally upgraded everything, and I still have a bunch of just, like, regular workers. The ancient Romans did love their Overwatch, FIFA, Age of Empires. No, they were definitely into League of Legends. League of Legends and Fortnite, it's all they did. I build one house, immediately the advisor icon lights up. Okay, what do you want to say?
Your decision, your judiciousness.
Some goods are in short supply, and your residents are not getting what they need. As your population grows, you have to be mindful of supply shrinkage. Steady attributes and income and workforce rely on the production keeping up with growth. Open the panel of your residents and always show the needs you are currently able to provide and where the supply is lacking.
A bold step, Ere.
What is a bold step? You just say things. I mean, the only thing we're missing is the household goods. And, you know... Too late for these long-chance phrasers. You can't believe Caesar got ganked in the championship. Yeah. So what was the Midas heart? Determines the severity and frequency of diseases and epidemics. Health is low. Frequent and severe diseases can have a disruptive effect in your island. Select a residence to see what affects it. No disease incidents. Island happiness is generally positive. Determines the severity and frequency of fires and infernos. Fire safety is low. Frequent and severe fires can be disruptive. Yeah, so basically, we got some fire safety issues down here. What is... Too many transport, loading delayed. Oh, it's not talking about the ship. Yeah, so basically we're hitting a throughput issue on that, and you're waiting for what?
Necessary materials haven't reached us.
I like that we had the dialogue down here, and her portrait appeared for just a second up there. Didn't say anything advantage, just looking down at us judgingly. Which, you know, fair enough. Do you want to know a fun feature that has no gameplay relations? Sure. Unless your last 2 chocolate bars are on the table. Oh no. Yeah, so we're losing money handily. We want to grow the population a lot. And for those who don't know the Ints, an actually fantastic content creator. Been doing some, like, watching of hamsters kind of stuff going on, but plays games as well. Does stream in German, just as a heads up. Understands English, but does stream in German. You wish you had eaten 1 chocolate bar? I actually don't do chocolate bars very often. Like, nothing against them. Let's see, there should be a first-person view with Control-Shift-R. That'd be Control-Shift-R. That is not the character I'm playing. I can hit C and just change what I look like.
But don't wear your sparklies, all right?
I need to see how my workers are doing. Stay inconspicuous. Don't let anyone know. We're just watching for mutineers. Making sure people are loyal to the, I was gonna say loyal to the crown, but I guess it's not what it is. Wait, what? Don't fire a fire arrow into the town. Does that...
Your grandfather paid for this land, arm and leg fighting the Gauls.
Alright, that was certainly weird. I was waiting to just come back and find my wheat field on fire or whatever. What am I growing here again? Oats, that's right. I'm growing oats. That's the thing. I hit right mouse button being like, what does this do? And then we shot a flaming arrow into the distance like, hang on, wait a second. That distance is my farmland. Probably the specific place we don't want fire. So do I get income from these people? They get come from these people. I'm not too sure on all that. Yeah, you're just doing the no backseating thing. Yeah, we usually have that posted, so as Luxray is saying, it's not a thing where like you, why would you post that or whatever. Yeah, and to be clear, when we say bonked, it's gonna be like a timeout, not a ban. Not unless it's like a time, well, usually the first one will be just like a really short timeout, like 60 seconds, like being like, hey, sit in your hands. Then we'll escalate, and if you don't figure out, we'll just like give you, you know, 12-hour timeout, basically less rest of stream. Yeah, a gentle bonk. A little, you know, little pop on the nose. The only way it becomes a ban is if you got like your 60-second bonk and then you went on a whole tirade when the timeout dropped, at which point, you know, the door finds you. Yep.
Lucy's and I have wonderful memories of tranquil sanctuaries, the scholarly haunts of Ambrosia. If you're not too busy, we look forward to a trip down memory lane.
You need a villa, Ere? Essential in demonstrating your control of an island.
And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
A villa? My sister Secunda would die of envy if she heard.
So do we live among the populace, or do we, like, you know, get ourselves as far away? It boasts everyone's housing, so I think we do put ourselves in here. I'm gonna go put ourselves, like, at the end of the block. And you want us to build these things we don't have access to quite yet. We also have bread as a food supply, which appears to have a decent sized production line. Okay, there's that. Then you need a grain mill. Huh? Oh, the grain mill requires a shore spot. Oh, because we're going to use a water wheel. Okay, that makes sense. I was like just saying, I was like, why do I need the shore for the grain mill? Yeah, no, a water wheel being how it's powered. Fair enough. Okay, so it's got an up and a down arrow. And it mentioned I could look to see what it's doing. But I'm trying to see what specific area... Oh, it's got increased income and boosts everything there, but it introduces a fire safety hazard. I see. So I want to build it near my houses, but it has a consequence for doing so. So it's both con and negative. Alright, well, we're definitely embracing the fire, because chaos is what chat desires. Alright. Now we've got so salt ponds is another extraction unit. Not marking a positive or negative, so we'll drop you here. Isn't there a positive and negative one? So it makes the happiness go down, but the income go up. And that's in the radius. All right. Build another block here. I'm also a little concerned that with the extra use of wood we might be a problem. Where's our resources? So I have 14 timber and 1 tile. So it might be a situation where we're going to end up wanting a second woodcutter.
Clearing smaller ruins only requires some of your workforce.
Okay, so I have enough spare workers, I can have them tear down the ruin. And it looks like it's literally just a timer. So I lose access to 20 of my basic workers, but then they peel up the ruin. I'm curious if we get resources or goodies out of that. All roads should get to the thing. It's a shame we're not actually Rome, because then I could endlessly make the joke about I don't have to worry about people leaving, because there's this really cool phenomena with the roads in Rome. So I just don't have to worry, because they always come back. I'm imagining a fire with all of our wood buildings packed together so tightly is probably bad. Do your roads lead to Rome even if you're on an island? Yes. All roads lead to Rome. There's no asterisks on it. Sometimes it's complicated. It's where you see those roads that go underneath the ocean. For the record, that is actually a thing we have here on the East Coast, is... I forget what they are. It's not actually a road. It's just the way that the stone shows up. But it will genuinely look like someone had a road go underwater and then kind of like, you know, fell into disrepair. But it's just this weird phenomena of how this particular rock shows up. But it will be like genuinely like the width of a road and just go off into the distance a ways, just on the bottom of the ocean. I forget what type of rock it was. But you have all these people who are like theorizing that it's like some ancient people road or whatever. You've got a circle here. Oh, it's over there.
I'm afraid your husband is still unwell. A terrible pain in the joints. Gout, I suspect.
Well, clearly something's up because they told us that he had the pox. And now we're being told he has gout. My suspicion is he's dead. Or like, he's deathly ill, no longer has his facilities. And we have been basically tasked to be governor in his stead because someone else would have gotten that role. And so we're just kind of being like, instead of getting the person that they don't want, they're like, you, get in here. That's the theory I'm running with. So like, maybe Julia, the daughter, wanted the role, and they're like, ah, we don't want to give it to her, or some competitor for the Emperor was, you know, potentially supposed to get the role, and again, they're just like, nah, nah, not that one. No, that'd be a hard no. Go ahead and put a warehouse right over there, across the street from where we're pulling that up. So I'm gonna go to double time. Because basically we're waiting for the buildings we've queued up to get their work done. And once those get built, we can start worrying about the next tasks. It does look like we have mackerel population, lavender, grapes, oysters, iron, and gold. Find your villa here. I mean, it's queued up. It's like it's right there.
The workers have salvaged something from under that ruin. Goodbye, Ambrosia. Hello, Juliana.
Okay, so cleaning up the ruins, we just get free materials. So, rip the entire island. We're just going to tear apart building after building as we have spare workers. Bold step, Ere. It's like, you built a house. Bold step, Ere. It's like, you understand this how cities work, right? Like, people live in them. It's kind of their thing. Carbonized bread. Who knows whose hand shaped this elegant loaf? A nimble-handed servant making fresh sourdough loaves in Ambrosia's richest families? Or a proud baker in a collegium, working fast to feed the entire city? 'Tis but charcoal now. Basic accommodation in this economy? I mean, look at us. We're burning 41 unspecified units of currency per whatever the cycle is. Duration of time, unit of time. It is slowly improving. But you know, you know, there'd be aqueducts. It would not be a proper Roman anything if there's no aqueducts.
We have made a discovery under the debris of Ambrosia.
Evacuated survivors.
Luto, ere. They must have been mured beneath the ruins for generations, living on run water and rat offal. Well done, mistress. There was always a certain gloom hanging over the debris.
I don't think there'd be people living down there for like a year or so after that. I mean, people could be tenacious and all that, but if you can't get out of like a building and you're surviving down there, that I have much skepticism. Well, the baths we've already got. We've built the baths. I don't think we have fancy baths. I'm pretty sure one of these is baths. No, we got tavern, we got you. That's the warehouse. Did we not have baths? Maybe I don't have baths yet. I thought I saw baths. It's okay. We're gonna be building some newer, fancier buildings, but like I said, we're kind of waiting. What materials are we waiting on? Oh. I have to actually click construct building.
Your first soldiers think they're ready. I dare say the beginning of a mighty legion? There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
Okay, fancier houses. A villa adds prestige to your island and is easier to defend. Cool. Alright, so we're a little bit short on workforce, and as we built those, our finances went to utter ruin. Okay. Looks like a proper Roman settlement. I'm also trying to see, like, is there an easy way to... Oh, here we go. So, from needs. So needs-wise, we're doing fine on porridge and sardines. Our bread is okay. It seems to be climbing regularly, so I think our bread is fine. We still haven't unlocked these. Never mind. All I have to do is, like, look at it and say we haven't unlocked it, and there they are. Okay, we can make a sanctuary, a tranquil respite from the hustle and bustle. The sanctuary opens its gates to the quietly devoted. And then we have a grammaticus. With the reading of poetry and philosophy comes the real risk of becoming overly clever. How do I rotate the building? How do I make building do big turn? Oh, tab goes to that. Well, I can make it work the way I want it to by making it so it only fits one way. There we go.
As a well-known woman, your choice of worship is bound to inspire other temples.
Ambrosia's Sanctuary and the Saturnalia of 71. I recall your lavender-scented Stola. Such fun we had.
You're thinking of Fausta, dear. The nymph who thought she had prospects because you were drunk.
Oh, I had forgotten. Honeysuckle, can you forgive me?
I already have, oh husband of mine.
Well, smooth.
Is this normal? I mean, do all married men talk openly about...
Okay, so.
Something for your consideration, Eri.
Recruit buildings allow you to recruit military units. Each unit has a unique strengths and weaknesses. Encamp units to heal hit points and decrease maintenance cost. Protect your villa, walls, and towers to keep most invaders at bay, though they can be destroyed by siege weapons such as unagos. You find a detailed overview based on your production. Oh, that's Hall of Fame. That's not what I'm looking for. So I guess we're comparing the two. It's like my economy versus theirs. Governance. Oh, yeah, no, that's the thing. So governance is doing fine, I guess. And no effects. We have the Hall of Fame. Albion. I'm not really sure what's going on here. Or Latium. So it looks like two different trees or something like that. I do see I have a fame of 30. And we got like this whole tree going in. Now we've got the Latium. And then we can go and pursue stuff over here. We have our accolades. Which I'm assuming is like when you hit milestones. So that's how you get your fame. So as we progress, we build... Well, there's our aqueduct. So we build an aqueduct of a certain length, we get some fame. Let's see. And, thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, I don't think I was actually supposed to click on that. I think I was supposed to click... Or maybe I was? Production breakdown? Oh, okay. So there's a whole thing here, too. So you can see, like, what buildings are contributing... the amount of we're making versus using per minute. So like right now, I'm actually seeing that I am not producing enough wood. We're using everything we've got. And that we're actually a slight negative on our wheat. You can find detailed overview of your production and economy statistics. I get that. Knowledge, income... Yeah, so you can see my production, building, and public services are massively in the negatives, and then our housing is in the positives. Okay, so stop blinking at me. Choose a Patreon god. Okay, so we could have a global god. So... you seem to give me fire safety and income. We can get extra belief and faster ships. You give me population and health. And bigger farms. And increase its storage limit. And you give me prestige. A special type of unit for fighting. And +1 to offense and defense of everyone. And then the local gods Oh, okay, good. They've locked half of them, so I don't have to be overwhelmed. I was just like, I started turning, and I was like, no. Alright, so we've got Ceres. So we get increased production of everything related to crops, it looks like. Ceres, August Mother of the Fields, extends her divine grace to the farmers, the mothers, and the marriagers. Devotees to Ceres fervently till soil, bolstered by blessing of her divine helpers. So basically, big ol' farming kind of thing. We have Neptune, Lord of the Waves. Neptune's wrath and favor ebb and flow like the tides. Devotees of Neptune are fearlessly cruise the waves, exemplars of the sea god's courage. So we get fish stuff, fish stuff, fish stuff, fish stuff, fish stuff. We get a whole lot of fish stuff. And then Mars. Bloody-handed god of war, Mars presides over the violent art of war. Mars expects victory, and his devotees will do their utmost to make it happen. So we get weapons and iron, leather, and pigs. Yeah, so basically we get military, water-based stuff, or just like straight-up crops and all that stuff. Oh, and there's also a thing down here. Troops recruited on the island have a higher morale and reduced workforce and money upkeep. Okay, so you have lower costs for troops. Essence of Hippocampus. Newly constructed ships are more durable and have reduced cost. That's newly constructed. So that's a temporary buff is what I'm reading. All residents provide an additional population. Yep. I am sold. Give big food.
That is simply a divine choice. Your people will delight in lighting their lamps for.
Okay. Yeah, and it didn't feel like any of those specializations were like, you choose one and you've set yourself on a new thing. Yeah, you're also correct that it could mean newly constructed, it just means not retroactive. Oh, it's up here.
Marcia, there you are. Listen up. It's about my wife's birthday. Nothing is in place. No garum, for example. Imagine, banquets without garum are as reeds without sound. No, we must have our garum. Look, I don't know anything about sauces and decorations, that sort of thing. Wants a feminine touch. I'll leave it all to you.
Yes, Imperator.
Oh, and another thing, Marcia. The decorative drapes. Julia adores a birthday drape. And don't we all?
I'm afraid I'm not very good at weaving, Emperor. I can't make anything as complex as drapes.
No, and I wouldn't expect you to. No, these drapes could only have been woven by the wonderful women of Lily Bayonne. Go introduce yourself to Valeria. She'll have them and more.
Okay. So. I love that it was like grumpy as. Yeah, and I gathered that it was a fish sauce. Because we're actually making, I think I've been calling it garum. I don't know if that's at all.
What could you possibly require?
At all how it's pronounced. Yeah. Okay, so I'm assuming that's the port I want to take them to. Okay. That's the most impassioned conversation about drapes ever to grace the Emperor. He's going, crap, my wife's birthday. I forgot my wife's birthday. The presents are lined up. I need you to get this sorted for me. It requires a woman's touch. It's like, whoa, Emperor, come on, man.
We have made a discovery under the debris of Ambrosia.
A brazen bull. An idol that...
volcano on the horizon. Occasus. That debris really traveled a long way.
An idol dedicated to the Jupiter Occasus, creator and destroyer of
People
worlds.
still occasionally find pieces of pumice from the eruption. Floating stones, Ere, if you can imagine.
Perhaps it's once adored a palace garden, rising its proud head among the trimmed hedges. Perhaps it is a nod to the Island Kings and their less than refined methods of questioning. There's nothing left inside but ash. It could come in handy if you ever need to impress someone. Oh no. This is a torture device, by the way. You see that hatch? You put people in it. And then you light a fire underneath it. It's what led to our conventional stoves. And is awful. Is very, very awful. Very awful. Where are you taking me? Yeah, and there'd be a little tube that'd go out to the mouth of the bowl. So a person trying to get not scalding hot air, and screaming and all that would sound like a bowl making noises.
I fear there is no good news. Titanius has just come down with colic. A serious condition.
Okay. So with that said, we're on the ad break. This is going to be my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes. I'm basically just going to run downstairs, throw some dinner in the oven, and be back up. And then we'll go from there. But thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Not long break, quick break. Tomb's not home, so I just quickly chucked food in the oven, and that's sorted. Okay, so we're doing good on workers. We're almost economically positive. I forgot what game it was called where you play as a single prisoner inmate. There's a bunch.
Respectable young women. Do not try that smirk on me. I was respectable once.
Pick up the awnings and drapes for the party? Yes.
I sourced Arabian drapes for the villa decorations. I hope it's to your liking, mistress.
Neptune's finest! Ready!
So we need to deliver it to you. Alright. Let's see, Galactus was from a game where you're an inmate in such a prison, wasn't it? Oh, it might have been Prison Architect playing as in Warden mode. We're basically still playing Prison Architect, but instead of like right now, we're kind of like the omnipotent god kind of looking down on the world. Instead of being that thing, you play as like a warden who actually has to run around in your prison to do stuff.
Marcia, your husband's medici need to be paid. Hand me those solidi, don't be shy.
This is an urgent request from the Emperor. He will not wait forever for your answer.
Emperor Lucius approached you on the sly, demanding you part with 5,000 denarii, possibly to cover your husband's medical expenses. Technically, you haven't seen any medicine or your husband, but he is the Emperor. I will give him the money. A lone slave bears a mighty burden of chests of coins, possibly as punishment for some misdemeanor. Although, with Lucius, you can never be too sure. The Emperor leaves without farther elaboration on his intentions of your hard-earned denarii.
Good.
Thembalion, does the Emperor often go around collecting debts for doctors? Somehow I doubt he was telling the truth.
Yeah, no, I'm assuming the story's different, but mechanically the game's the same. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, you want me to build 3 Garum works? Wait. That does concern me that I am going to need way more people.
Bit itchy, but then again, that might be me. This sardine and I, we're both very small fish.
And it nearly bankrupted him? Yeah, we're not in great shape because we're still hemorrhaging money. I'm pretty sure I just need to be increasing the population, which I have
The
not been
workers
doing.
need rope for more stubborn ruins such as this.
Yeah, so it looks like as we proceed and we go farther into the ruins, they're going to get just more complicated how I
Our
deal with them.
scouts have sighted new land.
I'll deal with that in a minute. First, let's get the stuff we promised dropped off. City status increased to a minor city.
Your city is growing, and the chance of an incident with it. Build institutions to better deal with such incidents.
Military research is now available.
Research to progress. Research any specific discovery and reap the benefit.
Okay, so we've got all our combat stuff. We've got City Watch. Well, City Watch fights fires, and we have multiple fire risks. So this is going to farther our financial ruin. Oh yeah, we're in trouble. As we go to his wife's tales of drinking, they probably don't need to poison him. Alright, So we are in financial trouble. Like I said, I think literally I just got to grow the city faster than I am. Like, I'm getting all the services, and I'm not getting enough people. The game demands I spread the services as thinly as possible, and that my people just have to live with that decision. Okay, so we're doing a massive expansion of housing here. So give them a chance to move in. Alright, so we're at least positive money-wise. Meanwhile, select the discovery to start researching this topic. The more knowledge you have, faster you will be.
Research economic, civic, military. Choose wisely.
Economic, I think, is our immediate pressure. Can I... Okay, so it's right-click drag. So it looks like we can upgrade our trading post, upgrade our warehouse, or upgrade or unlocks the harbor building. We'll go with upgrade our trading post since everything's on that. Here, I'll just queue up the three of them. Why not? So we are actively making money. Hand over the drapes.
Julia's birthday. Whew. I know what kind of stuff my sister's like. But an empress?
Waiting for your decree.
Well, it looks like no one lives on this landmass. Never mind.
We advance.
Now we get to see. Okay, so it does have where you can queue up multiple things with ships. So I literally just told my ship to just do a circle around the world. Just go forth, go see. Tutorial research? Okay, so we're already researching. Optional ruins. There are 4 of 7 old ruins. What do you want?
Emilia Naucratia to her daughter Marcia.
I thought you were going to keep reading. Before all else, I pray you are not in danger at sea. Give my greetings to your husband. I pray he is kind. I ask you to write me a letter telling me your welfare and your new household. Choose well your servants and companions, for faith and good cheer. I have made obeisance before the gods on your behalf, that you may find happiness. I'm assuming that's like an offering. Your brother Marcus sends you his greetings. He joined the Legion and would be posted in Hellas. Farewell, dear daughter, and prosper. To Juliana in Litium, to Marcia Titania, from her mother. Addressed to the Villa of the Governor, Women's Quarters.
It's nice to see little Marcus getting on in the world. I hope he likes life in a Legion camp.
To clear the larger ruins requires men and materials beyond our present means.
Yeah, I'm seeing if there's any more ruins like out in the fringes, but it's looking like no. At least not that I'm seeing. It wants me to clear 7 ruins, so we cleared 4. But the next set of ruins requires rope. We don't know of this forbidden rope technology. Alright. So money is doing solidly good now that we've exploded our population size. That said, we are not getting public service out to our houses out in the
Salty to
fringes.
see.
So that will be a thing that needs to happen. Which of course will put more strain on everything. So you already have access to public service. But that last stretch of houses there doesn't quite have the range. And same with the tavern. I could build it here and it'd give me more coverage. But a lot of it would be redundant right now. So we'll wait a little while on that. And the rest of that's fine. So we have to have 200 plebeians before the next thing becomes available. So I'm going to go ahead
Even
and
if I only buy the carrot at the market, I'm buying it for me.
upgrade some of these houses. And that's the end of the range there. I can't upgrade that one.
I threw some of our work in the fire for the penalties watching over us.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
Fareway, Praetor.
So very tiny island we can ignore. It does look like once we get close enough to an island, we just discover it and we can see the whole island. So I don't have to like scout around the borders or whatever. So I do think doing the lap around here is probably a good move, and then we'll need to do a little bit of clearing on the inside. See what we're dealing with our neighbors. Yeah, so it looks like right now we're just kind of going through our different processes and they'll get done. Prestige? Oh, increase the number of officia we have. And officium can be placed anywhere and allows you to accommodate more specialists. Villa specialist slots +0. And then it says, like, we will get more prestige. Gain prestige allowing you to accommodate and employ more experts. So I'm assuming that is something I actually want to do. Let's go over here to our buildings. Let's go over here. Overlapping. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, we don't care about that right now. I see. So that lets me expand my influence, or whatever you want to say.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
Yeah, so just continuing to remove the fog of war. Again, no one else is on it, which is curious. Okay, so we got that sorted up. We should probably get our military going, because I have not done that. Okay, none of those are particularly convenient. Okay. So let's go and continue to get the military units set up. We've got ourselves another warehouse over here. Okay, and you're missing charcoal.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
Alright, so got all that. And then we need to be, you know, able to build an actual military. Probably put the military near the shore. That's most likely where I'd expect to be attacked from. We have harbor buildings we haven't unlocked. Okay, so there's a production chain for rope when we get there. That'll be a whole thing. Alright. A lot of mountain slots there. A couple of random islands. A small town there that's like super successful or whatever. Unless it's Hannibal and his elephants. Well, if they can manage to get over the mountain ranges to me on an island.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
You know, it is what it is. Okay, so you seem to be just perpetually missing fish. So what I'm seeing here is that what I probably just need to do is increase our fish production. Alright, chat, bear with me. I need to run downstairs and grab my food out of the oven, so I do apologize about the double break thing. But I'll be right back, and then there won't need to be another break for a while. But I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I will get back to more of the Anno. Alright, and we're back. Doom's just run a little late, so she's not home yet. But I got dinner pulled up. It's all... we're, like, whatever. Okay, so we expanded our fishing. So hopefully we start getting enough of that to satisfy this thing. Because that's what's going on, is we're knocking... Oh. Oh, you get sardines and you're expecting mackerel. I see. I didn't catch that detail. Okay.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
I haven't seen the opportunity to get mackerel yet. That's why that's not doing literally anything. Is I don't actually have the correct fish. I'm assuming we will tech up to getting that because I haven't seen any indicators that would make me make me think. Oh, so fire safety is only minus 0.4. Let's check on our that gives me plus 2. You don't have a huge cost to you. So let's plan to put... We got a bunch of fire potential over here. We'll put one over there. We got a bunch of fire potential over here. Yeah, so they're all waiting on tiles or whatever.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
Yeah, so far all this land we're finding is empty. Oh, and it tells me how many mountain and water slots I have nearby, so if I'm like, I need one of those. Yeah, it mentions we do have a mackerel population.
Lady Marcia, I must ask you to stay clear of the sick wing. The swamp fever is perilous and has been known to spread. Each deity confers unique blessings. Change your patron god as you please.
No, I'm down to just keep the population growth one. Because it was military, population growth, or benefits for being at sea. And generally speaking, it can't do much at sea. And the military, we are getting weapons queued up and produced. I think what I'm running into now is I think I'm not making enough charcoal. Not enough cultivation area available. Because I built just enough that we knocked down just enough trees that were not over the 100%. But it's at 99% production speed, so I'm going to choose to just ignore all that. Our overall health is minus 23. So that seems bad. Our fire concern is minus 72. Incident threats up to 8 buildings, frequency roughly every 2 hours. So that seems not great. And it seems like honestly the bakery is my primary threat. Because we got the bakery right here in the middle of town. Oh, because it's minus 2 per building. Oh, I did not think about that as not... This isn't minus 2 for the city. It's minus 2 for each and every building here. Okay, and we're countering some of that with the versatiles. But... Okay, that's actually really bad. What are they cooking? All of the bread. So let's go ahead and we're gonna We're gonna need to go and get more of that. So we're also going to need more housing here in a minute. And I have a feeling we're gonna start running into food problems. We're gonna need to get more food. Okay. So what we can do back here... It's been our place to deal with the fire. We also were getting warned that we don't have enough service buildings. So we're going to go ahead and deal with that. Alright, that was under you. So there's the market.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
And the tavern. We'll, of course, put a tavern on my plot of land. That should help with that. We can work on upgrading a few more of these. And that's currently going up now. Yeah, it sounds like Toon just got help. Oh, we actually have someone else. Local raider defenses. You don't have trade rights with this party. Well, that's not encouraging. The black coat, the one clearly injured eye and all that.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
With significant overlapping areas of fire. Yeah, that seems like a problem person. So how do we do on our fire coverage now? That's not what I want. So our fire coverage now, we're still at about -2 hours. We are reducing the fire risk. The city status is slowly climbing. The fire safety is slowly degrading. Lovely. All of this is good feels. Okay.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
Oh, making military units is extraordinarily expensive on your labor force. I understand. So very, very genuinely, you don't just make military willy-nilly.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
So we're just blowing up the population here in a big way. Which of course means all the infrastructure stuff I need, like food and all that, those are also going to get exacerbated. But right now I'm 32 workforce short of what I need to continue having my buildings operating.
Have sighted new land.
So we're just growing aggressively. I fully anticipate we're going to have like food shortages and all that I'm gonna have to deal with, and that's just the life we live with. You know, just typical Roman Empire things. Do you have defense against men here. I have no idea what that is. Right now we have our port has a defense at it. Our villa operates as a defense, and we got ourselves a one like platoon squad, whatever, of foot soldiers and archers to back him up. So we need more timber, and I think we need more wood. So I think that's going to be the next thing, is I'm going to have to find... There we go. Alright, so we got a bunch of stuff happening.
Might I make a suggestion?
Provide needs to your population to contribute to money. Income attribute is your main way of getting denarii. Each resident contributes buildings and some resources to increase your income. We apparently increased the size of our town. Most buildings have maintenance costs, which are a constant expense. You can pause buildings to reduce the expenses. Ships and troops also have maintenance cost. In your trading post, you can define which goods to sell passing ship. This provides a source of passive income to use goods that you've overproduced. Alright. Certainly a festival of Ceres. Citizens in your city of Juliana have grown in piety and devotion. They're asking to host a Cerealia. I cannot pronounce that. Cerealia. It's fine. Festival of Ceres. They wish to honor the city's patron god with a proper feast and sacrifices. Okay. Bakeries, vintners, and brewery on the island have an increased income effect for 4 hours. Festival guests, a random specialist or a captain. We can pay for the festival. We can provide for the festival. We can postpone it. I am going to just choose to throw money at my problems and ignore them. So there is the money. All right. Okay, so we have sandals and soap available. Oh, we don't need those. Who uses soap? We have rope production and sails. We have a Custodia. Fights unrest in your city. Adds happiness. And all that. So we're gonna hold off on building anything. Oh, you're not near enough to a warehouse? That is unfortunate, isn't it? Yeah, so provide to that warehouse. That's fine. Okay, so we have enough workers now. We barely have enough money. But that should be okay. I'm going to increase the population a bit. That's the city watch. That's the tavern. Pretty, Cereala? That makes sense. So we check one of the houses over here. How are you on food? You have food. So our food coverage is fine for right now. Our island fire safety is utterly horrific. Like, utterly horrific. Our health is not good. Our happiness is astronomical. Our prestige is really good. Our belief is good. Our knowledge is good. Our population is good. Our money is tolerable. But very, very genuinely, the fire is utterly terrifying. Okay.
What could you possibly require?
Alright, so we're just sending the boat to explore the map some more. Meet all our neighbors. See what we gotta worry about. How am I doing on my charcoal, by the way? I'm doing fine. Oh, right, I forgot if we click up here, hidden behind this.
A new unit has been recruited.
Okay. So, wheat, we are on a slight deficit. Everything else looks fine. Yeah, so wheat we are on a deficit right now. But with our ideology, that should get sorted.
Cohorts at your command. Future citizens unite.
Okay, we just keep our military on standby as it is. Let's see, fire has no joke back then. Rome had fire watches in all important places of the city, required cheap apartment blocks to have fire extinguishing stuff, buckets of sand to stand ready around the house. At least that's what's told. Yeah, so you've got the, what are they called? Like the, I've got like one being built right here. The Vigiles, which again, those are firefighting forces for our city. So we are building more of those, and I just underestimated how many I needed. Like in my brain, I was thinking like city skylines, where you sit there and you look at there's like a radius and it can handle a pretty good population. That's like, no, it looks like I need a solid number of them.
Have sighted new land.
Okay. So once we get these houses sorted out a little bit more... How are we doing on the logs? I should have checked this before we went. So we're low on logs. Yeah, it's likely the actual cause of why our lumber isn't getting done is I'm not getting enough logs in. But we did just expand to get a second place producing logs for us. So hopefully that'll start to catch up.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
And our primary source of income is tunics. Okay. Alright, so one more lumber, we'll have our current construction done. Then it's a matter of the next thing. And we're also getting pretty close to getting our upgraded trade post done. Hi, wifey. Did you have a good day?
Yeah, but it was cold.
Yeah, it is cold.
Yeah. Did you have a good day?
I did.
Yeah? Was it the best day?
It was pretty good. I will take a Reese's cup. I will eat it after my dinner.
Yeah.
No. Alright. Yeah, so I'm guessing there could be an island over here still. There's room for... there's almost guaranteed could be one down here, maybe even two. I could see little tiny ones in here as well. But it is looking like we're starting to get that cleared up. Alright. So, we're going to get this research done. We should also check on the research tree. Which I could do that now. As soon as I remember where the button is, it's down here. So we can also check out the research tree. So what do you have here? Fish markets increases the income. A spinner, or yeah, spinners, which increase stuff there. Replanting. Okay. So our charcoal burners are more capable after that. Better bellowers.
A new unit has been recruited.
We can reduce the fuel consumption. Paved roads. We have Latin research. Albionic research.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
Yes, there's a lot there. Market forces. Oh, okay, so that's we'll put that on the next one. Yeah, because that's civic. And night watch, whether the guards are sure men, so we have more patrols, watchtowers or defenses. Wells increases fire safety nearby. Okay. So get the market forces. They'll get those to get the fire stuff under control. And they'll pause on the research there and figure out what we got going on.
Lady Marcia, I'm afraid now is not a good time. The smallpox has weakened your husband. He must rest.
Obviously, we're being fed a bunch of BS.
Waiting for your decree. Time flies, as do we.
At that point, it basically mapped everything. Yeah, if our poor 60-something-year-old husband, who we have not met, who definitely exists, has gotten like smallpox and all these diseases, like, you know, and again, in this era, if you were someone who was infirm and you got one of those diseases, you're done. Your chances of surviving are very slim. Like, don't get me wrong, they have relatively good hygiene in this time frame and everything, but these were diseases that, you know, an epidemic would come out and wipe out a measurable chunk of a city. Someone who is in, like, their mid-60s and all that, your odds are not good in this time. Alright, so our trade post can be upgraded.
I must congratulate you, Ere. Your first research success, and surely not the last. Trading posts can now be upgraded, and so benefit from increased storage and extra loading ramps.
Okay, so it looks like to upgrade it, I need 25 timber. We've got 9. We're working on more. So I just gotta let it cook for a minute. And meanwhile, I just told my boat to, like, just cut across the map to, like, every gap I saw. And they'll probably have it come back and, you know, see what we can figure out with all that. Yeah, it should give it much farther throughput. And we are net positive on money, but not by as much as I'd like. But my expectation is as we upgrade some of these, we'll be able to get our population to be happier, increase our income. We did queue up to get the wells, which sounds like a good way to start knocking down that fire risk, because that fire risk is horrifying. Genuinely terrible. Okay, the next thing we can do. Do you also require hemp? Are we producing more hemp than I need? That is the question. We are not. We are not providing more hemp than we need. If we get rid of that area over there, and we start running into headaches with that. We got our hemp farm. And our rope production. And with that, we can start tearing up new ruins once we get some rope stashed. I'm not going to sweat making sails yet. I don't have an immediate need for it, let alone incur even more cost. And oats, it seems we are using all of our oats. So that'll be another one we probably want to expand on. Okay, and there's some oats. That'll expand our porridge and all that. We're good on porridge for the moment, but you get the idea. The porridge is neutral. We know we're going to have more need for food, so our food is all looking good. Our timber's looking good. Our clothing is at a neutral now, so that's not what we want to see. Like I said, we are waiting for this to upgrade. We just got to get a couple more lumber, and then we'll be able to do that. That'll be our first upgrading building other than, like, housing. Yeah, so are you running steady? That's the hats. Yeah, so we need to keep an eye on the hemp to make sure we're getting enough to keep the clothing production online. There's a good chance I might need to expand my clothing production. All right, 4 more lumber and then we can upgrade the trading post. Which will give it better defense, more storage, and more loading ramps. Which would be good. It doubles the storage, actually. And the loading ramps, it also doubles. And doubles the defensive capability.
Is it too little demand, perhaps?
Thank you, Zylsaw, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you use it here, and I really do appreciate that. That's 2 Munchman sub to the channel, so thanks so much for the continued support. It means like a lot. Yeah, so because we don't have mackerel anywhere that we've been able to get a hold of, our salt has completely backed up. Our output is just full. And the good news is it seems to be with the storage. Yeah, the 75 is how much of any one resource I can have in storage. So that's good. So it's not like I can just overwhelm my entire storage with just salt and shut down my entire city by accidentally having things out of whack there. Yeah, so I need 20 rope. That reminds me, I can go here, go to production. I believe I can drag you down here. I want to pin it down here so I can track the amount of rope I have. Because implied that's the thing. That's okay. Alright, so the next research is underway. We're already about halfway there. The next research is to upgrade our warehouses. After that, we have a depot. Let's not worry about the depot right now. It's good for later. but I think it makes more sense to expand our market's influence and gain that sorted out. We have hospitality. We have latrines, which increases health. Reduces the running cost for each of your warehouses. Artificer Intelligence, which builds siege stuff. You have Night Watch. Not really worried about the... Oh, the repair crane will be a thing that's potentially good. Not as worried about the military yet. So I think once we get those ones done, we have the stuff to help with our fuel, as well as the better roads. And that just increases knowledge. That increases income. Oh, you have a specialty or some kind. I can't figure out quite how to Control L. Okay. Ah, so I have to choose the Celtic Path in Albion and House Smiths in your realm to get that one. Interesting. Okay, so I have like different... I have different ones here. Okay, so it looks like there's a Celtic and a Roman path I have to consider. And the Celtic path, certain technologies become available, and the Roman path, other ones. So like the better siege equipment and the better bellows I get from the Roman path. But like the being able to replant the trees and all that to make it so I can use the charcoal stuff in the meadows, and the Imperial parades are Celtic. And then what I assume there's better technologies I can't see yet locked back here. Okay. Well, that's an interesting consideration. And you're just locked behind that. I'm going to focus on the economy right now. Okay, and money is not where I want it.
Oh, I can't wear a toga. You've missed the sight of me bony knees. This sardine and I, we're both very small fish.
Okay.
Tavern walls got my name on it. I practiced.
Alright, so we upgrade some of those to get plebeians.
It feels like it does you good to eat a sardine.
Alright. Yeah, so be able to upgrade these ones as well. And then they're missing stuff here. So keep that all going. Still not enough rope to do the ruins. But they are working. Yeah, so money is struggling, which is not my favorite. I also remembered we never got the sandals or soap built. Oh, there is a lot of steps into these. Okay. Okay, so pig farm is needed for both the soap and the sandals. I assume, yeah, people not a fan of the little piggies. People are super not Team Piggy. Alright. The Imperial Palace could sell stuff too? Yeah, so then we got the tannery. And tuck that right there. It'll fit fine. Then we got the sandal maker. And the sandal maker they like. They are team sandal maker. So we're gonna plunk the sandal maker right on here in the middle of town. Now it does put us solidly in the negatives on money, which is certainly what you want. Oh, you don't have access to a warehouse? I'm a little leery if I accidentally cut down more of the... That's not what I wanted. I'm a little leery that if we start cutting down a bunch more of these trees, we're going to start taking a real penalty on all of you. Okay, that way we didn't destroy any trees. Took a warehouse right here. That takes care of you. You're gonna probably just have to wait for a minute. We're researching the upgraded warehouses right now. And you're waiting on pigs. That's fine. So we're gonna have a little bit of wait on that. So that'll get that whole production line up and running. We then have soap. So we need a renderer. Lavender grower adds a bunch of positives to everyone here. You tuck you down here. And soap production increases the health but reduces the happiness. I have happiness to spare. I have happiness in spades. So I think some people are gonna have to just do with a little bit of penalty their happiness so they can get their health to be a little bit better.
I need a field to toil on.
I have a feeling you know, some plates get removed soon. Okay, so I'll get a soap, and I'll get the other stuff going. How is our research going? Because that should be getting close to done. Oh, it is done. Alright, so if we go here, upgrading you is once again 25. Our money is solidly just hemorrhaging right now. So that is really bad. So we're doing a massive expansion. Okay. Which I'm sure will have no consequences by throwing everything up at thing. On the water, I didn't see a question. My apology, I don't know what the question was. Okay, so we got all that going. They're good here. You are... Actually, that seems to have pleased this, that we're now getting our sandals made. So we're going to want to start upgrading some of these warehouses and all that. That's going to take more lumber. Meanwhile, we have taken away quite a bit of the fire. Was the previous Annos is a place you could buy and sell stuff? You're wondering if that's the same. Yeah, we have the trading post that I could sell my surplus. Oh, I keep forgetting I haven't gotten you built. You're waiting on lumber as well. So the thing that's going to happen is we're going to yoink you. We're going to put you with the rest of the fire. Get you built to mitigate that fire. That was not going to be helpful, is it? Why did I possibly think that was a good idea? Okay. There we go. Now with that, it's still going to go ahead and make a risk of fire here, but at least it's going to get its full bonus so far as the trees in range. They'll pick up the pace there, so that's good news. So we're basically going to be waiting for lumber to come in for a hot minute here. I do have 2 of those going, because then we got warehouses all over the place we can upgrade. Meanwhile, the next thing we're working on research-wise is we are working on expanding our market range, which is really good. Let's see, Night Watch. Oh, Watchtowers increases the happiness. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to work on. New options available. We can make amphora, an elegant neck of richly decorated terracotta with the show off your wealth and your wine. Olive oil, a staple of the empire, not only serves as a healthy condiment, but keeps wrestling athletes from sticking together. Cool. Alright, so with that, I will need a resin tapper. And then we have a clay pit. Let's see how our storage is doing for clay. We are solid on clay. Okay, so we had a resin tapper. So it is a forestry camp. Missing fertility. We're looking for resin fertility. Try to think. Find an island with resin fertility. Okay. So the island I am on cannot support this. This island does not have resin fertility. What it would do here, we have marble deposits. We don't have resin fertility here. Or there. But this island down here has resin fertility. So my assumption of what happens here is we would ultimately show up at this island. And I would have where I'd need to build like a dock or something or get permissions. I don't think we can do anything about that right now. So let's look at the olive oil. So we would need olive fertility.
It has been 4 hours, Ere. How about a little exercise?
So we do not have olive fertility here. We have grape on that island. Flax. Yeah, so it looks like we're at that point where for these ones to continue to go up, we have to get whatever the thing is.
Hello? Hello? Anyone? My name's Marcia Titania. I was wondering if you could let me in? What's going on? Are you all right?
Lady Marcia, this is the Emperor's villa. You should not trouble his servants.
But I wasn't, Ben. I promise I wasn't.
Okay, so we're getting more, yeah, hysterical crying. That's the place you're talking about? Oh, the Imperial Palace. I mean, you can't really do much with it right now. Yeah, like this.
Have you met
this
my
is.
daughter Diana? She has her father's restless nature.
Hey. Yeah, like you can't do much. Like right now. Also, you know, again, let me learn. It could be that we'll have access to that later, but right now, again, we're early game. But yeah, no, my building down here, I can sell stuff at my trade port. Like, I literally go here and I can tell it to sell stuff. If I have something that's in surplus, I can literally say, like, hey, that thing, go ahead and sell that for me. We're not doing much of that yet right now. I probably should be. But, for the moment, we're letting that go. Oh, that's the Tanner, that's fine. Okay, so we've got all that. So how are we doing on that research? Because basically what I'm hoping is that when we get this market research, I might have to upgrade the market. I want to see what the coverage of the market is once we've upgraded it. That's the bakery. Where was the market?
Folks, we don't have much to offer.
Yes, I'm curious how far it's going to boost that range so I can figure out where I'm going to put my next market. And then that should give us way better coverage. Our fire situation is escalating rapidly, but our health is positive. We are now genuinely at a positive health situation thanks to the power of soap. Now granted, making the people use that soap did make a bunch of them pretty unhappy. We have significantly undermined our happiness by providing them soap. I don't know what that says about our people. But, you know, it is what it is. There's no fire problem. Yeah, it's just minus 138 about every 2 hours. We're gonna have, like, a big eruption of flame. It's fine. Basically, I'm expecting that'll get resolved once we get down to here and I get the well. My understanding is that will give me an area that we can reduce our fire risk. Whereas, like, the place to put out fire, they help, but they're not as good. So my assumption, if I put, like, a well in this area somewhere where it covers that whole block, it's going to be just dramatically improving our fire risk. Okay. And do we have enough rope to tear down some ruins yet? Yeah. So we're going to keep tearing down ruins. Getting ourselves some goodies. That kind of thing. Alright. Guess we got about 2 minutes till that finishes. Which is the thing that let us upgrade that. Oh, we should probably upgrade more houses. Kind of balancing my workforce here between, you know, the different tiers of workers. Okay, so in 10 seconds we'll have another ruin knocked down. And those have tended to give us pretty good materials. Yeah, it was just lumber.
We have made a discovery under the debris of Ambrosia.
Okay, so with that one, we just got lumber. It's fine. Okay, so we got 52 seconds, and then with that, we can upgrade our market. Now, obviously, that market could also do way better if I rearrange my buildings to tuck it in here somewhere so it's more centralized. I might even do that. Like, this block here might get moved. I'm going to wait to see what that radius ends up being. Or the range is far enough I could potentially yank that block up there and just shift it up one. Put the market here, cover most of this, maybe not the bottom edge. Okay, let's see how far your range goes in 7 seconds. Then the next move is going to be for the well. Okay, so it's not that much bigger radius. It's still bigger, still worth doing. But not as much as I was kind of hoping for. I mean, honestly, where that is, I could put another market over here, cover that area, and that gives me room to expand more, which is what I think I'm gonna do. So let's grab you, market. Okay, and that should give a bunch of services over to this area, start making them all happy.
If I had a tavern for my tombstone, I'd be the laughter in the walls.
And you
the
are...
stridulating crickets at the sanctuary disperse unwelcome thoughts.
Hey. So yeah, so they want the amphora. We're gonna need to figure out how we can accommodate that need. Yeah, fights unrest. We haven't had any concerns about unrest of any nature. For the sales, do we have spare sheep? Do I need to build another sheep farm? We have tons of spare sheep. So we can get sale production online. And that'll be good. And then we potentially will get access to ships. And that's holding us off from being able to visit the other islands and set up, I'm pretty sure. Looking at all this, we can get all that. We already have guards and whatever. You take a lot of work for us to make a set of troops. It's fine. Okay, so checking on you. Actually, we can check on here. So wheat, clothing, hats, and lavender were on a negative. So the clothing and all that is going to be a thing. We did increase the amount of hemp we are growing, but how are we actually doing? So hemp is very slightly climbing. So we might actually be at the point of needing a second person making the basic clothing. So I can get the tunics. Production. I assume we're going to need both of those. Alright. That should help with the clothing a little bit on those needs. The soap is still soaping. And then we have the wheat. Yeah, and I have potential production of 1 and potential consumption of 2. So that is just going to keep being what its situation is. I could probably put a wheat farm up here. Okay, and we'll add a road along here. So that should help with the wheat. Here says game compares to 1800. I unfortunately would have no idea, as this is my very first Anno game. So we've got the depot and all that. Yeah, so we're working on... Alright, so we're working on the quartermaster. And then we're going to get the wells, so that'll be good. That'll help me get my fire situation under control. We haven't had any major fires, but we are dealing with the situation that our fire score is horrific and getting worse. You're missing goods, that's okay. What you heard 1800 is harder than 117? I have no idea. So we increase the warehouse to having a storage of 160. Which makes me curious, if we're storing stuff throughout the entire place, and I upgraded that one to 160, or 150? Yeah, 150. Oh, okay. This just increases the number of loading ramps. Gotcha. So if we have one of these that's struggling, that there's not enough throughput, we can upgrade the throughput. That's fine. Yes, our income is solidly doing good now. Our people are generally happy. They're generally healthy. We've got good prestige. They've got a lot of faith. Okay. So we are getting a 10% bonus in productivity, a 20% bonus in productivity. We have an increase in the maximum number of shrines. Yeah, so we're going to keep getting bonuses in productivity as these go along. And we get the opportunity for, like, a maximum number of shrines population growth. Gain global devotion to unlock shrines. And then the global devotion to you was, allows shrines to be constructed on any island. Number of buildable shrines on each island is limited by the local devotion. And then we have, after we get enough of that, all farms support 50% more field modules, and then increases the storage limit by a ridiculous amount. Now, I did notice we unlock other deities as time goes on. I could certainly see the argument that as we grow and we get a new deity that's more specialized in one thing or the other, then we could switch away from the starting 3. For me, like, the food and all that's kind of the big draw for this one is food and population, so population basically equates to taxes, and then food makes people not super upsetty spaghetti and potentially dead or whatever happens to them when they don't have food in this game, whether it's they leave or starve to death. Alright, so I cannot satisfy the Skomber's shack yet. We do have the optional ruins thing. Still waiting on rote. Let's check to see if the Skomber's shack is locked behind some kind of technology. Is that it? No fish markets. Have a positive income balance of 250. Cool. We have paved roads. Yeah, so we're just going to keep expanding what we've got. We'll probably also want to get the hospitality and latrines eventually. So queue those up as well. Let's see. Establish a trade route in Laterium and generate at least 500 knowledge. Establish a trade route in Albion. So we haven't had a choice of Albion or whatever. I'm assuming we're going through, like, this is almost like a tutorial area where they're teaching us the game. And then we'll, like, have almost a do-over on another island. Because right now, it looks like we got just your Emperor overseeing stuff story-wise. We've got one friendly person to trade with, and then we've got one hostile person. This feels very scripted, as one would assume. And so, my assumption will have all that.
The families never left. They breathed in the dust and debris of Ocassos, paid for it with early death. But they never left.
Okay. So you're willing to buy clay and oats. Okay, what? Alright, so you can get a cultural specialist who, for a fee, will increase happiness to everyone in an area. We have a fire safety specialist, who we can put in a military person who increases the fire safety for an area. We have a research specialist who reduces the upkeep cost and workforce needed. And we have a seafaring captain who gives us movement speed. I didn't see that any of these were things, but that's something I'm going to have to pay attention to. We can't... Ship must be close to a trading port.
Neptune's finest! Ready!
Oh. The ship they gave us, its randomly assigned name is the Lousy Slave. Cool, man, I guess. Can I rename you? Because I don't want to be saying that all the time. Rickety old... You... Oh. Mostly intact. I don't know. I just want to have it not be that other name. Yeah, because we're doing really good on clay. So I could potentially just have it export clay again and again. And then there was also a crop they wanted. Like, potentially increase the amount of crop. Yeah, so it was oats and clay they'll accept. And with that, I'd potentially be able to import Amphora, which would, in theory, give me the last thing I need to upgrade these residents. How are you doing? Got more rope yet? Nope. How are we doing on hemp? Are we doing okay on hemp? Hemp is kind of neutral, and the oats we are positive. So we've got you in range. So what I'm hoping we can do... Ship must be close to a trading post. I'm guessing my ship is not the right kind of ship. Which is fair.
What could you possibly require?
Transfer menu. Actually, can I, like... Okay, so we got quest items. Yeah, it's trying to figure out how you could, like, set them to loop it. I'm willing to bet they can loop it. But, you know, don't tell me how to do it. Like, that's one of those things that the game will teach me or it won't, and that's a good thing to know. Alright, liking the game so far? In your experience, the series is just the same, more or less, with a reskin, different era? I can't answer that, unfortunately, because, you know, this is my very first Anno tile. So far, I am enjoying it. It hasn't felt very survival city builder, which is fine. It doesn't need to. But, it has felt, like, relatively... Like, system-wise, it's about what I expect. I think they got some more cool stuff in technology and all that going on, and they do have a differentiation on how they do certain stuff. I'm also liking that the production lines in this are a little bit more involved than you see in a lot of games. And they also have a lot of quality of life stuff that, you know, people who are like super duper into realism will get pissed off about or whatever. Where I could just be like, oh, that building's not where I want it. I'm gonna go put that building over there now. And it's just fine. Because it is a thing of the genre that so often the game's like, no, you misclicked, half your resources are gone. This thing that cost 1,000 stone, it's gone. Either revert to your autosave, you know, revert to your last save, or just eat the 500 loss of materials. And I'm glad with this one, it's just like, nah, just move it, it's fine. It's not that big a deal. But it wouldn't surprise me if in the series they have a certain level of consistency in how they operate. They definitely know how to make a chill number go up type city builder. Yeah, and I think that's fine. Like, there's definitely some survival city builders that I enjoy that it is brutal and just trying to keep your head above water can be an absolute slog until you hit, like, that mid-game where you finally stabilize, and then once you hit mid-game, usually as long as you're careful about growth, you know, it's kind of fine. Yeah, so we're just waiting on rope. Which is getting done, it's just not super fast. Alright, get back to that. Oh, time of day? Huh. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. There's not like a day-night cycle in the sense of, you know, everyone runs out and scatters during the day, and at night they all go back in, like, kind of thing. It's just they do it kind of keep, like, the aesthetic going. So, having the different times of day really doesn't do anything. So, I think it's totally fair that you can be like, you know what? It's too dark. Blip. It's now daytime. I think that's reasonable. Okay, and we're about to get our next research. That'll be cargo weight slowdown. Cargo slots on the flagship go up.
Neptune's finest! Ready!
Alright, so we now have the quartermaster thing.
Everyone spends too much. Don't worry.
Can I just have money? I guess I can. Let's grab the amphora. You can keep the amphora. I'm assuming we get the 450?
My pleasure.
We do. Good.
So way, Praetor.
Okay. So we did a trade. We're just waiting on rope. Which I believe rope, we're literally only using it for clearing stuff right now. It just takes time. That's this one. Yeah, it's just a really slow process to make the rope. So we look at our rope. How are we doing? We're We're at 13, so rope actually doesn't go very fast. Let's take a quick look at this and see what it says for rope. Maybe I'm missing something that's consuming it? I probably am. Oh no, current, yeah, there's no demand. Okay, that's fine. So rope just takes time to make, that's okay. And we are not keeping up with the hemp. So I probably need to get another hemp farm going here. What are you? Demolish? I don't care about that right now. So we can go here, hemp. Do this. Okay. Get some more hemp coming in so we can try and get that supply line sorted. You're getting all your needs? Yeah, so you're getting everything but the
Ilias,
last one I can't really handle.
Made me a free chap.
Alright. Yeah, my assumption is we're basically stuck waiting on the Julia's birthday. Wasn't something else I'm missing, right? So we have the shipyard. Nothing there I'm worried about. We have the city watch. Don't really need that. We already have the warehouse. We have the regular residence. Those are specializations that I can't do because I need to have resin is another island. And olives are another island. I can't physically do those on my island. I can make more garums, but I don't have... Oh, are you kidding me this whole time? That... I'm dumb. So the whole time I've been able to build the other dock, but I missed that this is a different dock than this. So the whole time I've been able to build that thing. And so now I just need to build 2 more of these and we're good for the Emperor's garbage. So I've been sitting here being like, man, this is really rough to get to like that next progression mark. This is really taking some time investment. It really does kind of help if you follow directions. Load 5 tons of garum at the trading post. I have 0 tons, so we're just gonna have to wait on that. I am only now beginning What is that symbol? What do you got going on? Repairing damage. Oh, it's an active fire. It's fine.
Cock 'em sardines, dripping with oil, picking me teeth with the bones.
It's just the ashen remains. We have a couple of ruins in our neighborhood where the city burned down. You know, just typical things. I just saw like the wrenches. I'm like, what are the wrenches about? Oh, there's a building actively burning down. It's fine. At least they automatically...
A small fire has broken out. Too small to be of concern.
Have some sympathy, man. He's like, no, this fire's not relevant. Don't worry about it, me lord. There's just a whole bunch of people became homeless. People probably died in a little fire. Don't worry about it. It only burned down multiple sets of houses and made other ones horrifically damaged. Just Tuesday. At least only 20% oxygen simulator, or fires would be worse. Just fire starts and the entire atmosphere ignites. Yeah, so we're just waiting on the garum. I need, was it 5 tons? We're at 3, just a little bit longer. No, actually, it doesn't burn on its own. Yeah, I mean, you get what I'm saying, though. Like, having a very high amount of oxygen and then just having it go up. No, all we need is we need a silo just full of sawdust. That's what we need. That could be poof and just fireball the entire way out. Those videos are horrifying when you watch, like, a grain silo go up. Or like a sawdust silo or one of those type of things. Where just, you get that spark, and in a second the whole thing just flashes out because it has the nature of the fire creates a lot of heat, which makes everything expand, and it has all that gas coming off from the smoke a lot, which pushes all the dust out, which gives it a lot more surface area and all that kind of stuff. So it can just, like, get the heat, there's air, it's just rushing out, you'll just watch that fireball just kind of shoot out. That those things can get out of control super fast.
We stand, waiting.
Okay, so we need... you.
Waiting for your decree.
So you're on your way to drop off the stuff for... thing.
And do you know, Marcia, Calidus doesn't even know the secret word for Rome.
Doesn't even know it.
There's a secret word for Rome.
Don't worry, if you are loyal, I'm sure you'll learn it in time.
Hey. Just random banter, I guess? Oh, how droll. We get to make fun of your ignorance and knowing our basic culture. Don't worry, we'll talk you in someday. If you're a good little person. Now go on and do as our bidding. Hand over the garum.
Lucius seems a bit all over the place.
See how the Villa Augusta changes her complexion for the big day? I sampled your garum, as noxious as I'd hoped. But now for something more important. Julia's birthday present is a temple I had built. Keep it quiet, etc. But those idiots delivered a stack of broken bloody tiles for the roof, and it looks unfinished. Bald as a coot.
Tiles shouldn't be too hard to replace.
Everything has to be in its proper place on her birthday. She deserves only the best.
Okay. I guess I'm making tiles now.
Festina Lente.
All right.
We have made a discovery under the debris of Ambrosia.
Musing of a natural philosopher. At the time my sister, Cecilia, Cecilia, served at the great temple of Ambrosia. A day before we were due to meet, I saw a cloud that was extending like a vine, growing tendrils in every direction. As I watched, the walls started shaking so violently that everything in the room was turned upside down. We ran outside, yelling, the servants covering their heads, for some of the statues in the gardens had started to topple over. There we saw a cloud advanced, just as the sea seemed to retreat from it, leaving the fish stranded in its wake. Darkness descended, starless night full of choking black smoke. Ashes fell like snow, and all I could see henceforth was the glint of the distant flames. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so happy for you. I'm sorry for your loss. Alright, so you want me to deliver 20 tons of tile. So I need more rope. gonna take a while. Oh, the boat's already here. Drop that off. And you needed 20 tiles of brick. First tile. I'll just break the whole stack. Okay. And we are working on clearing the ruins. It just takes a while. I am very curious. I mentioned it a couple times. It does really feel like in this particular case, well, if it's a campaign, one would assume I'm going to change maps every so often. Okay, so we're getting pretty far on the well. That very, very genuinely, it feels like this is almost an introduction. We're just going through the stuff with the Emperor, and I'm assuming the finale of this one will be like realizing her husband's either dead or whatever. You can manually repair these. Yeah, it's fine.
Some ingredients are missing.
Okay, and they're almost here.
My Julia, she made this place what it is. She's got taste. She'll be majestic as Empress.
Hey. And are the tiles?
Ah, the tiles. Now all is finally as it should be on her birthday. Yes, I've made sure Bulbonia Celsus, cousin Galpernia, and the rest of that gang are out on the barge.
Good. I would like some sleep in the coming weeks.
It is your birthday, Julia. I refuse to let it pass without notice. You'll soon get into the spirit when you see what the tiles of Juliana have wrought. With a little help from this young lady.
The big surprise you keep talking about? Not too costly, I hope.
Behold the sanctuary of Minerva, Juliana, goddess of 1,000 works.
It is beautiful. Thank you, husband, for this thoughtful gift. Marcia, before you go, I wonder if I could ask a small favor of you. A personal favor. It's about my daughter, Diana. Could you find her for me? Invite her to my birthday. The occasion just won't be the same without her. I'm sure Diana is looking for trouble at Syra, or partying in Lily Bayonne.
Okay. I think I know where they are. I just saw a red dot appear right there.
Festina Lente.
Okay. So we are on our way. Alright, so we've got all that stuff going. Does that mean we actually have some luxury goods going out now? What are you missing? Okay, so you want olive oil or Amphram. Neither of which I can accommodate until they let me start settling up on other islands. So meantime, we'll just keep letting them produce rope. And we just got a storyline to get the next thing available. My assumption is what's going to happen is there will be some interaction. Maybe something happens to Diana and we're asked to, you know, take the fight to the upstarts or whatever. And then during that we'll end up, you know, getting access to taking up more islands or whatever. Who knows?
So Julia wants Diana there. Funny how Lucius never mentioned his daughter.
Gemini in the rough.
There are two gentlemen here to see you. Unless, that is, I am seeing double.
Okay, the Roman Imperium is keen to support of its governors. Funds were put forward to hire you an aide called Julius Lupus. However, there must be some bureaucratic misunderstanding, because there are two Julii standing before you. Identical twins? Question, who would make the better aide? Alright, so speak with Brutus. Brutus claims he can do the work of 10 men, and that he even comes with his own Ashsen. Little good he has to say of his twin Gaius, who says is always found behind a desk and never lifts a finger. So I'll speak with Gaius. Gaius says he is a reliable he's already out. A reliable landlord. Last year alone, leasing 10 insulae or more, half of which still stand. No one is more apt with a ledger, he says, and adds that his twin brother is an illiterate brute who would be a fool to hire. Okay, so I have the one guy who very, very genuinely, like, to be honest, does come across as, like, you know, kind of just dumb labor. He's like, I can build a house with my own hands, like that kind of thing, which fair enough. And then the other one who was like, not rent it out, but it's like, you know, I'm a landlord. I had some people who stay in houses. Some of those houses survived, and I'm really good with paper. Which there's nothing like the one like half of which still stand is the one you really lose me at. Like all the others, like, hey, I get it. You're a pencil pusher. You're an accountant kind of person, and honestly, an advisor. This would probably be the better person until you get half of which still stand. And then you start losing me a little bit. But this is for an advisor? Okay, it actually gives me some data. Alright, I was about to say it's like, flip a coin. So, Brutus, like I said, we will get a 20% bonus to workforce from residents. Gaius will get a 1.5 increase in income for an area. And then flip a coin. On success, Brutus becomes it. On failure, the other one. Well, I'm going to assume that if Brutus is considered the success, we're just going to go with Brutus.
Only time will tell.
Now, what I don't know is I got a specialist. Oh, okay. So, workforce needed, reduced by 33%. Upkeep needed, reduced by 66%. And then Brutus, workforce from residents. Ooh. That is a 2/3 reduced upkeep.
Dominus.
I'll say, getting 20% extra labor out of people, that's nice and all, but reducing your costs from like basic work and all that, like maintenance, by 2/3, that is a substantial number.
The Lady Marcia, congratulations on landing such an advantageous match. Regrettably, I can't host you today.
No, there's gonna be violence.
Diana Augusta.
Oh, it's you. I'm terribly busy at the moment.
Busy with what? Admiring the sunset?
Sunset? If they've missed the signal.
Now, I hate to do this, but a man does have to set an example.
Mercy! Forgive us, Dominus!
Tell us the iron, if you would. It's a shame, really. We've such shortages since the PAX, but runaways don't sell well. Not to nice, respectable homes.
So many slaves. Where is he taking them?
Hasn't Father told you anything?
The Emperor knows this man?
Oh, yes. He is Kaizo Syracuse, a family friend.
Well, Diana Augustus seemed quite shaken by the scene at the Slavers' Island. Queso Cirrus may be a ruthless slave master, but one might wonder how the Empress's daughter came to be so involved with his affairs. Perhaps it's not an ideal moment to bring up the mother's party. Ask about Syracuse.
I can't believe you don't know him. He practically runs this province. Never sullies his hands. He's got people who do it for him.
Runs this province? With 100 slaves and some barrels for brains that are only good for torture?
Oh. He has other men. You just didn't see them. Legion veterans, murderers. Not as much call for their talents under PAX.
Really? There must be good takings here, if he's built such an operation.
Oh yes, the best. He's got ships all along the North African coast. But he's made himself at home here.
It makes sense. Everyone coming to the Empire has to pass through here. I'm surprised I managed to slip through his net.
Oh, come on. For you, there was never real danger.
Okay, ask why she's involved.
None of your business, really.
Look, I can't help but notice that those slaves they punished were trying to escape by boat.
So what if they did? What decent folks wouldn't want to be free? My household slaves used to tell me stories.
Well, they would, wouldn't they?
But it's not like this. I know it's true. They were Roman citizens snatched by slavers on their way to Latium.
If they had the papers to prove it, it would be quite the scandal. Roman citizens indeed.
That just goes to show what you know. Missy, if you were kidnapped, wouldn't you want someone to help?
Okay, ask what she meant by family friend.
Family friend? What does that mean?
Oh, come on. Don't act so innocent. Everything that is happening in this province is happening under my father's nose.
So, the Emperor allows him to go about his business? What is he supposed to do about it?
Well, he cannot hand him privileges most patricians can only dream of. I don't know how or why, but Syracuse is up to something and my father is in on it. Something bad. But from what I hear of Decimus and Egyptus, your father, you probably take no offense at injustice.
Look here. If you think my father ever discussed politics with me, you are wrong.
Okay, tell her Julia expects her at the birthday.
One last thing. Your mother asked me to invite you to her birthday.
What? Please. And why in the name of sweet Juno would she be asking you?
I don't know. It was her idea. I wasn't keen on coming here, trust me. I know you hate my guts.
I'm surprised Mother doesn't hate you. Father's new favorite.
What? So that's what you think? That's ridiculous. The Emperor is old, and I'm married.
As if that ever stopped him. And you? Are you fond of your husband, Marcia Titania?
I really don't know. What are you getting at?
Oh, please, we both know dear Titanius is dead. They buried him during the wedding ceremony. I saw it.
Dead? So that's why he never turned up. But I don't understand. What's the point? Why would they do that? Why marry me to a corpse?
Golly. You didn't know?
No. No one's bothered to tell me anything. People don't, as a rule. My father chose this man, and the Emperor, he insisted.
Jupiter's bolts, of course! This is Father's doing. I should have known. He's such a vicious, lying piece of cobros.
Okay, well, this is a whole thing. We kind of figured either the husband was dead or basically on his way out. The fact that we're just getting the runaround every single time and their story wasn't staying the same, that was pretty clear we were being set up to just be the governor and whoever was there before was getting knocked out. Diana's fists are clenched tightly. Anger strikes sparks in her eyes. She mutters something about going to the party, but it's clear she means to confront the Emperor. This could spell trouble. Well, alright. So we don't know the actual outcome of how this goes. So we can egg her on, and she'll attend the party and make a scene, which could potentially have a negative outcome. Now, we have been led to believe that the Empress is not as in on the Emperor stuff as possible, that she is, like, not super on board, but, you know, has gotta kind of keep face. Her staying away, obviously, is whatever it is. There is a good a chance something unfortunate, quote-unquote, happens to Diana if we send her. But this answer seems more fun. So we're going to egg her on to, like, actually go to the party and potentially cause drama. Oh, she's agreed to accompany me to the party. Well, crap. That means I'm in the middle of it. I thought she was going to go there on her own and make a scene, and I could be like, hey, man, I sent your daughter home like you asked. I didn't... I can't be held responsible for the way she acted. Damn mouth tightens with anger as you recount to her all that occurred on your wedding day. Diana agreed to accompany you to the party. Welp. Tutorial specialist. Appoint a specialist at your villa. Oh, I can appoint a Noah.
Specialists may improve your island and economy in whichever way you wish.
Cool. They suddenly have a ridiculous surplus of things. Full output on logs. Love to see it. So we're going to deliberately not do her thing for a minute. I would like to get that second...
I can assure you, it is so neat and tidy here.
That road production is so slow. Alright, never mind. We're not going to wait. We'll escort her to the party. On a friendly ship, right-click to escort it.
I can't believe they kept lying to my face, making excuses. Especially Ben Bloody Barlian.
We will make him pay. Come, we have a party to crash.
You know all my reasons for resenting the Emperor. What's your story?
Ha! Where do I even start? He's ghastly and cruel. He just hides it well. He never feels seen unless he's putting someone down.
That does sound pretty bad. I'm surprised he's never threatened to marry you off.
Oh! Oh, he wouldn't dare! Mother's been adamant about it.
He could have overruled her if he really wanted to. I mean, what can she do? She's only his wife.
She's the Empress. Mumsy is a force to be reckoned with. At least, she used to be.
I'm carrying around a bunch of tiles, which is why I'm slower than she is. I never did the drop-off. Like, I did the drop-off for the quest, but I never got the extra out of my inventory. Is there a way I can tell the camera to, like, stick to you? Gotcha. So this ship is free because it's a present from the Emperor. I have a feeling I'm about to end our good graces with our Emperor here really quick.
I should accompany Diana to the party if I want some answers.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be punted out of here. I'm pretty sure this is meant to be like a tutorial campaign, learn the basics of the game kind of thing, which is pretty fair. That's pretty standard for a lot of these games. I'm curious though what the point of including all the extra islands are, unless again this escalates and we get in fight with the Emperor. We'll see. There's a lot of ways it could go. But considering how much we built on our starting island already.
Through the waves!
Diana, how pretty you are. It's lovely to see you.
Happy birthday, Mum. I've missed you.
Marcia, thank you for my daughter.
He's like,
Oh.
don't thank me yet.
Of course.
Okay.
What is this? Have you come to gloat, girl, after you selfishly broke your mother's heart?
Lucius, please. I invited her.
After all she's done? Defying me in public, spewing gossip up like lava.
Gossip? It's all facts, Father. I assure you. Tell me, when were you planning on telling Marcia that her husband is dead?
Diana! By Jove!
Oh, come on. He's been dying for years. The real question is, why hush it up? Who is the governor in his absence? Kaizo Syracuse?
You've said enough, girl. Leave or I shall have you removed.
Oh, but I'm not done yet. The Rosebush patch. Is that where you buried him? Next to Paul, next to my baby brother?
Don't you dare talk about my son.
Why shouldn't I? Don't pretend you cared. You've made that clear when you left to comfort yourself with other women.
This is all a lie. Disgusting filth.
Lucius? Lucius?
Father! Oh, Jupiter, I didn't mean to.
Medicus!
There's no heartbeat. I think he's dead.
Oh! Oh, it's all my fault.
Friends, please. If none of you can help, then at least give us peace. Leave us, do you hear?
Well, that escalated rapidly. Not quite the direction I was expecting it to go.
Emperor Lucius is dead. Just like that. Do I stay? Do I try to go back home? Probably not the best idea.
Empress Julia will need you, Ere, to take care of the body. Return to her when you feel the time is right.
Please, not yet.
Okay. It's like time for morning, need some space. Best keep busy and in Juliana, attract 25 more people, and as it's going, I'm seeing that number go up. Hey! We gained some fame because the Emperor died and we watched it. That's perfect. Oh, never mind, it went back down. So let's see if we can't get this other ruin done here. I was expecting us to be like shoot out of the area kind of thing. That said, I could also see that they're going to want to do like a military thing, that what's going to end up happening here is now that the Emperor is dead, that I could see it being a thing where we have Julia Augustus here, you know, getting in a fight with the other guy for like who is actually in charge kind of thing. And us basically having to take a side or whatever.
Signs of public unrest.
What do you mean there's so... Oh. What happened to our happiness? Okay, well, I guess we're going to go ahead and deal with that. Hey, look. Suddenly, everyone's happy now that we have deployed anti-riot police. That feels like a weird thing that shouldn't work that way. And now I got a pair of wells, so I can start watching that go up. I guess I need more wells. Okay, so we got some buildings up there. Oh, I'm hitting a limit in how many buildings I can support. It's not even an area. That's fine. Okay, so we built a bunch of those. So our risk of fire is going down rapidly. Okay, so the fire safety is now improving over time.
As painful as it appears, a touch of civil unrest is normal in a growing city.
Okay. I'll put one over there. I got the spare resources.
Takes fish is the salt of the sea.
Alright. So the other things to look at is what else would we be working on? So let's click off of that. Alright. Like, weirdly, this seems stuck on my UI. Oh, okay, there's like a military menu. We have a decorations menu. I see. Did I put like an arch leading into town or something?
Accept my sacrifice.
Okay, so I mean, it didn't seem to actually do anything other than it looks pretty, which is fine. It doesn't have to have more. So that's for expanding my special.
Not yet.
Look, I'm just leaving the boat there. I could move it someplace else, but I genuinely just don't want to move it because I'm just gonna have to move it back. Okay, and how are we doing on the rope? We're at 19. So let's go ahead and just because it's going to keep whining,
What could you possibly require?
just move the boat out of the way. Then we can get the last ruins, and that'll be our optional objective done. There's just one more rope there. And then we get the optional objective done and all that good stuff. And what it can do to attract more people. Oh. I increased a tier. I wasn't expecting that, actually. Okay. So you could get a medici, i.e. our doctor. Not a good place to put you. But you'll have to do. City status has decreased. I'm sorry. I built the thing and like, no, we don't like it. Fair enough. My bad. I didn't realize. Okay, so once we cleared the ruins, we can get that. What are we doing as far as this? We got our wells. We got the voluntary vigilance. That'll unlock that. We got all those queued up. And the rest of that's just fine for right now. And then we've increased. Yeah, so it looks like each time we go up, stuff like our research goes up and all that, but ultimately things go down. So whatever the requirement is, we are just penduluming back and forth.
We have made a discovery under the debris of Ambrosia.
Okay, and for doing the later ruins, I would also need horses. And the Fallen Amphitheater has its own thing. Alright, so with that, to stop that ping-ponging back and forth... Go right here. Alright, and that should do it.
Julia will receive us again now.
Neptune's finest! Ready!
Okay, so we're gonna go check. Figure that next thing out. How's the research going? So you're right about to finish. Okay. Yeah, so I've got a lot of, like, for this style of game, I haven't run into that have this much story to them. Like, and I'm not unhappy of it. But it's just an interesting change. Visit Morning Julia, yeah.
I'm very sorry for your loss, Empress Julia.
Oh, Marcia. I thought you were another messenger from Rome. They won't leave us in peace.
If there is anything I can do...
I cannot keep him here any longer. The pyre, the sacrifice to Ceres, it would be easier if you could take the body and afterwards gather his ashes. It will be a ceremony among those closest to him.
Of course. I'll see to it.
Hello, Marcia.
I'm very sorry.
Thank you.
I thought it would be nice if we could have the pyre near Ambrosia. Diana, dearest, perhaps you and Marcia can arrange the sacrifice.
Okay. Receive the mortal remains.
We stand, waiting.
Okay.
Destina Lente.
Oh, once we take it to, like, this busted up dock.
As do we.
It wasn't his
Storge.
heart. I argued him to death, Marcia. I owe him. I owe him this much. I wish Paul had never died. Maybe we would have been different.
I mean, for everything you said, he was an awful person. Come on. He was engaged in ignoring his citizens being taken in as slaves and, you know, a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm not saying death is a good thing and, like, yeah, he's still your dad and yada yada and blah blah blah. But also, you know, I don't think you went, hey, this bad thing, throw a fit, oh, he died. Oh, we're missing charcoal. Well, that is unfortunate now, isn't it? Okay, so let's go here. We can try and get more charcoal happening. That should be okay. Output is full, that's fine. Alright.
So, where do you think we should light the pyre?
How about the old amphitheater?
Sounds good. I'm sure you know best.
Okay. Use wood to fuel the cremation for the fire? Sure.
That's fuel enough for the Emperor's pyre.
Fitting place to rest. Do I build them here? So 5 tree ornaments, 5 flower ornaments, and 1 statue. Okay, I guess I build those here. No, I can't build them here. I guess I'm making from a place for them in my town? I don't know. Not super clear. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I know I only need 5. Let's see. It says period to rotate? Gotta think of what period is on a QWERTY keyboard. What is period on QWERTY keyboard? Because I use a Dvorak keyboard, so I had to switch my layout. I don't think I've had something give me the shortcut key for that. There we are. Okay, so I got that, so I need flowers. Oh, you said 5 statues. I can pay attention. And I had a whole plan too about having this nice little opening that was gonna cover everything. It's fine. Can I not select the whole group and move them? Or they have the choice to select those and not have the whole group, but that's okay. Okay. So I'm gonna put this. You want more statues. So let's go here. That's King Numa. We've got the wife. We got the daughter. There we go. So I got all the stuff done. And the ruins are over here. We're waiting for Julia to arrive.
Waiting for your decree.
Am I, like, blocking her slightly? Okay, that's fine. We'll just fast forward time, I guess. She's right here. So she seems to have arrived. Alright, well, we'll just let that sit there for a minute, I guess, and see if it updates. Okay. They don't have other objectives going on. Our people are happy. The fire situation is slowly improving still. We're no longer dealing with any shortages, other than we're missing charcoal still. We did expand our charcoal production over here. But we are working on doing research that will hopefully improve that. Because... oh, no, we're not. That's right. Those ones there are locked behind stuff. Yes, I have the depots next. How are we doing on our different goods? Oh, okay. Oh, Julie, that's fine. Receive Julia for the cremation ritual. Okay, select the pyre to begin it.
Here we are, then. Thank you, Marcia. Lucius would have appreciated you being here today.
Empress Julia?
No need for such formality. Not here. Not now.
I'm here, Mum.
Your father and I had many happy years. We faced everything together. Everything. We had you, your brother, and despite everything... despite everything... I know that he loved you. And he loved me. I have been Julia Augusta for longer than I was ever Julia Prima. All those years. I should be grateful. But all I can think is... if only we'd had more time.
I'm very sorry.
I'm sorry, Mum. It's all my fault.
Nonsense, dear. You are my light. And you always will be.
Okay. Lighting the fire burns. Hey.
Thank you, Marcia. Now I must return to the villa and face the future. I can't hold off those messengers forever.
Stop making me go and just sail around. Grab my boat. Go here. Okay. So I think the idea was we were supposed to be doing all of this while the other objectives I were doing was getting done. And so now we're just getting kind of pretty heavy loaded on story kind of stuff. Which is fine. But I do think it's the thing is like, well, time to do the next thing. Like I said, my expectation is she should be the one in charge, but instead, Cassio here is either going to become the one in charge, or there's going to be a contesting of it, or something like that. And that's going to introduce me to the military side, or the expansionism side of this, where we would either take the other islands over, or fight them. That basically, who is in charge here is kind of up in the air. It could also be one of those things that we will end up getting kind of pushed on to the next thing. It's also possible that it's going to be unrelated to any of that, and Rome has been trying to reach out about something or other, and that's all been getting swept under the rug by the Emperor, and now that he's disposed, that Julia is going to realize that there's all these major problems, they haven't been paying their taxes back to Rome or something like that, which is going to create a huge escalation. There's a lot of ways you can go with it. because clearly what was happening is that things were very two-faced with the Emperor. That he was
Marcia,
hiding
a messenger
things.
from the capital.
What is it?
Hear from Julia.
Grave news. There's not time for me to grieve. Calidus's forces have seized the Senate. They made him emperor. And at the tips of swords, our allies swallow their promises to this house.
Promises they made to your husband.
I told him they would never let me rule.
Lady Julia Augusta, confiding in a friend.
Are you here to kill me?
I'm not an animal, but I am the Emperor. Your mad ambitions are over.
You'd strong-arm me from Sanctuary in my time of mourning.
I will not desecrate your temple. You can remain here under house arrest, while my men strip this place of its assets. You see, it's not Falernian vintages and heavy drapes that made Rome, but virtue in war. That's why it's time to reassign those no longer fit for office. Titanius will be sent to Albion.
Albion?
To prove himself, or be forgotten. A real governor cannot rule from bed.
Things will change, Marcia. I still have allies and the protection of this temple. If he is exiling Titanius, you will be expected to follow. Remain loyal, and you will be rewarded.
Empress Julia.
And be careful who you trust.
Okay. So the tutorial mission or whatever sounds like it's going to be wrapping up. We're getting kicked.
Ben! I know you're around. Come on out. We need to talk.
I was merely waiting for your return, mistress. As it happens, I have heard the ill news. Exile. A terrible fate.
Yes and no. He exiled Titanius. What will happen, do you think, if Calidus finds out he's dead? I know he is. The truth, please.
Oh, mistress. You should not speak of these things where others might overhear. You see, Calidus has long been suspicious of your husband. Should there be some rumor pertaining to his illness, I fear suspicion would fall on you. As his wife and a close friend of the Empress, you would be in grave danger.
Thank you, Ben. That only partially sounded like a threat. Great. Just great. What do I do now?
Emperor...
I suppose he can do that. I wonder, though, how are we supposed to leave without a ship?
Okay, well, clearly it's supposed...
I'm afraid you will have to build your own ship.
Clearly we're
Emperor Calidus wishes to confiscate all of Lucius's chattels, which unfortunately includes your flagship.
Are you done? We were supposed to get in our line there that they interrupted themselves, and I think it's because like I moused over this on accident. But yeah, so they're taking away our ship. They exiled my husband who's dead, like that we never met and everything. And the implication is, once that news gets out, that ultimately we're probably going to just get killed or something like that. So we need to build a ship and GTFO right out of here. Let's see, so it says, political people has seen the rise of Emperor Calidus soon after Lucius's untimely demise. Julia, the would-be Empress Regent, is now confined to a temple. You are expected to follow your exiled husband to Albion, or risk being implicated, should they find out about his death. The death of Lucius is sure to change the political landscape drastically, but for now, Julia and Diana need time to grieve. Empress Julia asks you to track down her teenage daughter, Diana Augusta, on her ship, the Glodala. I don't know how to say it. It seems like she and her parents aren't on best terms. Hopefully, the princess's adventurous impulses haven't landed her in trouble. After meeting Diana, you finally learned... Oh, this is going backtracking. So, meeting Diana, you finally learned the true nature of your husband's illness. Death. You have been lied to, but why? In the meantime, the festivities of the Empress's birthday are underway. Perhaps it is there you'll finally get some answers. Yeah, and it's just... This is going back in time, so we've already gotten to the end of this part here. Where basically we know he's dead not. Yeah, no, the implication is that our husband was alive, but ultimately... Empty the flagship's cargo. Give me a minute, man.
We advance. Don't disappoint me, Governor.
Governor Titanius, while you were sprawling on your cushions, the Emperor descended into chaos. Be aware that the bare-faced laziness endorsed by Lucius shall not be tolerated under my rule. But now that you are exiled to Albion, let us see what harm you can do. Know that I do not allow my governors to rule from bed. A true governor will take back control of the unruly islands. You will heed me in this, though I can tell you, the place is hell to manage. Should you succeed, I might not throw you to the lions. P.S. I expect you to take all your slaves and household with you, especially your wife, who is friendly with Lady Julia. By command of the Emperor, Janus Pyramus Calidus. So at least they were kind enough that they're like, oh yeah, you might have a bunch of important materials on your flagship. Before we take it away from you, go empty your ship out. In the meantime...
Fine, we need a boat, but be quick about it.
Selway, Praetor.
Alright. Is that the right ship? I don't think I built the right ship.
Neptune's finest! Ready!
Present your ship to be confiscated.
Time flies, as do we.
Construction of a ship has finished.
What could you possibly require?
Given the circumstances, a fine ship, Ere.
I like it too. Though, the shipwrights asked about Titanius. I wasn't sure what to say.
Perhaps we may speak of that another day, mistress. The Emperor has conveyed his latest instructions.
I heard he wanted money from you for the party. Here. I hope this covers it.
Okay, cool. I'll take free money. You know what? All worth it. We got paid cash in the end. So all the bad things that happened, they just gave me a bunch of money. I can live with that. Let's say the Emperor basically wanted our husband's office preserved to not fall to Calidus or his allies, which is why he married us to him. Was probably dead at the time already. Typical Anno storyline. Yeah, no, the implication is that they were literally burying my husband as I was being married. it was pretty clear from the start our husband was not going to be around very long. You know, if you're going to be the governor of this whole area and all that kind of stuff, they couldn't have you under another person doing it. Not unless the governor was just like, you know what I want to do? I want to drink wine and lay in bed. This is your job, wife. I'm going to be over there eating my grapes. Definitely an authentic Roman accent. Certainly has nothing like modern Italian. So I can present my flagship to be thing.
Pere, a letter has arrived for you. Your father's seal, I think.
To my daughter, Marcia Tersha.
By the time you read this letter, love finds you. You are a married woman. I congratulate you in accepting your womanly duty. I hope you will continue to set a good example for your sister. Prosper and hail. To Juliana in Lydia, Demicus, whatever. Address the villa of the governor's women's quarters.
Oh, it is all most untimely, mistress.
Which are you referring to exactly? The old emperor dying? Or the new one acting as if he owns the place? Which I suppose he does, because I can tell you, these last few days haven't been fun. And I've got a feeling it's going to get worse.
Perhaps, given a little time, I might be able to reach out to potential allies and find a host who could take you in, temporarily.
That's very kind of you, but a life in hiding does not much appeal to me.
As you will, mistress. I regret it has come to this.
Okay. Hand over your flagship. Oh, that's just it.
Anything paid for by the taxpayer is subject to investigation, including this here ship.
Your city is impressive, but a little
I'm told you were there when Lucius hit the floor like a fat sack of ducks. Does nothing about that strike you as unusual?
Well, I don't know. Seemed as if he was struggling to breathe, but he was quite old, you know.
Funny, because I heard his own family killed him. A lifetime of lies. Every form of intrigue past his daughter's lips, they say.
People say many things when they believe others want to hear them. Oh, Emperor.
I don't like your tone, girl. If you're hiding something from me, it won't go well for you. Now go on. Tell Titanius to bugger off.
Okay, collect an elephant from Cadius using your newly... He insists you take it with you to Albion. Okay. He wants me to take an elephant with me? Let's see, I had two questions about the game. You also want to not influence the gameplay or give anything away, but you don't know if that would interrupt you from the stream flow too much. No, you can ask two questions. That's totally fine. Like, right now, we're just kind of watching our boat go back and forth. So now's actually not a bad time at all. My little boat isn't as impressive as our previous one. It's almost like that was a deliberate thing to give you a nice boat and then take it away.
Still hanging around, girl? Go fetch the governor.
I'm actively sailing the boat to you as fast as I can. Not my fault you took away my faster boat. Kind of a bummer we didn't take the captain opportunity, because then I could have put a captain on here and taken that with me. I'm curious what we will get to keep from this, or if it will be a fresh start. I think it'll be a fresh start, that we just get the boat, we get to our side, and we'll just have the boat, the elephant, and have to build up from nothing kind of thing. So one question, if you happen to know, there is a pause key. What's it do? Because the first 3 Anno titles, it would bring up an animated pause screen. So I have a pause button, like I push that, and it just pauses. Yeah, but Steam version apparently took that away, and Anno 1800 had only a non-active pause. Yeah, so, and for the record, this is the, words are hard, chat, Ubisoft Connect version, not the Steam version, so that. Let's see, it has been on the pause in the past, P for that. Yeah, so it's space on this one. Bring Cadius's elephant aboard your ship.
What do you think this mature female elephant is for? I doubt it's seaworthy.
I believe Emperor Calidus intends her to be a symbolic reassertion of force in the region of Albion, Ere. Much like the one Emperor Servius Julius Albus used to crush the Celts into their own soil.
Oh dear. I'm sure that will help us avoid any kind of unwarranted attention.
Very funny, mistress.
I keep losing track of the buttons we have for this.
Festina Lente.
Okay, so it recommends I bring timber with me. It wants you to have to handle elephant dung and a journey long, certainly. I mean, the reality is what we do is the very moment we get out of here, the elephant has an accident. I mean, I'm sorry, what? Look, man, elephants are not the best at staying on seaworthy boats. Someone startled it. It, you know, it fell off the side. Sail to the Villa Augusta and say your farewells to Julia. We will be doing that. Why do you sail the whole way around that way? Wouldn't it be faster to go around, like, just right here? Versus going the whole way around, all the way out there, and then in here? Actually, with where you're...
Marcia Titania. You didn't mention that earlier. Go get your precious husband and tell him I want him to move his bony ass to Albion.
Mariners, forward!
Okay, so say our goodbyes. Because it's possible those optional missions will have bonuses. Elephant. The old girl is discontent enough being chained to the deck, so imagine what a few waves will do.
Through the waves!
Then you send your majesty to rescue her, then they actually stabbed her heart in the water. Say goodbye.
Guess this is goodbye. I'm sorry.
My dear girl, do not pity me. It is I who should apologize. You have been lied to more than once in my presence. I beg your forgiveness for not telling you that Titanius is dead. He died of a fever 2 weeks before the wedding. If we'd made his death public, Calidus would have been granted his post. Lucius was desperate. He needed this province, and more than anything, he needed time. The wedding was his way of keeping Titanius alive. He meant to restore the province to set me up for the future. All while keeping you in the dark. I begged him to confide in you, but he would not listen. So many lies. And if one good thing came of it, it's you, Marcia. You were a better governor than Titanius ever was. Lucius may have done so for selfish reasons, but he gave you power. And I saw you grow into it. I do not wish to see it taken from you. So, here is my advice. You have to keep Titanius alive. Don't tell them you're on your own. Take his place. Lie.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it'll matter what people think. Not where I'm going.
Marcia, Albion is still part of the Empire. One day, not only will you return to Juliana, but it shall be returned to you. But until then, I need you to be safe. Calidus will never accept a woman in your position, nor will others. Keep up the ruse. Stay alive. And may Minerva watch over you.
Yep. You're like, oh, silly. You're not going to have basic rights. Come on. Do you know what time this is? Actually, there is some stuff about the Roman Empire that it's mixed bag. But still. Definitely be those things like, yeah, you're going to absolutely get usurped if anything comes up. I can't just, like, yoink a specialist out of my building, right? We can't just, you know... Can't just yoink you over here real quick and, just put you on the ship real quick. Put you on the ship real fast right there. No? Yeah, I think they specifically have to have the captain title. Which we had the opportunity earlier of potentially buying a captain down here. I think it's fine. It's not that big a deal. The captain gave us slightly more movement speed, as I think what it would have offered.
You really are a little feeks, aren't you? Go.
Would you stop? Oh, not that one. All right.
What do you possibly require?
I'm assuming this is my escort.
We advance.
Lancer's marking I go. Okay. There's zero chance that elephants get into the other side.
Forward!
Journey to the world's end. Yes.
My name is Marcia Titania, and I am an imposter. I've taken a dead man's place.
Banished to the last fringes of the earth, we pass beyond all knowledge.
I don't think that'd sail very well with a little bit of sails. I don't think we'd achieve
Land
much
ahead.
forward movement.
Remember what we agreed.
I dread to think of it.
And who might you be? You're no Imperial messenger. Pentaconta. What's all this? Where's your commander?
I am Gaius Titanius, governor.
Titanius, I heard you were ill. Very ill.
Oh, you know, the bracing sea breeze. He's a changed man.
So I see. And you brought a Lucanian cow. A beast of war.
The Emperor said he was to ride...
No. No riding. You must have misunderstood. Come. Let me introduce you to the chief of the Capel.
Corvinus, I can't pay tax if the Skaha keeps snatching up my fillies.
Manx? News from Latium. New governor.
Ave, chief.
Manx anxious. But what's this magnificent beast? It's got a long face.
So it does. Listen, Titanius. 2 islands lie beyond the White Cliffs. An outpost on either would extend the Limes, offering some foothold against our enemy, the Skaha. tread carefully. She will be watching.
Okay. Settle the island of Cudslip or settle the island of Cragmore?
These seas. If anyone here is friendly, it is certainly not them.
All right. Yeah, we'll check those in a moment. And as a reminder, don't backseat. We are learning. We are going that. I can figure out how to play myself.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
Yeah, give me one. All right, so this
place has changed a lot since the days of the first landing.
Okay, can we
Our scouts have sighted new land.
Can I not be interrupted? Can I look now? Are you liking it so far? I'm enjoying it. But yeah, so we got the two islands to choose between. We've got this island over here. Looks like you got like kind of a marshy wetlands bisecting the whole island. We can grow barley, dye plant, stalwart, iron, copper, and silver are available on the island as well. And then the other island, the other option, Cragmore, also has a big swampy area. And it has small bird populations. That's the only big differences here is the herbs and the small bird population versus this one having the stalwart and the dye plant fertility. Now, we don't yet know what we're going to be using stalwart in here versus the small bird population we are 100% going to be eating. You like the sound of Cragmore? Yeah, I'm also looking at this one, and it seems like the wetlands are kind of like off in this corner here, whereas when we go to the other one, it seems almost like it's a river of wetlands that just bisects the whole place. So, feels like that would be a little bit more annoying to get around that. I don't know if that's true or not. I think I'm leaning towards this one as well. Oh, there's another wetlands over there. Yeah, so honestly, I think I'm leaning towards this one. It'll be a little bit of a weirder place to build. Tutorial guest house. No, I don't care about that yet. We can worry about that in a minute. Stop. So my assumption what will happen here is I will need... So we did keep our research.
That was a close call. I think the Procurator already suspects something is off.
I really do not think it wise to lie to him. You might alienate the only person still in touch with the Empire.
You mean the only one who could rat me out to the Emperor? Ben, I'm sorry it had to be you. I just don't... You know I can't.
The truth has an unfortunate habit of revealing itself at the worst possible time. I hope you will reconsider the need for secrecy.
And then what? Wait until they drag me back and lock me up in a temple, like they did with Julia? Marry the Procurator? No thanks. I may be forced to play their petty games, but I am not going to let them dictate my moves.
Since you're doing us all a favor here, the treasury at Whitecliff can cover your first settlement. This could prove a problem.
Let's see, the Procurator explains that Kadi has set aside a float to keep you above water on your mission to Albion. A new Emperor clearly hadn't expected you to arrive so well prepared, but the Procurator is hardly one to keep other people's money for himself. So if we accept it, we get more money. I'm going to decline since I'm sitting at a bunch of money.
I'd never call you indecisive.
He raises an eyebrow, but nods satisfied. Perhaps a generous contribution towards the defense of Albion, then. The curator kind of takes his leave, with a neat swish of his berries.
I'll write it off your tax report.
My expectation is if we can get him to be, like, demonstrate to him that we're not just here to, like, get our stuff for ourselves. One, he might aid us more, and then two, eventually when it comes out that we're basically not married and don't actually have the authority for all this stuff, he is more liable to not necessarily side with us, but like be more supportive of us or all that. Alright, so we are going to need to get the trade post. That's what I'm curious about, how that part works. I'm assuming we'll get close to the shore and that'll thing. Let's see, Aburius Predicus was a rain-proof hooded woolen cloak. Simply a hood alone. Characteristically worn by Britain and Gaul in the time of the Roman Empire into the Middle Ages. Gotcha. They're like, holy crap, you got a ton of money.
Neptune's finest! Ready!
Let's see, each island has a different set of fertilities that are required for production. Island fertilities are displayed on the minimap, that's fine. Select the trading post to do this. Build a trading post.
I shall be lost here. Lost.
Please, Ben. The way you go on, you make tearful Eno look cheerful. As soon as you have your nose in some ledgers, you'll feel a lot better. You'll see.
Better? I won't feel better so long as I am condemned to sodden marsh.
Okay, so we're getting our first production line up and running.
Now for houses.
I know you don't need to tell me. We don't need to do this thing where it's like, let me just repeat everything a dozen times. Okay, so we know we're gonna need a lot of space. That area there is gonna be for the woods, so we're gonna cut down this set of forest. Oh good, we can get ourselves some nice proper eel farming going on. Okay, so we got our basic houses set up over here. Alright, so can't do any of that. We need to attract waiters. To do that, we need food. Here we are. Alright, so we'll get the cockles. A sweet, delicate taste of the humble cockle is enough to bring anyone out of their shell. Eels. Thick-bodied and more nourishing than cockles, eels are worth more to the Roman who doesn't mind a bit of gristle. Yeah. There's the cockles. Ah, so I have to put you in the swamp. Delicious, delicious eel. Immediately build your own villa. Forget everything else. Immediately build your own villa. You do not have a warehouse near enough by. So you can go ahead and put a warehouse over here. Now space. Eel is actually quite tasty. It might be. It's just the idea. It's like, what are you eating? Oh yeah, we're eating cockle and eel. Oh, what if we don't want seafood? Look, man. You get cockle and eel. We don't do that. Wheat. No carrots. What do you do for vitamins? We do scurvy. That's what we do.
Bandits laid hands on our materials.
Let's go ahead and this time, we've got the spare people. Let's not wait till we have more need. Let's just go right here and get a second one of these set up. Ah, so if I overlap these... they don't work as well. You probably can't reach the warehouse there, so I'm really not doing good at thinking about these warehouses. We'll put one warehouse right here. It's really not doing well on planning the warehouse logistics. We can go ahead and plunk down a couple.
Titanius. Marcia Titania. When you've time, I'd like to hear more about what's going on at home. I can't believe old Lucius is on the warpath again.
Whitecliff. That's the Procurator's Isle.
What could you possibly require?
Okay. So this time we are opening up the market and the Bardic Hearth. Okay, so go ahead and grab those. So I'm really curious we're going to build a lot of our housing, because this does kind of really mess with the territory a bit. So for right now, we put a lot of production down here. So let's go ahead and put the market up here. Then the Bardic. Sneak it over there.
6 hours, Ere. I feel it is my duty to remind you that Rome was not built in a day.
Stop judging me so hard, game. You don't understand this thing, content creation. I have to kind of, you know, make sure I'm present so far as a sufficient amount of time that people can find the channel and all these kind of things. It's literally my job, man. Let me do my job. Oh, are we gonna use reeds? Tell me we're gonna go and do reeds in the swamp. Reed shoes. Yeah, the moment I saw the pattern, I'm like, those are reed shoes. Painstakingly woven from the straighter stalks. These shoes keep most of the foot rot away. The tunic of in Rome, the tunic far flung. Albion, its value is covering as plain as all. Yep. If you click on the center building, if you click on the center of the block of buildings, it does the road around them and outside of my... Oh, okay. So like if I click here, okay, that's good to know. So we have a reed gatherer. Gotcha. If I put the reed gatherer in that range, it gets upset with me. We'll go ahead and we'll put the reed gatherer over here. I kind of like that we are, like, we're doing this where it is a, you know, it is genuinely a Roman game and all that. Except instead of taking place anything like Rome, we are, like, way out in the sticks. So I kind of like that it's a very different take. So instead of being like Rome proper. Do I want to put that close to the shore? I think it's fine. So I've got you, and I did not make the shoemaker, which I should fix. Okay, that appears it will not penalize our lumber there. And at that point, we just need to wait for the lumber to come in.
It's the governor's wife. I need another moment. Please, find our meeting hall. Make yourself at home. I know impressions are pretty important, but look, I do have some things to discuss.
Okay.
As you can probably tell, things were tough for us, Capel, under Lucius.
What did he do?
Well, it's more about what he didn't do. When the legions spread thin, those of us loyal to Rome took a thrashing. Might surprise you, but some of us have pretty mixed up feelings when it comes to the conquest of these lands.
And they express those feelings by beating you up. Why not attack Corvinus?
Well, he's got an army, and we've got things that are easy to steal. Our horses, for one.
I see. I'm sorry, Manx. Not sure if I can help.
But you would consider it? You would tell Governor Titanius?
Look, you didn't even say what it is I should be telling him.
Right, sorry. Let me think.
Okay. Oh, did I sail the wrong island? Well, that is on me. That is my fault. I am the one who didn't actually, you know, get the whole message thing. So I definitely need to keep growing the population.
Some bard song you remember, some you want to forget.
Okay, thanks, man. Alright, so can we build houses on the swamp? I didn't think so. Because we're checking, though. Because it could be like you landfill the swamp and, like, you know, ruin it. Alright, so they mentioned... Try it this way. Ah, there you go. Good to know. That's good information. They're trying to grow our population to get us to not be in the negatives as fast as we can. And I think the reality is I'm going to try and, like, make this block here kind of a woodcutting.
Walk in the river.
A waiter kneels in the dirt. A passing waiter sees your toga, bright with colors of Roman nobility. He throws himself at his feet. Alas, His well-meaning gesture causes mud from a nearby puddle to splash on your hems. You sigh. Speaking no Latin, he gestures frantically to wares strapped to his ponies, freshly woven reed shoes and tunics. They're yours for the taking, if you will wish. Do you accept his offering as an apology? So we can take his shoes, and we get a bunch of shoes. We can take his tunics, we get a bunch of tunics. I'm going to show him forgiveness.
Glad such dilemmas don't fall upon me.
The waiter has never known such mercy. He lowers his head in deep gratitude, hops atop his pony, and splashes off before you change his mind. Could it be that a new dawn of moderation and compromise has risen upon the land in your tenure as governor? Only time will tell.
May your river run clear.
Because obviously, if we're in a hostile area where the locals don't like us, probably should not start by just hissing off anyone underneath us. Till we at least get an assessment of what we're dealing with. Okay, so we're busy getting our clothes all set up. You are missing reeds, which we're working on right... Oh, that's not the reeds, which we're working on right now. You are already knocked down to 91%. You're doing great.
I have prepared something for you, Ere.
You can upgrade residents to follow Roman culture template, or instead allow local culture to develop. Each culture has its own unique needs. You can mix different cultures in your city or focus entirely on one if you prefer. Different characters might react to you differently depending on how much you Romanize your province. Okay, that's interesting. So not only do you make that choice, but there's like a longer term implication. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to grab you. So if we take the road right up there, it'll destroy all that. I'm assuming you do need a road connected to you, if I recall correctly.
We ought to take good care of our wares.
Alright, so we're going to negatively impact both of them just a little bit. We go up here. I'll keep them both at about 90%. It'll let me expand into this area. Try and keep a bunch of our services in this little pocket here. And I guess we'll just keep kind of pushing the wood cutting farther and farther out of Fringe as the city must grow. Something the city must survive. Okay, so you down here now?
You're here. That's good. News travels slowly to the Empire's extremities. You better fill us all in. Emperor Lucius is dead, you say?
Yes. Calidus is the Emperor now. He didn't think much of Lucius's choice of heir. Julia's locked up in a temple.
Calidus always did have the loyalty of the legions. But I'd never write off a snub Julia Augustina.
I don't see what she can do. He's got the Senate and the army, and she has... well, no one really.
Calidus may have frightened the Senate into temporary submission, but they don't like him. And she has all the connections. The daughter of Emperor Servius, conqueror of Albion, the true progenitor of Pax. Lucius took all the credit when he died. But defeating the Celts was Servius's triumph.
I see. Our glorious history. Virtue in war.
That might not mean much to you, but it sure does to Calidus. His father was a corpse bearer. He's got much to prove. Feel free to take a look around Whitecliff. I will answer your questions.
So, Praetor.
Oh.
The Skaha we can lay hands on, we keep here. This is the castrum. Men and resources are limited, but we make do. I noticed you came here without a flagship. It's one of my duties as procurator to ensure the governor never goes without one.
As the foundation of Whitecliff's destroyed hilltop were reused to build castrum. Corvus, the outpost. Select your new flagship.
Here's your flagship. If you ever lose it, the regulations will compel me to fit out a new one for you.
But who will guard the guards?
You summoned me, Procurator?
Ah, anxious, yes. I want you to go beyond the Limes, up to Carrickmore.
Carrickmore? That's Voada's holding, that is.
Precisely. We need to know what she's up to. She's watching my scouts, but she's not watching yours.
Oh, bloody hell. All right.
What do we do about these people, Ben?
I believe the Emperor expects us to conquer them.
Look, we can hardly walk in and kill them all. We'll be relying on them to feed us.
Right. Listen here. Titania, Titanius. You'd best stay put until Manx returns. His visit might stir the waters.
Well, strictly speaking, one would only need to subjugate their leaders. This Woada, for instance.
She's probably a lot more popular around here than we are. We'll have to win over some of these Celts.
What do you intend to do? Paint your face blue? Partake in druidic dances?
If that's what it takes to keep them from murdering me in my sleep, sure. I'll do both.
Where are you going, mistress?
I'd like to talk to Manx. Something's off. Manx! Manx! Wait!
Okay, so catch up to Manx. That's the quest ship. So we will have the
Actions be our shield.
flagship do that. Alright.
May I remind you of a certain topic?
Some buildings can only be built in the marshes. The marshes are limited in space. A few buildings like the warehouse can be built on solid ground or in the marshes. Wooden roads can only connect the marshes to specific points. The orientation of buildings is important. Okay, well we already figured all that out, so that's cool, I guess. Yeah, so attract smiths or all that. So I'm going to lead to doing the Celtic stuff because right now the person in charge of Rome is kind of a jerk. And I'd rather side with someone who is not that person. So, you know, that's the whole thing.
Walls yearn to slip away. But that's most of us, isn't it?
Choose your path. Choose your upgrade path. Romano-Celtic. This is focused on economy and research. And that is, mercators and nobles live in larger cities and reshape the environment to their advantage by draining marshes and building aqueducts. Or we can go with the Celtics route, which
I
Celts...
prefer to sit on the palisade when it comes to being called Roman.
Celts venerate local gods in nature. Smiths and aldermen live in small communities and gather and produce from the wetlands and the forests that surround them. Yep. So we're gonna go with the Celtic.
Forging ahead.
Oh, we chose right. We have cheese. We have cheese. Imagine if we went with the alternative and we did not get cheese. Imagine a world where cheese is just not a thing that exists. We made the right choice. I'm fairly confident about that. Okay, so we got that. So the other thing we need to do is we are going to need probably an utterly absurd amount of reeds. So more reeds. And then we would need the laborer's yard. It's a weird sized building, so like no matter where I put it, it's not going to be great.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
So reach the point where...
If I may... Out here, your cities will suffer without a barricade. If your husband should have a relapse, the responsibility of defending them falls to you.
Okay.
I don't have a man to spare. You'll need a barracks, and you'll need to train your own soldiers.
Cool, so it did give us some weapon. Alright, accompany them? Yes.
Marcia Titania! I'm not sure now's the time, see? I'm off to...
But who will guard the guards?
Carrag Moor, I heard. Why are you going? You didn't seem happy about it.
Oh, well, Corvinus thinks Voada may attack the governor. He said we've got to keep you both safe. I'm not happy, but he's right. I'll scout the place.
That is very noble of you, and him. But if there's going to be an attack, we'd better know what we're up against, right? We won't get in your way. Please.
Corvinus will have my eyes.
Okay. So we're upgrading the houses.
There's good eating on Cockles, and not just for crabs.
Thanks. Alright, so basically we're going to kind of scout them out and follow. I wonder what the purple... Okay, so I have a thing about checking out these shipwrecks. It is warning me that I am going to need defenses and all that. So we're going to need a barracks. Let's go ahead and go to the military stuff here, wherever that was. It's under U. No, it's not. I'm a liar. It's under U. The barracks is going to be locked behind having enough smiths. So basically, we need to increase the size of the town. And it also means we need cheese and beer. We definitely made the right choice.
I've never seen a beard like Max's. Doesn't it bother him?
It is an item unique to Albionites, hence no single word for it in Latin. Our scouts have sighted new land.
Alright. So I gotta figure out where I am fitting a farm. Because it looks like what I'm going to do is probably take the road up here, and I'm going to start just building out this way. We're dealing with some pretty limited space here. But this forest is forfeit. Alright, so we'll go ahead and... Oh, you go in the marsh! I missed that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I did not catch that this is a marsh-only building. I would not have expected cattle to be that. So we can do 5 of these. Oh, you're gonna be all angry about being in that range. Let's cancel that real fast. Yeah, because you're not built yet. Yeah. I missed that that's going to be something that upsets them. Okay. So they want the cheese, but they don't want the cheese production. That checks out. That seems almost entirely predictable behavior. We give enough room that I can put another block out there. Okay. I see, so... building on the marsh does cost me that. Barley does not go in the marsh. So it'll take us a hot minute to get that up. We're gonna go ahead and need to just let the wood collect for a little while. How much wood would it take me to finish this path? 9. So get 9 wood going, get the cattle online. Now we get our cheese production.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
It does make me wonder if we had gone the other direction with it. What would we have gotten?
Our scouts have sighted new land.
Yeah, so that we can go ahead and get where we can get the wood in the marsh. Let's see where things go from there. Alright. And we are starting to get the wattle and daub. I'm assuming we'll use for some other benefits.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
Love a horse on market day. Turn them out so fine.
Alright, so we're gonna get 1 more timber. Because I'm trying to have enough, like, smiths to overcome a lot of the other stuff. Okay. Yeah, so we just need to let the other stuff build. Now, my assumption with as far as this is, I mean, I might be in range of that warehouse. If not, we might have to build a warehouse over here somewhere. We'll definitely have it once we get to... Oh, I see. So you have a marsh slot along the water.
Have sighted new land.
I see. So you got, like, water spots, marsh spots, and then you have mountain spots. So another entire stack of, like, places we're gonna have more things to do. There's so much marsh on the map. Okay, so needless to say, it does look like it's taking us to the far corner of the map. Pretty standard stuff for any type of, like, RTS strategy or whatever. You put the enemy force on the opposite end of the map. The fighting happens on the way.
Letters from the continent often come to Whitecliff first. A letter from Latium for you. I have read it, in line with my role as Procurator.
This is it. Carrickmore. You can already hear her voice on the wind.
Warriors of the Skaha! Did we not become strong again? Our blood thickening for each and every newborn ox? They say Rome's last emperor died like a dog. His pax is over. Look at his wench, decked in the wealth that Rome took from our ancestors. Do we, the Skaha, allow such insults to stand? Or do we remind him of the fate of Landinium, of Matiacorum? Iron from blood!
So now you know who and what you're up against.
Clearly her threats are not to be taken lightly. And her fort...
Carrickmore...
is more than well defended. I mean to stay well clear of it. Speaking of, anxious. Let's be on our way.
Go easy now. The mist. The mist.
What could you possibly require?
Okay. Dear Marcia, I hope you are well and that your journey to Albion was uneventful. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I am pleased to report that Caldius has not expected any more interest in...
is preparing for an attack.
Interest in Titanius.
First time.
Nevertheless, I implore you to be careful. I fear there are no good news. The noble in Concordia, Veristus Maxima, has been named my custodian, and I am moved to her sanctuary. She is loyal to Caldius. As her charge, I shall be far removed from Rome as you are now. It saddens me most to think that I will never see you spread your wings. Do look after Diana for me. Why is she gonna be here?
We stand waiting. Through the waves.
Leave you exploring for a hot minute. Okay. Yes, we're still up-teching. We are just about to have enough wood to get our cheese production online. Yeah, one more timber and we'll have our cheese. Well, we'll have the cattle starting to go. We just finished restoring your castle in another game. Oh, don't worry, we'll get more castles. Okay, so you're waiting on wood as well. I'm glad I built two of the lumber places.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
Rain or no rain, I'm happier here than I was in my father's palace. Spinning and watching other people live their lives.
I'm sensing some level of resentment.
Then, is that an amphora of wine you just tried to hide behind your back?
Yes.
I never thought you were one for theft.
Please, I implore you to forgive me. I have disgraced myself and violated your trust in drowning my sorrows.
Ben Barlian, what in the name of Jove is wrong with you? This doesn't sound like you at all.
Oh, this place. I'm dragged down by its murky currents. You must understand, I've only ever known life in Latium.
But didn't you grow up east of the Mare Nostrum?
Civilized places, culturally contiguous places.
There is civilization here, Ben. We've got food and a roof and people who help with all the work. I think you've been spending too much time indoors.
Mingle with brutes with no means of self-expression save a grunting and scratching of the armpits.
You're being unfair. Have you seen the trinkets they make out of gold and wood? They're lovely. So's the beer. And some of them can even speak to horses.
Simple pleasures, fruitless pursuits.
Well, they aren't the ones stealing wine. Here's an idea. Ben Barlian, I order you to enjoy yourself.
Okay. Let's see. The word hobby leaves Benbalian staring at you blankly. Or maybe that's just the wine. Still, he would never be permitted the freedom of a hobby in Latium. And you could use some inspiration. So we could have him brewing beer, keeps him from your wine, wood carving, you now have the timber, smithing, hard work sure to pay off, horses, when in Albion, poetry is an avenue for his whinging. Oh no. Oh no. What therapeutic pastime are we giving him? Now, in real life, unless he's going to be, like, really scaling up his beer brewing, you usually take the time to, like, get your cask made or whatever, and then you do jack all for it for a while. Wood carving, obviously, you have, you know, plenty of time to do that. Smithing, like, all the rest of these you can keep as an active thing you're doing regularly. Still, the only concern with the beer brewing is he might just start drowning himself in his own supply. It's also interesting because we also haven't been doing any smithing or anything right now. The horses we don't have. I'm going to make it beer brewing.
Beer brewing? But if I fall in a vat, I may never be rid of the smell. Surely you have need of me here, in the villa.
I'll manage. You'll see. This will do you a world of good.
Let's see. Tutorial guest house. I want you to disappear. Find 3 shipwrecks from the last invasion. And you're zipping around. I'll have you check out the shipwrecks nearby once we get to that point. Okay, so I need 1 more lumber to build the main building. Or timber. It's a shame those houses also cost timber. Everything's costing timber. Oh, it's got the different prices for construct the building, construct the buildings and modules. So we gotta wait for 4 more.
We trade with tribes across the whole of the Northern Sea. Slaves and iron.
Waiting for your decree!
Let's be ready to receive them. Oh, never mind, they're turning around. I was getting ready to fight. Yeah, so we got some raider ships. Those are going to be a whole thing. I'm sure. And after that, we'll have to get to beer brewing.
Neptune's finest!
Alright.
We stand, waiting.
You know, I could probably have you check out the wrecks. We got a bunch of different objectives going on, so yeah, so we're going to keep this going for the moment. Alright, one more lumber, and then we'll be able to get the cows going. Once we have them, I need to make the cheese production. Which I'm sure the people also be like, oh, I don't want the cheese nearby me. Which, I mean, honestly, fair enough. I love me a good cheese. But manufacturing a cheese can be pretty foul smelling. Oh, nope, they love it. They are team big cheese. That's going to be another lumber. And then we got to get the beer going. By then, I'm also probably going to need to build more houses. Okay, so we got that production online, but we're now negative on the money. That is unfortunate. That'll satisfy all that. Like, cancel that. Does it stay higher? No. So 84 is where it'll still land. Okay. We get some more houses built. You're missing goods. That's fine. It's gonna take a minute to produce. We do have... This wreck was one part of an invasion fleet led by Servius Julius Albius, Julia's father.
Neptune's finest! Ready!
Don't.
You've met a neighboring governor. Part of being a good governor is learning how to deal with rivals.
Can be collected.
Waiting for your decree!
Okay, so I right-click on it. Alright. So we could go back to home to drop it off. Oh, and we got another neighbor here. So contacts available. Let's grab our primary ship.
Time flies, as
Make-
do we.
Make friends. Open up diplomatic relations. Okay, so in theory, there's a bunch of people here. It does have Callius here. Alright.
Hear me. Yorgwyn rules Albion. The White Cliffs, the Shrouded Isles. Listen not to these pretenders.
A ruler.
Alright.
We stand, waiting.
Oh, the tales they'll tell.
Okay. So you can potentially deliver...
Make a night of you yet.
So potentially we can deliver different things to them.
We
And if we deliver those things to them, then we would supposedly build up our standings, and we also get money. So that's good news. Build you. And you. And you, and we need to upgrade more houses. Okay, and we'll keep upgrading the houses, because that's going to be our requirements for a bunch of stuff. And I've been just trying to like balance out our people between the two different sets. That's how I've been kind of treating a lot of this.
Waiting for your decree.
Okay, we can drop off what we looted.
Time flies, as do we.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
And upgrade you. And you. I'll finish this row, and that should have us about right. Alright. So I need a couple more of them to get that online. So we will need barley. It'll be a tricky one to find a place, because this is not one we put on marsh. I don't think a place like that's going to have enough tiles. I wish I could see planning mode. I put it there. We have 120 tiles. Not even close. I'm assuming you can't put it over there. It has to be probably joined up.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
That's kind of what I figured.
Neptune's finest. Ready.
Okay. So we have our one wood camp here and our one wood camp here. I could certainly put a farm over here and like make a separate expansion kind of thing and just try and stay away from those couple of buildings there. We could also, like I said earlier, just kind of keep shoving those farther up and just call it a day. But I do think for this I am going to need to... Okay, so that's the point where it starts impacting it negatively. You have all that. I will need a warehouse up here.
Which Emperor sent you this time? Never mind. It doesn't actually matter.
Okay, so that was enough people to get the next things unlocked. So we can get a recreation ground, traditional multi-event. Multi-eventing is a great opportunity for strapping young Celts to prove their mettle. As a syncretic religious structure, the provinces of the Faunum accept all sacrifices. Alright, so we got a bunch of stuff to deal with there. Meanwhile, we can take apart the shipwreck, maybe.
What could you possibly require?
So in this particular case, unfortunately, we only get a little while with that wreck there.
Through the waves.
And I'm gonna have to drop these off and just hope we can get back and forth before they sink, which I don't think we can.
Time flies.
But that's a ship in range, so we'll see what happens. Okay. So we build that. We need the malt house. Okay, and so the beer house makes people happy, but also creates a fire hazard. There you go. Oh, I still have planning mode turned on, maybe? No, don't. Ah. The good news, it gave back all but like $1 of that. Okay. Does the road help with the fire break? No idea on that one. The fire risk thing is more related to, the percent chance of a fire happening. That kind of a thing. So planning mode off. Okay, got another block of houses. We'll end up cleaning this road up here to align with this stuff better. So I can go here. That'll make that block a little nicer. You're missing goods. We'll want to have the recreation ground. I see. Okay, so we got the woodcutter here again. Having a weird thing where it seems to, like, not be taking some of my building stuff. So I might do here in a minute is it might give the save a little reload here in a second. But you don't know if it's a thing not registering. I've got like some UI that's stuck. We'll get that sorted here in just a second. If you'd be so kind as to actually accept it, that'd be great. There you go.
Waiting for your decree.
So drop the sails off and the weapons. Can you get back before the stuff sinks? Alright, do your best. Okay, so we're gonna have a little bit of a rough time working our way around this. As you see, we're kind of just pushing these sawmills farther and farther back, which I think is gonna be absolutely fine. We definitely need to get the military stuff and all that started. Oh yeah, you're another public service that needs to be built. We can put you right there. You'll need tiles, which I'm not producing quite yet. Yeah, so we got both those ready to be built. You're all sorted here. We will need the garrison. We can shove that over here in this corner. We'll have to get the weapons worked.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
We'll have those watches and everything that need to be done.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
So a mud dryer we already have. But we'll look into this. So we have the mud dryer, and we have the charcoal. The charcoal's another one that needs forested area. Seems to be behaving better. So maybe whatever was angering it has sorted itself out. It's like weirdly for a minute there, it wasn't accepting me build stuff. Yeah, so you're all waiting on tile to get made. Yeah, the governor's villa. It's not really a place to fit it. I spoke too soon. Alright, let's like I said, I was gonna wait till I picked up the trash because I worry about just forgetting it. Yeah, as soon as this one ship gets around and gets that sinking trash, I'm gonna do a quick save, I'm gonna do a quick reload. And just see if, like, maybe it's, you know, memory leak or anything like that. I don't think it is. It's not acting like a memory leak. It just seems like something is causing the clicks to not register. And considering I've been going at this for 6 hours, not that bad.
So, Praetor.
And thank you, Willieson. I do appreciate the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And it means a whole heck of a lot that you do that, so thank you so much for that. And I do hope you enjoy your advertisement free viewing as well as access to emotes.
We stand waiting.
Okay, and we got the lumber. So I'll queue you up to go back here.
Time flies.
And like I said, we're going to do a quick save game. That's fine. And I'm going to exit the title, and then we're going to go right back into the game. Like I said, I'm just getting kind of a weird situation here where it seems like some of the clicks aren't registering as much. So I'm just going to kind of refresh. See if that fixes it. So that loads pretty quick. Seems fine. We'll give it a minute. Alright, so let's check on our quests. Alright. So meanwhile, we can go to our ships. Grab our smaller one. You're working your way around to drop off, that's fine. I've got my big ship just kind of sailing around, checking the islands. The implication with the diplomacy thing is that there is potentially 2 other factions here.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
So we're kind of hoping to find them. So we have a known quantity of what we're in for. That's interesting. That one seems to have ruins on it.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
Meanwhile, did we actually get the tile maker, the tiler? So we got the charcoal. I don't think we actually... Yeah, so tiler is going to upset people. So you can put it way out there. Another thing we can do then... Let's put a well there. Put one down there. And put one over there. Okay, obviously all those projects are just waiting on tiles.
You seen the chief? Don't go telling me tales.
We've nothing to work with.
Alright, how is the storage doing so far as the dried mud? Okay, so we are going to need to increase our dried mud production. which isn't super big, shocker. So let's go here and get another one of these going. The good news, it looks like these don't penalize each other in any way. So I could just build more of them. Cool. We're doing fine as far as our workforce. We got money coming in. All right. We'll definitely need to check on our research. I'm definitely going to need to add the repair cranes on the list of research stuff. And that'll just be good for us dealing with when we get out of a fight, being able to piece our ship back together. Research? Oh, island knowledge, minus 15 from needs. Our beer reduces our knowledge. Fair enough. I was just looking at the knowledge, I'm like, my knowledge is going down into the negatives. I'm literally getting dumber with every second. Hang on a second. I didn't plan for that.
What could you possibly require?
Okay. Drop these two off.
Festina Lente. Our scouts have sighted new land.
My expectation is also that once we build the barracks, we'll actually have a fight out. That appears to be a pretty big island. Like a properly really big island. Like that island is absolutely huge.
So Praetor.
Have you come back here. Alright, so first I think I want to get the public works here. The reason I want to get that public works for this done first is just the fact that if I don't get the public works going here, I'm not going to be able to keep my people happy enough, and that should give me knowledge that at least we're getting some research.
Hard at work here, don't you worry.
You're not hard at work. You're literally not working at all. Granted, it's because we don't have enough clay coming in. But the case still stands. You're just not working. Unless I end up needing a lot of these. Meanwhile, I could probably start building some more houses somewhere. So I can't fit them over here, really. That's not bad. At least it makes the road make some kind of sense. It just made it a wider road. I don't actually need it to be that way. But that's at least not too terrible. I was worried it's gonna be one of those things where you get like the grid of road that looks awful and the pathing just falls apart on. A lot of games have that problem.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
can't get to consistently give me selection. It's looking to me like that little island there and that little island there might already belong to the red faction. But it does show me all the units they've got, and that's apparently a decent amount. How fares Romulus? Pretty good. We've got over here. So we've got contracts to destroy things. I wonder if it's that we accept the contract and we go do that. Let's see. So they'll give me a military specialist that increases recruitment speed and a bunch of money if I do that one. This one just gives me a bunch of money. And this one gives me rope.
What could you possibly require?
I can drop all this off. Meanwhile, you head back over here and get what's left. Okay, how are we doing? So the tile is still not producing at all. And it was waiting on mud. It says it's out of stuff. We have a warehouse right here. We check the warehouse. I have no mud in supply, but what about charcoal? I should have charcoal. I have some charcoal, but no mud. And that's just probably a matter of we are consuming it as fast as we're getting it. So let's try building another one. There we go. You'll see how that goes. How's it going, Trico? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out real quick. For those who don't know, Trickle, absolutely fantastic content creator, playing some Whiskerwood recently, which is another fantastic game we've played as well. So definitely someone to check out, all that good stuff. So it sounds like what we might actually want to do is, assuming, are you tiny little boat able to defend yourself as well? I believe so. Yeah. So what we might be able to do is take the pair of boats and go bully another little boat and start trying to work towards different objectives. So hopefully start getting this these tiles producing real quick. Because I will say, the mud dryers, not the fastest workers. Okay. There we go, just shifting the stuff around a little bit. Slowly converting this area. Been all since you play an Anno game? Yeah, and then this is my first time playing an Anno game. It's always, like, it's been on my list to play an Anno game, like, for a while. I even picked one up with the intent on playing it at one point. You know, it just didn't get to the actually happening stage. So I see these areas, and it looks like I've got full coverage here. It looks like I mostly have firing lanes on the sides. Which does make sense. And also, let's drop this rope off. I don't know where it came from. That was like 1800s? Yeah, no, I ended up getting the Anno 1800, and that's like, I just never ended up playing it. Not like for deliberately avoiding or anything, just, you know, finding time. I guess we'll just keep building these things until we actually end up bringing materials in. Okay, that severely punished your production. I need to connect to you, and I'll probably need another warehouse. So I need 3 more lumber. Yeah, so I'm kind of leaning to the idea of accepting a couple of objectives from this person whenever he's got something we'd actually want. A wattle and daub? I could do wattle and daub. 22 tons of it? We can make that happen. Their boat should be pulling in right now. As soon as we get 1 more ton of wattle and daub, we can do that, get an instant cash in. I'm more concerned of, I'm assuming if I do a bunch of contracts for them, I'll make money off of it. Or not, sorry, not money. I will get some type of, they'll like us more, and, you know, then we can potentially use that for allying and all that stuff. Alright, so as soon as that gets pulled into storage, we'll be good to go.
Neptune's finest! Ready! What could you possibly require?
Okay, so deliver the wall and daub. Because that's something I got surplus of. Let's get some money. It's also a renewable product, so I don't have to worry about running out in any capacity. We got plenty of wood here, so we can go ahead and connect you. Yeah, see, you can't reach a warehouse. Your output is full. So I'm going to do here. Oh, it either needs to be on the swamp or not on the swamp. Like, you can't do like a little bit one way, a little bit other. It's got to be either all one or all the other. Yeah, for right now, let's just shove it up there. Okay, so that means I should have a ridiculous amount of dried mud coming in. At least it feels like it should be a ridiculous amount. Okay. We can go to you. They've got a little bit coming in now. Alright, bear with me for a moment, chat. I need to grab myself a new drink, so I'm going to quickly do that. I don't think I'm going to bother pausing the game, though. So I'll be right back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay, overall this is going pretty well. We're dealing with slowdowns and getting our tiles sorted, which is a pain point. At least, alright, we're officially now actually producing the tiles, so that's good. It's just been kind of sitting there and been like, okay. I am still so amused at the idea that your knowledge literally gets penalized by beer. That, you know, the more beer you're putting out into the world, the more it, like, negates your research. Yeah, so these are both considered military ships. Deliver. Yes.
Adroitly done. We stand, waiting.
Alright, so we just dropped that off. That's our first thing we've done for them. So like I said, my hope is,
Lente.
as we do that stuff, we'll start seeing our diplomatic relationship going up. Okay. Character difficulty traits. This character...
Can any among you claim the skill to match me on the field?
I don't care, man. Specialist received on persuading this character to work for you or by defeating them. Gives you a significant boost in fire safety, provides equal amounts waiter workforce. Health from recreation grounds if supplied. Fire safety from recreation grounds if supplied. So defensive power, they are way stronger than us. Naval power, we're way stronger than them. Economic power, we absolutely just wreck them. Oh, we actually have, because of the UI scaling, I actually can't scroll down farther, but that's fine. And prestige, they've got way more than us. If we go to this lady, so she massively outpowers us in all of her military stuff. She doesn't actually have an economy from the looks of it. And then it looks like the Emperor, Calidus doesn't actually have stats because he's not really here. So what that's telling me is I probably shouldn't go up to that lady and start slapping around, because I'm going to get slapped back harder. That's what I'm reading right now. That her military might giggles at mine. So what I also probably want to do is relatively early on, when we can make the shipyards happen, we probably want to get that online so that we can, oh, you actually get those relatively soon. But yeah, we relatively want to get that online to... we don't have to fight on land if we can keep them from landing. That feels like a thing I can potentially address. That if I get enough naval forces, we can, you know, intercept their troops on their way in to keep them from making landfall. And then, you know, if anything does creep on by, we'll have plenty to hold them off. The good news is it does seem like the escalation is locked behind progression. So we can kind of control when the next escalation happens. Is this turn-based? No. It's basically we have quests that progress things. And so in this particular case, because we're still relatively early in the game, I would assume, they have told me, it's like, oh no, she's getting a military, you're gonna need to get a military, go build a military. And my assumption is it won't progress to the next step until that's done. That doesn't mean I'm gonna like build up my entire thing, get it sorted. I'm just trying to prioritize to fix our research so we're not in the negatives, because I'd still prioritize that. And that's because while this is a city builder, it has story to it. There is a sandbox mode if you just want to be like, hey, I just want to build your stuff. But it is kind of a campaign in the sense that there is an enemy to fight, you'd eventually beat them, and then at that point you're just kind of doing a peaceful map. Okay. Yay, positive research. That our research is going up. Thanks to all this. We get to choose our patron. Alright. So, For a patron, I have the choices of Mars, who is a military one, Neptune, and Ceres. So we have the same ones this time. Now this time, though, if we look down at... so she'll help with beer. But the other ones that we have here, the other ones she doesn't help with. Meanwhile, she'll help with the cockles, where we're producing those. We assume we'll get seashells. We don't have the oysters yet. So actually, he'll only help with the cockles. But he will give us more durable ships with less upkeep. And then this guy's mostly about your ground troops. So I think this time we're going to go with Neptune. We're going to lean into trying to get ourselves to get a stronger navy. I think it's going to be the main focus. Eventually I will have to make landfall and I'll have to deal with them on land. But just the idea being bully them at sea to shut down their ability to cause me grief. And go from there. Okay, so you are locked behind 5 tiles and you're locked behind, I believe, 5 tiles. 6 tiles, actually. And then we got a bunch of like little things locked behind a couple tiles here and there. The medicine place is locked behind tiles. Basically, we're bottlenecked hard on the tiles. New island milestone reached. Oh. Yes, we're getting productivity bonuses. That's gonna be on the cockles primarily, because I don't really have much other stuff that one works with yet. So you start working once you get 125 smiths. And definitely increase our population more. This one will need to move when I do that, though. Honestly, well, both have them both at like 80%, so I can live with that. Apparently not. There we go. Okay, so that's got the wood going there. We could expand more houses up here while you wait for the tile to come in. Oop, don't do that. I'd still need to be connected. Said still need to be connected. Okay, yeah, because that's starting to get to the edge of our range. The good news is we built our market up here, so all this is in our market range and a bunch of these other things. So that's really good for us. Eventually that'll not help with a bunch of stuff. There's our brewery. We need to get these wells online badly. But I want to get our specialist next. Moles might need to be the next one after the specialist. I'm a little concerned that I don't see the people for putting out the fires, which does worry me. Okay, so one more tile and a bit more lumber. Then we can build our villa. And if I end up with more tiles before I get the lumber, we'll start building stuff like these wells and whatnot. Okay, so both of your outputs are full. Yep, and that's because The lumber yard's full. Don't remember where that is. That's Public Works. It's a warehouse. It'd be down here. Not the refinery. Ah, it's just you at the sawmill right here. That's fine. Okay. So I am seeing the number of boats out there has increased. I've been seeing 4 and 5. So I think that's going to keep escalating until they attack. We'll definitely need to get ahead of that. So I think the barracks might become my new next priority. Because of thinking we're waiting, but I'm seeing more triangles showing up there, which tells me we might not actually have time to wait. I still want to get the governor's villa done because that'll unlock the specialists and all that. And give us a bonus for all of our people here. Come on. Just one more lumber. Okay, so I got you. So, oh, he did keep Brutus. That's good news. So he kept Brutus.
Let's work together.
That increases, like, the production for everyone. Prestige is still continuing to go up. Yeah, so you get more places for more specialists and all that. And we do have a garrison of one group of people here now. Alright, so for you, I need just one more ceiling tile. We already have all the rest of the supplies. Okay.
Now you're sticking your hands in the hive.
A seer. Is this how ghouls greet each other?
Oh no. That is just her. I was hoping she'd stay clear of you. But if she's angry enough to come here...
Who is she?
Voada, of the Skaha tribe. It is my displeasure to report her mistreatment by Rome in the past. While most of the people of Albion have come to accept Roman rule, her tribe remains in open rebellion. Seeing that elephant would have reminded her of Servius and the days of conquest.
Calidus's idea, not mine.
That won't matter. She hates all Romans. Says her young son was killed when they took her fort. And maybe he was.
Her son? Why? And what do you mean, maybe?
Such is the nature of war.
Okay.
This should fall within your jurisdiction.
Okay. Procurator preparation. The Corvinus has much unsolicited advice to give on how to best prepare against ambushes from Voda of the Scalth Band. In the main, he suggests train land troops at your barracks. Consider pausing productions that are overproduced to free up people for the army. Buy weapons at the White Cliff trading post if need be. To action. Oh, right. I actually have to produce the weapons. That's an important thing I need to be doing yesterday. Alright, so... we got that spot up there. We got nothing meaningful over here. This is probably our best bet. Well, I mean, that'll mess with our trees. Let's go over here. Be another one of those ones where we're going to cut right over this way. Okay. So, we've got this. This fulfills my weekly quota for thinking of the Roman Empire. Thank you for the 25 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Yup. Alright, so we got to go back to the weapons, so we'll go right here. That'll produce the iron. You put a warehouse right here. This can produce the weapons themselves. I'm probably going to need more charcoal production. That's all take a minute because I need stuff. Okay, so we got a little bit of fame for building the same plans again. Oh, right. I was able to spend fame on something and I completely forgot. I don't remember where that was.
Go and marry, Father said. You'll be safe and cared for, he said. Nothing about people chucking spears at my door.
Alright. So that'll be minus 44 maintenance cost. I'm not sure what that symbol is. Oh, that's just my regular old workers. Right, so basically it's telling me I have no idea what I just selected. Oh, I'm just telling us where the garrison, I guess. That's fine. Yeah, so we're definitely going to need to just increase our population. It's not even a matter of being like, you know, how good or whatever people we need. We just need more of them. Yeah, everything needs tiles and lumber.
Lady Marcia, you may wish to rouse your household. There is news. It's important enough for me to deliver myself.
Okay.
Don't disappoint me, Governor.
How's my oldest governor? I can congratulate you on outlasting Lucius, but I've not yet decided if I'm keeping you. I need to see whose side you're on. I'm coming to visit Albion, and we will speak. No more of those sickbed excuses, yes? I trust you'll make appropriate arrangements. Don't want rebels piling up on our doorstep. Vale.
It is the Emperor himself. He means to visit. Visit? It is a complete disaster.
Show me that, dear, husband. Oh, he does want to meet Gaius Titanius. I mean, you.
Mistress, this is out of the question. Calidus knows Titanius. He will have us hanged.
He may remember the man in better days, but if sickness befall him, something he wouldn't wish to see up close.
Surely you are not suggesting we attempt to deceive the Emperor?
All you have to do is have a nice lie down when he arrives. Cough a little. We could paint your face green. Uh-oh, here comes Corvinus.
I don't understand. Why is Calidus choosing to throw the dice now? Countless provinces vying for his attentions. And he wants to recapture this backwater.
Maybe he's trying to escape civilization and break someone's nose for a change. He seems very keen on war.
Even before Servius, Albion was always a trophy province.
So he's coming here to claim it for his own? With an army?
It's a celebrated tradition. Hammering the tribes of Albion till they're on their knees.
Ben, about the visit. I need you to be Titanius, and I need you to be very, very sick. I'm serious.
What hope is there in such an endeavor, mistress? Calidus is not one to accept excuses. A cough or a fever will not deter him. He will demand to see me. And when he does?
Then he must see what he expects to see. A glimpse of ugly sores, reddish patches on wrinkled skin. I'm sure even Calidus won't go near a leper.
Lepers, mistress? Please do not condemn me to go near them. I'd rather die a clean death.
Don't be silly, Ben. Let me introduce you to the wonders of face paint. It's amazing what one can do with wilted plants.
But a disguise will not make me a governor. I cannot pretend to wield such power, not in front of the Emperor.
You can and you will, Ben. You don't want him investigating Titanius's death. He might decide we did him in.
Oh, Ere.
I'll take that as agreement. I'll go see what the locals have in store. We'll get through this.
Okay, would you stop with the lining up story points one after the other? Oh, come on. I'm already looking at the other two you've listed up in front of me. Okay, so what do we got?
I've got the face paint ready. Perhaps I ought to practice to make sure I get those sores right. Ben?
How do I look?
Horrid, Ben. I'm joking. I haven't even started yet. Let's see to the other preparations.
Okay.
Ere?
Preparing a banquet. Ben Ballion tremors nervously, having squeezed it from his contacts. Squeezing it from his contacts with that Cadius is fond of beer, and has doubts an emperor could be so barbaric. But lo, one shell sample is all he needs. Like a pot releasing steam, he emits a high-pitched giggle. And if the staunch Roman like Ben Ballion can drink it, so too will Calidus. Tell your residents to bring forth beer. Let's see. Ben Ballion and his army of household slaves rush forward to help carry the barrels. Looks like your banquet is almost complete.
If only we had wine. A vintage red. But all we have is buckets of this warm and frothing bile.
Is it just me, or do your cities look more Celtic than Roman?
So they do. It's safer. When in Rome, do as the... well, you know what I mean.
Maybe Voad'll soften up to you after all. Be honest, though. You just want Celtic-made goods, am I right?
Alright. So we need to place ornaments around the, around town. All while trying to, at some point, get a military going. Before things escalate more. My assumption is when he shows up, the rebellion will kick off. Like, he's gonna deliberately do something to, like, bait out the attack kind of thing. Alright. Select your villa to discuss decorations. I have a feeling if we decorate everything Celtic, he'll be upset about it. And there'll be a matter of juggling between the two groups on which one I'd rather escalate with. Alright, so we need tree ornaments and a bunch of other junk. Which all cost money. Well, at least it costs money and not materials. Money I can do. Money is easy. We go to these fringes where you can't really fit other things. Yeah, it's fine. That's off by one with the spacing. You want 10 statue ornaments? Did I get something like small? Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trees. 1, 2, 3. 6 flowers. So I can go over here to the trees again.
Let us hope a statue will flatter enough to deceive Ere. I await your instruction.
As you enter the atrium of the villa, you find yourself full of discarded flower garlands. Ben Ballion seems to be on the verge of tears. Apparently, the Celts are refusing all orders that involve flower arranging, and your own household is already stretched. So I can do it myself, or I can remind them who's in charge. I'll do it myself. You and Ben Balian spend a few hours hanging up garlands where slaves clean up the atrium. However, with only so little help to go around, the decorations are limited to your villa.
The reek of horse droppings and smithy armpit is finally a little less prominent. Thank goodness for fresh cut flowers.
Oh, they're already here?
The Emperor's sail is sighted.
He is here. Mithras, he'll throw us to our own eels.
Ben, listen. He's not going to touch you. You've got the Gallic rashes, gout, and the swamp fever, remember?
A great comfort, to be sure.
Here they come. Ben, get in position. I'm off to greet them.
Oh, wait, Domina. Where be the governor?
My husband is still fighting his illness. He's got sores. We've moved him to the triclinium. Please, for the love you bear for the Emperor, will you warn him not to get too close? It could be...
I wouldn't call it love, lady. We got plenty like him in the Legion, but we'll be careful.
Oh, Imperator, forgive me. This fever has drained what little strength I had left.
You weren't kidding, were you? He looks like a right leper. Sweet Jupiter. Mind if I stand over here? I'll shout. Away, Praetor. How's it lying? Is, Imperialness asked you to rally your legions?
My legions? The legions answer only to my Imperator.
That's a good one, Tetanus. But seriously, we expect an attack.
An attack? I don't understand.
The wild ones will swarm us, thinking the Emperor's here. That's when they meet with superior forces.
But you came with a small delegation. Surely my Emperor would not put himself at risk.
Damn right he wouldn't. That's all spurious bastards over there, in dress and robes.
But to pretend to be the imperial person, the punishment...
I assure you it was Caldus' idea. He's busy in Parth Arbor, and he trusts me and the lads.
Husband, if this news be true, we must prepare the household to defend us.
Don't let your guard down.
Well, that's not what I need. So if you could make archers right now, that'd be lovely. Like, right the hell now. Bring the beer and cheese. We need cheese. Exactly.
So wait, that isn't actually the Emperor? Or...
No.
I'm still a bit new to Roman humor, I think.
Okay, so we're continuing to just build this out as much as we can. I do need to get these other buildings going pretty badly. Yeah, the City Watch, that's 10. At least we're training our first group of archers. But we gotta keep building up the population pretty aggressively.
There's a crowd outside, Ben. What's going on?
Mistress, I'm afraid they're asking for Governor Titanius. Please do not force me to play that part again. If I may, you could speak to the locals? It might appear churlish to deny them an audience altogether.
You're right. I'll go see them. On behalf of my noble husband.
Okay.
What do you make of this?
A long queue snakes back to the villa door. The locals were asking about Titanius, but they didn't seem to be too dismayed to see you instead. The first one in line, spitting feathers. She claims her cousin's neighbor stole 2 chickens while her back was turned, and demands to know how this would be resolved under Roman law. Dismiss the chickens. It'll give me slightly more prestige, but a reduction in happiness. Cut off the thief's hands. Slightly more prestige, but a little loss in happiness. Order the birds return, and put the thief under oath to never steal again. Okay, so both of those give me prestige. This one gives me happiness. Dismiss the chickens. I don't know what that means. So we cut off the thief's hands. I'm assuming dismiss the chickens is telling the lady to bugger off. I'm going to go with order the birds return, because I don't know what my happiness is on. I'm worried about killing her happiness. Not take it seriously? Yeah.
Aye.
The woman suppresses a smirk, evidently contented by the naive probability of the verdict. It did feel fairly flimsy to you as you were delivering it, but she must be glad to see your heart is in the right place. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. A local is more than irate than the first. She picks at the scabs of her hands as she rants. There's talk her brother's wife has been unfaithful. She has come seeking justice on his behalf. What is your verdict? Declare no interest in gossip, which again will give us a little prestige but cost us happiness. Judge that the wife must confess before the gods, which will increase belief. The council will discover if there is any truth, and this will give me knowledge. I'm taking the knowledge. What did we choose? We basically chose to tell him to give those chicken back and don't do it again. We gave him a strongly worded email. So yeah, we're basically gonna sit there and be figure out what actually is going on and not just render the verdict without reason. Which, I like research. Research is good.
Come on, then.
The woman tries to argue for a moment, but when someone else in the queue cries, that'll teach whatever her name is, Sibelia, for stirring up the muck, she's forced to make a quick exit before the roars of laughter and rotten apples can embarrass her farther.
People here sure like petitions.
A dense cloud of aroma approaches, more manure than man. On the surface, his complaint seems among the most trivial, so far. One of his, Ocean, Gwyn, is poorly, and he worries she won't make it through the night. So we can pay a healer to attend the Gwyn cow, which will give us a massive boost in health, but cost 5,000. Refuse to make this your problem, and we take a massive penalty in health. I got money for days, I don't got health for days, so we're gonna pay to take care of it.
Song, Ward of the Fenland.
The smelly waiter profusely thanks you for saving his poor arch. He politely expressed the hope that his animal might live a longer and more meaningful life now, and all while quickly ushering him out of the chamber.
Showing goodwill? After all this time?
Okay. Yeah, that's good. If we would have taken the health penalty, that would have put us negative 120. We actually had plenty of happiness, so I could have gotten rid of that for more prestige. But honestly, I'm not super worried about either. Research-wise, we are working at getting the sewing circles that'll produce knowledge from sewing. Okay, optional, we have the Curator's Prep, which is to build an iron mine. I forgot, these are all just sitting here waiting for me to have the materials to build them. Why aren't you getting built? You cost 2 lumber, and you cost 2 tiles, and I have those. Alright, we'll just do that. And now we have it. Okay, so there's the warehouse. Gotta keep getting the stuff. I need workers as well, this is true. So we're gonna go ahead and get the next block of houses going. I need everything is what I need. Can I just have one everything, please? Okay. So I'll need more lumber before we can get those done. Because, yeah, I need enough workers before I start opening even more places. Honestly, it might be in my best interest to just build a second sawmill. We didn't have to do it on the last map, but we are getting blasted here. Look at a second one of those going. Have you had any fires yet? You're so worried your cities are just burning down because of stray spark or something. We have. The fires weren't that bad, all things considered. It's definitely something we probably don't want to let get out of hand. But it wasn't like a fire starts
unit has been recruited.
And it's like super duper awful or anything.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
I know, I'm already working on it. Okay. Okay, so if I build up there, we'll start taking a penalty. Okay, so we just got to keep these houses coming. We got to get my roster. Along. Okay, what do you got here?
A decision, your judiciousness.
Let's see. Ben Valiant approaches you. Spots of red highlight the color skin. He's actually looking sick now. He fears an impending attack and is convinced the Celtics gallop off with his governor's head. He's looking for reassurance. So, alright. We can reassure him, which will give me a boost in income, or we can acknowledge the danger, at which point our troops will be better. I don't really need that, so let's acknowledge the danger.
A worthy judgment, perchance?
Let's see. Ben Ballion wrings his hand, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With people believing him to be gutter, he is indeed a prize target for any sketching attack. With his life on the line, he is sure to help hurry along preparations. Continue your preparations. Okay, so we are now a couple of workers positive. We still need to get over here and get the furnace going. Then have the weaponsmith and more charcoal going. Then we're shorting people again. Granted, those buildings won't be full of people quite yet. So it'll take a hot minute. Come on. Need a couple more lumber. I'm guessing that's cueing that the attack is on its way.
Forest stirs.
I wonder if she'll take the bait.
If she believes Emperor Calidus is here, she may think to kill him.
Oh, Mithras!
Okay.
Your new Emperor sent you here to die, didn't he? Because I know he's not here. You're in this alone, like me. Man, woman, I won't have no Romans here. Can't have you draining our fens and murdering our children again.
Okay.
A fire has started in your city.
Oh, they're like already here.
One of our troops is under attack. A structure is under attack.
Simple serves best.
Alright, so let's go and bring our people in.
Careful! Future citizens.
Okay, they're just feeding themselves directly at us. So we don't want to advance into their numbers and get wrecked. So let's get our archers behind. Just get them to try and... Oh, they're already made... Okay, so they're just going to automatically run up there. This is actually probably a pretty good setup here. We've got our infantry blocking off. We've got archers hanging back in our base here. We've got our own archers stacking on top as well. We just lost one of our sets of troops.
Marcia Titania. You commanded these men.
You know my husband is in no state to fight. We would have all been killed.
You did very well for someone with no experience. I fear this may only be the beginning. Heard your husband was sick again, so it's got to be you. Come see me as soon as you can.
We will not suffer in silence. We shall sing our songs loud and clear ere we disappear.
We've got one shot.
You preserve the peace of my realm.
I'm trying to bring the people back. Okay.
On one of the isles stands an old forest. That place is disturbed. The Grove of Venunos. The forest is a meeting place for dissidents. Sickle-wielding nutjobs.
You mean druids? I thought those practices were banned.
Whether in leafy groves or in their own heads, the stubborn of Albion will never cease with the old ways. Still, if you ever felled that forest, you'd be doing us all a favor. And perhaps yourself too. That land has a lot of mining potential, according to surveys we conducted during Emperor Servius's time.
Mining?
Up to you and your guardian to decide. I don't care, so long as you don't imperil the peace.
Okay. So basically we have the choice that we can just go into the forest and just destroy them. Deploy... settle a small forested island in the middle of the province. We have... I don't know if we have to do that.
That
or
ambush bears Vawada's handwriting.
Mule's teeth! I hate to involve you in this, Titania, but you stand in the line of slaughter. If we allow the Skaha to grow strong...
No, that's all right. I don't mean to sit around and wait for someone to kill me. If war's coming, I'd rather know.
Or maybe it doesn't have to be war. You could just sit tight and hope.
The stronger your cities, the stronger your armies.
Another one of Vawada's outposts. Ghastly.
The stronger your cities, the stronger your armies.
Okay.
A governor can tell friend from foe by using diplomacy.
Would you stop dialoguing on top of each other and give me a minute? Alright. You've signed no treaties of peace. Peace between two parties. I don't have that choice. You can sign treaties with other governors or rivals. It's been really good. It's been really good. It's actually got, like, more story than I'm used to in the genre, but it also seems like it has, like, missions to it.
If Awada is on the move, you should talk to Atha. Old Lucius's pick for governor. One that didn't work out too well.
Okay. So diplomacy. I'm supposed to talk to you. Oh, and I could see who is relevant to. Enter negotiations. We could take a loan, request non-aggressive, request defense, request trade treaty locked. So it mentions I have a cost to this. Reasons for accepting this treaty: we are the people's...
This land where the eagle and crow clash. Here, my
Just
unending
shut
legend begins.
up for 2 seconds. Okay. So, we don't have defenses, we don't have a lot of renown, and all that. So, he's not really keen to do much with us. So, we're gonna have to sort that out. So, destroy the training grounds, destroy the secret military outpost, destroy the supply fleet. So basically we want to sabotage the enemy. Optional, secure the limes. Sail to their harbor, build a shipyard, and push our border. It's just like, everyone's got dialogue. But first, half of my city is destroyed. Oh, that's not true.
Need to gather up more waders.
I'll need shipyards in Albion. Sometimes I think, if I was a man, things wouldn't be so bloody complicated. I'd just be the governor. They'd let me get away with it. They're always getting away with things. Lucius with his lies, Calidus with storming the Senate. It must be nice, never having to explain yourself. There you are, Ben. How have you been getting on? Still at odds with your new vocation?
The brewer's method morphs my sleep. Achieving that golden swirl means stirring vats deep into morning.
Careful now, or someone might think you're having fun.
Using the PC advisors, need to discuss engine.
Of powerful men. The exception, not the rule. Slaves are not expected to explain themselves. They are beaten.
Yeah, NBC talk will
stop. The sun approaches the 8th hour, Eri, and I cannot help but notice you are still here. When did you last wander the streets?
Okay. Then they react to being interrupted, and you need to stop to be able to tell them, well, be quiet. Yeah. Like, it's good that they give you the information, but a lot of them will repeat the stuff thing. As a result of production buildings relying on forces not be able to produce this rate, it means your residents may not be provided enough goods in time, impacting attributes. Understood. Yeah, we're trying to resolve that. I got a bunch of buildings that are damaged that need to be rebuilt from the raid. So we can do, though... What am I seeing down here for a ship?
Keep your eyes on the horizon. Leave the rest to the gods.
So grab you two.
Finest,
Ready!
Let's go over here to your harbor and get that going.
we.
I know my workforce is slow. I'm literally working on it. Back off for 2 seconds and let me get it done. You kind of don't hate that the game reminds you every so often to take a real life break. Time can get eaten up. Oh yeah, no, I think it's good. Like, don't get me wrong, that's all it's like, oh hey. But they only do it once like every 2-ish hours. It's like, that's entirely reasonable and fair. We'll go ahead and build you to reduce the stuff there. Winston repairs 1 lumber. I'll get the medical up. You're all built over there. Okay, and we'll just keep spreading this out. I'm gonna have to go and fix our services over here. Not a really good way for me to make that not cursed, is there? It's fine. We got that. The other thing I'm not sure about is we've got the garrison. So I did lose one of my garrison units. And we have another one here. And I don't know if they're just going to, like, repopulate themselves or how that's going to work. That's not what I wanted to do. Get back in there.
We keep out of all.
Okay, so that should get all that sorted. Meanwhile, you're working your way around. They want us to build a shipyard, which you'll definitely want to do that. But I need more smiths and all that. I assume everyone's good? I'm not seeing this. Oh no, we're dropping frames. We're dropping a lot of frames. And like a really, really bad but still existing connection. Bear with me for 1 second. This might be on my end. Let me try giving some a kick real fast. Where are you at? Why is my brain being the way it is? Make sure you're not doing anything. Okay. I'm checking stuff now. So, just waiting for the problem. Yeah, it's not on my end. So my connection is solid on my end so far as internet, but not with Twitch. So maybe a Twitch issue? I could try killing OBS to see if it'll like kick it over to another ingest server, but if it has to drop the whole stream, that'd be that'd be an end of stream kind of thing. I'm hesitant to do that because that ends up being really, really bad. I want to just give it... Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and kill OBS for a moment. I'm going to do that by crashing it, though, so that hopefully the stream doesn't go offline. Like, you'll get the, you know, it couldn't connect or anything. And I was like, don't do that. We're still dropping frames, like, solidly dropping frames. Okay, Ingest server is still busted, and I can't tell it to just switch Ingest servers without ending the stream. Yeah, let me go. Okay. Just waiting for it to end stream. Maybe not the stream will end. It's literally not even letting me disconnect. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, so the downside is that means a whole hell of a lot of people got dropped. A lot of times when that happens, like, if it's super late in stream, I'll just straight up, like, kill the stream or whatever, because it's gonna be, like, a 60% reduction in viewership. It's gonna be rough. But it is what it is. If it's still laggy on your end, I'm not dropping frames anymore. So if I can get verification. Now, connection might not be as good as it normally is. Slightly laggy. Well, I'm not dropping any frames anymore. It looks laggy. Try refreshing. Alright. Well, I'm getting a whole lot of people all saying it's bad. I'm gonna go ahead and, Yeah, for the people on YouTube, this is happening on Twitch, is where most of my audience is still thing. Alright, so let's end that. Okay, so we are connected again. The connection looks absolutely solid on my end. But yeah, for everyone over on YouTube, Twitch is like 99% of my audience, so very genuinely I prioritize that. So we just had like an ingest server, something broke on Twitch, so I had to deal with that. That's the reason I was saying like it's a whole thing. It's a little glitchy, and you skip forward a little. Oh yeah, no, that's what you're seeing, Worm, is I'm literally ending and reopening the stream. I understand that's impacting YouTube side, but like I said, 90+% of my audience is over on Twitch. So I just do have to prioritize it, even if it is negatively impacting the YouTube side. It is just what it is. We're good now? Okay, so now I get to see the damage and how many people got dropped. Because we were at like 180 people or something like that. So now I get to see the fact that their ingest server imploded. How much it's going to just absolutely take the wind out of its sails, because it can be a really big kick to the balls. Yeah, you're over there? Yeah. Yep, there will be a round of ads on the Twitch side, because when you restart the server, 1 minute after the start of the server is when the first ad break runs. So I do apologize about that round of ads, but it is what it is. Okay, so you're over here. Oh, you're about to be over here, so we can get this discussion going. Yeah, but for the record, it is 100% without question, absolutely purely a connection issue between me and Twitch, whether it's their ingest servers down, or there's some connection between me and wherever the ingest server, like, the specific of where it's busted, don't know. No time to debug. But whole thing there.
Comes to Kerthroyd. Seek you an audience with King Yorgwin.
Okay.
Hold, traveler. Why do you stand before my gates?
My name is Marcia Titania. I am...
A wandering fair maiden. Open the gates. You stand before Arthur Yorgwin, King of the Isles, appointed by destiny herself. My sworn swords and I seek adventure. We fear no challenger, be they noble or monstrous.
Very interesting work, I'm sure.
But tell me, wayward flower, what brings you here? Bear you a prophecy or quest?
Not exactly. I'm here because Emperor Calidus sent me here, and I could probably use your help.
Accompany me on my great hunt, then, and I shall be your humble servant. Heavy is the head that bears the crown.
Okay, that's a whole bunch. You and Athir come to sit around a table with neither quite oval nor ellipse. However, eccentric he may be, his armor is well oiled, and he has little problem to lift your chair gallantly, aside that you may sit. Perhaps he and his knights can help against the Scathach threat or whatever. Gotcha. This is an interesting. When you close the stream and reopen to the same application instance, it offered you different resolutions after restarting. Usually that, yeah, no, there's something going on Twitch's side and all that. We'll see. I'm gonna see after the ad break finishes what the viewership settles on. If it's something where it's knocked us down to like 50-60 viewers, we'll probably just wrap for the night because there won't be enough time to build it back up. But we'll see. Like it is one of those things that unfortunately sometimes tech connection just kills stuff. Oh, good. I'm now seeing that YouTube is having a big problem. There must be some major internet outage thing. But we'll see. We'll figure it out what we got going on. Perhaps his knight can help. Let's see. I can beg him for his help. We'll gain 100 belief. We can invoke Calidus and the Imperial Authority. 100 prestige. Present this as a chance to win glory on the battlefield. which gives me a ridiculously things. So we have culture, respect, striving for respect, peacefully inclined. Audio is very stuttery. That's a thing. I don't want to beg him for help because that's whatever, but the effects of culture respect I think are good. So I'm gonna do it. I listen to your plea and pours you more beer. He does not offer a solution. Instead, he seems to ponder endlessly. Not very conclusive meeting, but he at least does not see you as a threat.
I cannot heed your wish, far-travelled Melusine. Boada and I are not yet destined to meet upon the field.
No surprise. Jaina's faced Yorgwyn is again ducking his pledge to Rome.
Okay. Let's see here. We have you. Neptunial Festival. The citizens of the city of Cragmore have grown to the piety of devotion. They're asking you to host the Neptunial Festival. They wish to honor the city's patron god with a proper feast, and sacrifices. Yada yada. You get the idea. So we can pay cash, which I have tons of. We can do that. I'm just gonna pay cash. Let's see. Collegiate Ennis has joined the festival in whatever.
Ere, I wish to speak with you on a private matter.
Would you please not?
Very good.
Okay.
What is it?
Since we came to these shores, I have done you a disservice. Grumbled, griped. I stole your wine. Instead of flogging me, you encouraged me to learn a new skill. And I took offense. But I was wrong. The distraction opened my eyes to a different world.
I'm glad to hear it. Seriously, we may be here some time yet.
That does not terrify me. Not anymore. A tendency to assume the worst has served me in the past. But perhaps it is time I let go.
Okay, Ben Valiant looks more at ease than you've ever seen him. Maybe this is your chance to learn more about topics he's avoided. So we can ask about it. New joke, you touch on the discussion. Oh yeah. No, that's there isn't a tier thing. Okay, so actually it looks like the hit isn't too bad. Yeah, we did lose like a third of the viewership, but I mean, honestly, it's still fine. I was just worried when it came back. It's like 45 years. I'm like, nah, man. If it's like 40 or 50 people is all it's left after like the server drop, that is a call it a night kind of thing. But it looks like we're good. So we're gonna ask about his family.
Ben Balian, you've never told me much about your past. I mean, you must have had a family.
Why does my family interest you?
Well, I guess I'm being nosy. You don't have to answer.
Not many care to hear the story of a slave, especially the other slaves. But I was not always as I am now.
You were born free.
Yes. I'd had a broad education and enjoyed many privileges before my family fell on hard times.
Did they sell you?
I sold myself, Ere. Seemed like a good idea at the time, saving the family name. If I had known I would be in the service of Lucius, I might have chosen differently.
Okay, ask about Lucius.
Ben, what did you really think of Lucius?
I am not in the habit of discussing former masters. Death does not cleave us from the duty of discretion.
Come on, Ben. You and I, we already share a terrible secret. What's one more?
Perhaps true, but one never knows who might overhear.
Ben, this is Albion. People here don't care about emperors. They can't even be bothered to remember their names. And Calidus, do you think he'd care? I think he's called Lucius every bad name under the sun.
I will admit to having harbored a distaste for Lucius's methods. Any cause would serve to discipline slaves in his presence. I myself lost an ear to a pool of hungry eels, but I fared better than most. He was especially vile to the women. Let us say his death did not cause much grief.
Okay, ask about his name.
I've often wondered about your name. What does it mean?
Nothing, Ere.
I'm sure it has. I promise I won't laugh.
If it has a meaning, it is unknown to me. I was so named by Emperor Lucius upon entering his service.
I should have asked before. I'm sorry, Ben. I'm sorry. What is your real name?
It is Bel Untar. But now I have uttered it, I ask you not to use it. I will not lend my only possession.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't ask it of you.
Okay, proceed to other matters.
It was never the odd people, the odd customs of Albion. It was knowing that here, I could never be free.
I'm not sure I understand. What about Albion makes you less free?
I am a slave, Ere. Any slave can only be freed by the master.
Oh, you wish to be free. Truly free.
More than anything, Ere. But trapped here, I cannot hope to win my freedom by dutifully serving Calidus.
Could you buy your liberty?
Such is my value. I have a price on my head so high, I fear the peculium of several lifetimes would not cover it.
Okay. Let's see, it's still lagging for you here. A little bit better at 720p. Yeah, same for you on 360p. But you think there's nothing we can do, since the issue is also happening on YouTube now. Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on. I imagine there's some type of outage going on, unfortunately. Because like the ingest server we're using for Twitch is not the same thing going on YouTube. I do see like the big warning on YouTube basically being like it is buffering. I'm willing to bet there's something like some major outage, like when what's the group? There's a bunch of these different groups like run the websites or having a major network thing. It wouldn't surprise me. So unfortunately, we're at its mercy. If it gets bad enough that's like unwatchable, we'll just wrap for the night. But so far, I'm going to keep trying to keep things going. But we'll see where it goes. It's not a big deal because we normally wrap up in about an hour anyways. Promise to ask for his freedom. Express regret that you cannot help. Say nothing else. We're going to promise to help him.
I am touched, Ere. Very touched. If ever the opportunity to broach such a trivial subject did arise.
Okay. So we need more people to do a lot of things. Yeah, I mean, it is punishing those houses there. There's not a whole lot I can do about that. Put one more house here because we can fit it. Once we start getting over here, we're going to start having problems with people not having services. What is that? Oh, it's just telling me these are the buffs we got going. That's fair. I do wish it was a little easier to see what I have here, because I have to like click on it and get this collapsible here. I kind of wish there was more of like, you'd have your objectives and you could expand one by one, versus having to like click over just to find them. Diplomatic solution. Reach a total diplomacy reason value of 1 for ceasefire. +1 by completing diplomacy quests. Okay. Settle a small forested island in the middle of the province. Alright. Either way, we will need the shipyard. Meanwhile, keep an eye on you. Oh. Wants you to aid him on his quests. Sure?
I seek a beast of renown. Something they'll tell stories about. The sort of thing a maiden fair might lure from its lair.
Okay. Why don't you just ask for something instead of being weird about it, man? Do I have a bunch of cheese? Precisely, at least 14. Ah, we do. Okay, so what's going to happen here is I can go over there. I will accept your cheese delivery. We can take our boats. Which I don't really know where our boats are right now, but we'll take our boats. We'll grab our cheese and bring it back over. So bring a majestic beast to Arthur's court. Do I have the elephant still? Alright. Yeah, and there's plenty of things that could fail to cause issues across the board. And I certainly need more people to replace the troops we lost here, because like I said, it doesn't seem like it's replenishing my people here, and I'm not sure how we deal with that. Garrison units are automatically deployed. Garrison units cannot be transported. These are troops recover from damage quickly when being withdrawn to the villa. Because we are going to need more troops, and that means more houses, and that means more everything. We might be able to grab one of you. Okay. That'll do. Okay, so we got all that going. We can now go over here, delete this weird extra road here, and get more houses built. And like I said, we're going to run into the problem here pretty quickly that I'm just getting too far away from where we've got our services set up. So I'm going to have to duplicate our services. But I need to get more stuff there. So let's check on our services real fast. Because that is a thing we are like neglecting right now. Oh, and what are you trying to warn me about? Oh, we can get the City Watch, which helps give happiness. So I'll drop that there. So for the waiters, so good news is it does cover all the way up to like right here. So I'm gonna plunk you there. That gives a marketplace. And the same thing, we don't have it until we're way up here. Attack against the mountain where I can't fit more there. Same deal with the shoes. I imagine we don't have them up here, so there's the shoes. There's the shirts to cover all that stuff. And the beer and all that we can wait, because we can just upgrade these houses, and that'll be fine. Now, most likely I'm going to be running into problems here where I'm just not going to have the supplies we need for some of this stuff. So if we go right now and check the negatives, so it does look like, well, we're not making garum, so that's interesting. So it does look like I am going to need...
arrived from Amelia Nalcratia. Your mother, I presume?
So we need more eels, and we need more barley.
Emilia Nalcratia to her daughter Marcia.
I pray Minerva finds you, and that you are safe. Please be safe. It is dreadful to think that you shall have none of the comforts that the governor's wife should have. I hope your husband's very mindful of your wishes, now that you have been so loyal. I enclose my love of that of your brother Marcus. He has bought a horse. He is a Tebanus now. Quintus says he has been taking part in races and that he pursues a girl called Helena, who is not good at all. Perhaps you could write him? You're always more sensible. I miss you so much. Prosper, dear daughter. Okay.
Oh, Mum's so worried. Sounds like Marcus is having fun at least. If only you knew what I got myself into, little brother.
Okay.
Little Marcus.
I hope you've grown to like Hellas. You're very far away now. I picture you catching fish, sunning yourself. Sunny Tribunus Marcus. And Marcia, Queen of Mud. What a pair we'd make.
Okay, are you done now? I'd like you to be done now. Alright, we are going to need more, was it reeds we needed? You need reeds? No, you need hemp. So we are going to need more hemp. I never did build this well. Okay, so that should help with a bunch of that. That got a bunch of services online that should help with our population, all that. We are starting to see our workforce climbing. That is good news. We'll plan for more services up there. I'm just going to need to keep expanding, because each one of those troops I get, I have to set aside like 44 people or some nonsense. It is a lot of workers. Okay, so we got all that. We're doing relatively good on our supplies. Okay. What are you complaining about? Missing hemp field.
Misses some.
Oh, weird. Let's give me the option to build more. There we go. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it, Cerise. It's just Twitch is having a problem. I don't know what I can do about it. If it's freezing up like freezing up, it might just be one of those things to wrap it for the night. Is it freezing up like entirely for people, or like even mostly for a lot of people? Or is it still, you know, the occasional buffer? I'm gonna lean for him watching the numbers go down. So we might actually be doing, chat, is I think we're gonna say this is probably, you know, we had a really good stream for the most of the day, but it does seem like something is going on with either the Twitch servers or something between us that I do think, rather than sit there and just go ahead and wrap up for the night, we'll do this again tomorrow. I very much have been enjoying this game. I've had a good, you know, I've had a pretty good thing. But yeah, no, it definitely seems like there's some internet issue going on out there. So rather than just get frustrated with it, let's go ahead and wrap it on a good note and all that stuff. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, if you're over watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host ready for you. But thank you so much for tuning in, all that good stuff. For everyone over on Twitch's side, what I am going to go ahead and do is we are going... Oh, I was